Chapter 1, Really Good at Judging People. Boli Group, Sales Department. Victory. Another win, 8 in a row, only one win away from reaching glory. Zhao Xian's life became more and more comfortable. While other colleagues were busy working on performance, he was leaning back in his chair playing games. Zhao Xian, 23 years old, salesperson at Boli Real Estate. Brother Xian, the boss asked you to go to the office. Okay, I got it. Zhao Xian reluctantly turned off the game. What is this woman up to now? Zhao Xian, your performance this month is pretty good. Your sales volume is number 1 again. Zhang Li was wearing a white miniskirt, and her long legs were seductively beautiful. Sister Li, what's the matter? You said you performed so well, should I reward you with something? As she spoke, Zhang Li crossed her legs, revealing her long legs. Looking at Zhang Li's long legs, Zhao Xian couldn't help but clear his throat and said, Sister Li, what reward do you want to give me? Zhang Li threw a coquettish glance at Zhao Xian, reached out to take Zhao Xian's tie in her hand, and then slowly pulled it towards herself. No, what does this beauty want to do? Zhao Xian was getting closer and closer to Zhang Li, and could even smell her scent. Then, Zhang Li blew a breath of fragrance towards Zhao Xian. Smells so good. The smell went straight to Zhao Xian's forehead through his nose, making him feel like his soul was drifting away. Zhao Xian, do I look good? Zhang Li blinked and smiled at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Nice. Such a beauty, who wouldn't be confused? Zhang Li is the vice president of Boli Group. Not only Zhao Xian, but there are many people in the entire company who want to get her. But there is no way, her husband is the boss of Boli Group, and the male colleagues in the company can only fantasize about her in their hearts. Then do you want me? Get you? What does that mean? Are you going to let me live off you? Zhao Xian didn't say anything, but just stared at the magnificent breasts of Zhang Li. Although he had already fantasized about this woman countless times while at work, he still had to pretend at this time. Seeing that Zhao Xian remained indifferent, Zhang Li pulled Zhao Xian's tie towards her again. Zhao Xian's body continued to lean forward, and his center of gravity gradually became unstable. Seeing this, Zhang Li grabbed Zhao Xian's waist. Zhao Xian lost his balance and sat on Zhang Li's legs. Okay, that's how you play it, right? Then you can't blame me. Zhao Xian hugged Zhang Li and held the beautiful woman tightly in his arms. Damn, do you still have the ability to jump around in my territory? Ouch, be gentle, you're hurting me. Zhang Li smiled at Zhao Xian. After hearing this, Zhao Xian became even more excited. Looking at Zhang Li's deep cleavage, her fair thighs, and her alluring fragrance, Zhao Xian had no resistance at all. He is not a gentleman, but looking at such a beautiful woman, Zhao Xian also wants to have some fun. As he spoke, he was ready to take action. Come here, my beauty, I've missed you for a long time. But at this moment, Zhang Li's face changed instantly. Zhao Xian, what are you doing? Let me go. Someone, help me. I'm being molested. No, Sister Li, what do you mean? Bang. Before Zhao Xian could react, the office door was kicked open. Zhao Xian, are you tired of living? How dare you touch my wife? Wang Dahai rushed in and pulled Zhao Xian off Zhang Li. Chairman, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. It was Sister Li who just... Zhao Xian was about to open his mouth to explain himself, but he saw the bodyguard behind Wang Dahai holding a camera and filming him. It's over, we've fallen into a trap. When Wang Dahai came in, he was sitting on Zhang Li's legs and holding Zhang Li's hands. No matter which angle you look at it from, I was molesting her. Hubby, you finally came. If you had come a step later, my chastity would have been in vain, woo-woo. Zhang Li threw herself into Wang Dahai's arms and cried. Wang Dahai hugged Zhang Li, stroked her head with one hand, pointed at Zhao Xian with the other hand and said, Zhao Xian, you'd better give me an explanation, otherwise I will never forgive you for this matter. Zhao Xian turned his head to look at the camera in the bodyguard's hand and seemed to understand something. Who is crazy enough to come to see his wife with a camera? Alright, Mr. Wang, stop acting. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Zhang Li immediately stopped crying. Seeing this, Wang Dahai waved his hand and signaled the bodyguard to go out. Now only Zhao Xian and the couple were left in the room. Boss Wang, I have been the sales champion for all these years in the company, so I have brought a lot of value to the company. But today, one of you and your wife is beating the gong, and the other is beating the drum. What's the plot? Zhao Xian remained calm. He knew very well that this was a joint plan by the couple, and if he panicked, he would be controlled by them. Okay, then I won't beat around the bush with you. As he spoke, Wang Dahai took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian looked at the cover of the file, which read Wanguo Group CEO file. IWC Group? Isn't this a competitor of Polaroid? Turning to the first page of the information, there was no photo, but Zhao Xian saw a name. Shan Yuqing. This is? Wang Dahai pointed to a building outside the window and said. She is the president of the company next door. I want you to get close to her and gain her trust, if possible. Her words made Zhao Xian speechless. Boss Wang, your bed. Wang Dahai, do you want to listen to what you are saying? I am just a house seller, how could anyone possibly look up to me? The group president? With me? What a niche word. You're not bad yourself, you're 1.80 meters tall, handsome, in good shape, and have abdominal muscles. My wife almost got into the role just now. What if I don't agree? Disagree? Wang Dahai looked at him with disdain. You saw the camera just now. The evidence of you molesting my wife is all in it. If you don't agree, I will put you in jail for 2 years. This couple really came prepared. Zhao Xian shook his head and said. I'm sorry, I'm really not suitable for this kind of thing. You got the wrong person. Zheng Li looked at him with disdain in her eyes, and then took out a contract from the drawer. This is a bet agreement. If you succeed, the company will pay you 1 million. Looking at the agreement, Zhao Xian remained expressionless, as if the 1 million had no temptation at all to him. But the next second, Zhao Xian chuckled. You're really good at judging people. As he said this, he picked up the pen on the table and was about to sign. But then, Zhang Li's words poured cold water on him. Chapter 2, Fake Becomes Real. But if you are not honest, or you give up halfway, not only will you not get a penny, but you will also have to pay liquidated damages. As she spoke, Zhang Li pointed to the penalty for breach of contract in the gambling contract. Also 1 million. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Okay, sign it now, you have no way out. Wang Dahai became a little impatient. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Xian wrote his name on the contract. So how do I approach her next? Tomorrow morning, you go wait downstairs of the Wanguo Group. I will arrange for someone to snatch her bag. Then you can help her get it back. After hearing what Zhang Li said, Zhao Xian felt speechless. No, I mean, is this idea you two came up with reliable? It's too ridiculous. Why do you care so much? Just do what I tell you to do. Go back home tonight and prepare well for me. Don't cause any trouble for me later. The next morning, Zhao Xian arrived downstairs of the Wanguo Group at the agreed time. Zhao Xian lit a cigarette and leaned against the corner, smoking while waiting. Suddenly, the roar of an engine was heard not far away. Zhao Xian stuck his head out and saw a white Porsche 911 parked in front of the company. Then, a fair-skinned, slim woman got out of the car. Zhao Xian looked at the woman carefully. Her long, slightly curly hair fell to her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a confident and sharp look. This woman is so beautiful, so beautiful. This is an absolute beauty. Zhao Xian stood there in a daze. Yesterday, Zhang Li had already made him unable to stop, but he didn't expect that there was someone more charming than her. Before Zhao Xian could see enough, a black figure rushed towards the woman and snatched the bag from her hand. Coming so soon? Isn't it the agreed time yet? Without thinking too much, Zhao Xian immediately stood up and chased after him. While chasing, he kept shouting, "Stop!" But after chasing for a distance, Zhao Xian realized something was wrong. This guy is so fast. Even if it was for the purpose of acting more realistically, he wouldn't have to throw himself away by such a long distance. But what Zhao Xian didn't expect was that something even more outrageous was yet to come. After running for a while, this guy was picked up by an electric car. No, what is this operation? Is Zhang Li sick? Does she need an accomplice to act? How can you act like this? Okay, that's how you play it, right? Then you can't blame me. Having said that, Zhao Xian turned and ran towards another path. He worked as a delivery man before joining Bali Real Estate as a salesperson. For him, the roads in the city of Magic City have long been engraved in his mind like a map. Zhao Xian waited at the intersection for the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Just as he expected, two men who were trying to snatch the bag rode towards him. Zhao Xian seized the opportunity, rushed forward and kicked the electric bike. The two men fell to the ground along with their car. "No, buddy, you're acting crazy, aren't you? Give me the bag." Zhao Xian made a gesture of extending his hand. The man ignored Zhao Xian and held the bag tightly to his body. "That's enough. I have to go back and report. Give it to me quickly." Zhao Xian walked over and grabbed the strap of the bag. "Let go, what are you doing?" Zhao Xian looked at the man with confusion. "Go to hell." The man kicked Zhao Xian in the stomach. Zhao Xian was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Then the other man pulled a switchblade from his waist. "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. We only want money, not to kill people. Get out of here." Zhao Xian was also speechless when he heard this. "You are too immersed in the role and can't get out of it, right? Then I will play with you today." As he spoke, Zhao Xian raised his fist and rushed towards the man. But at this time, Zhao Xian's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was Zhang Li calling. "Where the hell have you been? The actors I called have been waiting for you here for a long time." "Wait for me for a long time?" Zhang Li's words made Zhao Xian break out in a cold sweat. He quickly looked up at the man holding the switchblade. "Broken." The man raised the switchblade and stabbed Zhao Xian in the chest. Zhao Xian looked at the man in disbelief, then looked down at his chest, where blood continued to flow out. "No, buddy, you really stabbed me." After saying this, Zhao Xian felt his eyes go dark and he fell to the ground. Shanghai People's Hospital. Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed with various tubes inserted into his body. "Where is this?" He tried to move, but found a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest. "Don't move." Looking in the direction of the voice, Zhao Xian saw an extremely beautiful woman. The cool face, the royal figure and the delicate collarbone are like a work of art that makes people unable to take their eyes off. Zhao Xian looked at the bag on her body again and recognized her as the woman who got off 911. "Shan Yuqing. You have a wound on your chest. If you move, it will tear." Zhao Xian glanced out the window and saw that it was already dark. "How long have I slept?" Zhao Xian's voice was very weak, and he used up all his strength to say those few words. "Half a month." Shen Yuqing's voice was cold, without any warmth at all. "You are so lucky. The doctor said the knife was only 2 centimeters away from your heart. You have been guarding me for the past half month?" Shen Yuqing didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Zhao Xian now wanted to curse in his heart. This pair of bastards actually dared to act with his life. Then, Shen Yuqing took out a list and handed it to Zhao Xian. "Is this letter of resignation yours? Did you just lose your job?" Xian Zhao nodded. Shen Yuqing walked to Zhao Xian's bed and looked at him carefully. "What is your education level?" "Undergraduate." "What's your major?" "Secretary." After Zhao Xian finished speaking, the expression on Shen Yuqing's face changed slightly. "That's it." Zhao Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean?" "My assistant is on maternity leave. When you are discharged from the hospital, you can be my secretary. This is my compensation to you." "Ah?" Zhao Xian was surprised by Shen Yuqing's words. "Is she a secretary now? Is she so easy to approach? What's wrong? You don't want to?" "Yes, of course." Zhao Xian nodded excitedly, as if he was afraid that Shen Yuqing would go back on her word. "Okay, now that you're awake, I'm relieved. There's something going on at the company, I need to go take care of it. If you need anything, just tell the nurse, he'll take care of you." After saying that, Shen Yuqing turned and left, leaving Zhao Xian with a back view, which also left Zhao Xian with endless reverie. Zhao Xian was discharged from the hospital after resting in it for half a month. As soon as he was discharged from the hospital, he reported to the international group. "I thought being an assistant to a beautiful CEO would be a very happy thing. But after coming here, he found that he was overthinking." Chapter 3, Love in the Storm. Too much sugar. It's too hot, just 80% hot will do. You spent the whole morning making a cup of coffee. Are you sure you are a secretarial major? And how did you make this report? The format is totally wrong. Chen Yuqing's eyes were like ice as she looked at Zhao Xian coldly. This woman still speaks so coldly and without warmth. Zhao Xian stood there with his clothes rolled up. Just like before, he still didn't dare to look into Chen Yuqing's eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'll go get you another cup. This woman is even harder to serve than Zhang Li. Ding dong. After the coffee was brewed, Zhao Xian's penguin reminder sound rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from someone with the online name. Fengyu Weiqing, have you been discharged from the hospital? Zhao Xian, I'm discharged from the hospital. Today is my first day at work. This boss is so difficult to serve. He met this Fengyu Weiqing while playing King of Glory when he was in the hospital. At that time, he saw that he was a nearby person, so he pulled him over to play a few games and then added him as his friend on Penguin. Zhao Xian, but he does look pretty. Wind and rain for love, how beautiful it is, take a picture and show it to me. Zhao Xian looked up at Chen Yuqing in front of the computer and found that she didn't notice him, so he turned on the camera. Xian Zhao, picture. But just as Zhao Xian sent the photo, news came from Chen Yuqing's side. Puff. Coffee spurted out of her mouth and all over the table. Zhao Xian saw this and ran over quickly. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Is the coffee too hot? As Zhao Xian spoke, he took out some paper and helped Chen Yuqing wipe the table. Chen Yuqing waved her hand. It's okay, my hands just shook a little. As he said this, he took the paper from Zhao Xian's hand and wiped his mouth, looking at Zhao Xian as he wiped. Unlike the coldness before, there was warmth in Chen Yuqing's eyes this time. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Is there something on my face? Zhao Xian was not used to Chen Yuqing's eyes and felt an inexplicable emotion coming over him. It's all right. Chen Yuqing looked down at her watch. Go eat first, and come over early in the afternoon to print out the report. Don't be late. Okay, Mr. Chen. After leaving the office, Zhao Xian's penguin notification sound rang again. Fengyu Weiqing, it is indeed very beautiful, you are blessed. Xin Zhao. Staff Canteen. Pooh. What is this made of? Is this for human consumption? Zhao Xian wanted to curse. He thought the food in Boli Group's cafeteria was bad enough, but he didn't expect that the food in Wanhua Group was even worse. There's no other way, just eat it. Who makes it cheap? 4 dishes and a soup are only 8 yuan. While eating, a woman suddenly sat down opposite Zhao Xian. After the two looked at each other, Zhao Xian had an incredible smile on his face. Squad leader? Why are you here? I heard this morning that our company's cold-blooded CEO hired a handsome assistant. I didn't expect it to be you. Yang Ying, Zhao Xian's college classmate, took good care of Zhao Xian when they were in college. After graduation, she worked as the Secretary General of the Wanhua Group. How was it? How was your first day on the job? Zhao Xian didn't say anything, just shook his head, with helplessness written all over his face. That's normal. Let me tell you, she is the ice goddess of our company. Not only in our company, but also in the whole Magic City, there are many rich boys pursuing her. Did she agree? Zhao Xian looked at Yang Ying, seemingly looking forward to her answer. Yang Ying rolled her eyes at her. If you agree, can you still be called the iceberg goddess? That's good. Zhao Xian blurted out the words subconsciously without thinking. What did you say? Yang Ying looked at Zhao Xian with some surprise. Nothing. Hey Zhao Xian, you don't want to pursue her too, do you? Zhao Xian blushed a little, lowered his head and took 2 mouthfuls of rice to hide his embarrassment. I advise you to forget about it. You are already a secretary to many people. If you can really get her, there will be countless men who want to kill you. After listening to Yang Ying's words, Zhao Xian fell into deep thought. It seems that I still have a long way to go to earn these 1 million yuan. After parting with Yang Ying in the cafeteria, Zhao Xian went to Boli Group. It's time to settle accounts with these 2 bastards. Bang! The door of Zhang Li's office was kicked open. Who is this uneducated person who doesn't know how to knock on the door? Zhao Xian walked into the office, staring at Zhang Li. Are you disappointed that I'm still alive? When Zhang Li saw Zhao Xian, her eyes avoided and she seemed a little guilty. Zhangli, at least we still have cooperation, how dare you joke with my life? Why, the lives of ordinary people like us are worthless in your eyes, right? After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Zhangli picked up the water cup beside her and took a sip. The two people last time were purely an accident. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. And it's not all bad. If you hadn't been stabbed like that, how could you have become her secretary so quickly? Zhang Li's words left Zhao Xian speechless. From what you said, it seems like you really want me to get stabbed. Zhang Li shrugged meaninglessly. If you think so, I can't help it. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I've been badly injured, you guys should at least show some appreciation. Zhao Xian was thinking in his heart that he must extort a large sum of money from her this time. But I didn't expect this woman to not play by the rules. You want compensation, right? That's easy. As she spoke, Zhang Li pulled up the hem of her skirt with one hand, began to unbutton her shirt with the other, and blinked at Zhao Xian. Still coming? You want to try this trick again? Go to hell. Zhao Xian patted Zhang Li's arm to stop her action. You want to trick me again? You didn't have enough fun last time. Zhang Li raised her head slightly, looked into Zhao Xian's eyes, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You said you didn't want the compensation. Zhao Xian looked at him speechlessly and said, Okay, tell me, what are your plans for the next step? Zhang Li didn't say anything, just looked at Zhao Xian and shook her head. Seeing Zhang Li shaking her head, Zhao Xian's brows knitted together. No, big sister, what do you mean by shaking your head? Don't you have no plans? No more. Didn't you say last time that you had a plan? Zhang Li's expression was very calm, and she looked indifferent. The plan has already been implemented. Haven't you been in the hospital for a few days? Is this woman mistaken? How dare she call such a crappy and ridiculous thing a plan? That's it? What's next? You're on your own from now on. There were 1,000 horses running wildly in Zhao Xian's heart. You can go back to work first. If I come up with any plans later, I will let you know. Zhao Xian was speechless. If it weren't for the 1 million, he would never have cooperated with such an unreliable boss. After leaving Bali, Zhao Xian rushed back to the Wanhua group. But when he pushed open the door of the president's office, the scene in front of him made him freeze in place. Chapter 4 Bidding Accident. What time is it? Chen Yuqing's words were still as cold as ever, but even colder than that was her face, which looked like an ice sculpture. Zhao Xian turned his head to look at the clock on the wall and said, 2 minutes to 5. A person can do nothing well, that's just a matter of ability. But being late is a character issue. If you can't even be a good person, how can you do anything? Zhao Xian didn't know how to respond to Chen Yuqing's words, so he could only stand there and roll up the corner of his clothes. With his head down like a child who has made a mistake. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Yuqing put down the pen in her hand and looked up at him. This kid, 1T scare him, right? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'll pay more attention next time. Seeing Zhao Xian admit his mistake, Chen Yuqing's expression eased a little. Okay, go make me some coffee. While grinding the beans, Zhao Xian took out his mobile phone and opened the chat interface with Feng Yuiqing. Xian Zhao, what bad luck? Wind and rain for love, what's the matter? Zhao Xian, I was scolded for being late, and they said I couldn't even behave properly as a human being. Wind and rain for love, ha 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 ha. Zhao Xian, do you think she will hate me? Feng Yuiqing, no, you think too much. Xian Zhao, why? Wind and rain for love, no reason, just believe me. After hearing the comfort from his gaming partner, Zhao Xian felt much more relieved. Mr. Chen, your coffee. After Zhao Xian made the coffee, he brought it to Chen Yuqing. Well, that's good, there's progress. The corners of Chen Yuqing's mouth rose slightly. She smiled. This was the first time Zhao Xian saw a smile on her face since he met her. There is a bidding at Shanshui Manor tonight, you come with me. Then he handed a folder to Zhao Xian. This is tonight's bidding proposal. Please make an electronic version of it and copy it onto a USB drive. Okay, I'll do it right away. After saying that, Zhao Xian turned and left. Xian Zhao. Just as he reached the door, Chen Yuqing called him again. This bidding is very important, we must not make any mistakes. Don't worry. In the evening, Zhao Xian and Chen Yuqing arrived at the parking lot of the Wanhua Group. From a long distance away, Zhao Xian saw Chen Yuqing's Porsche 911. Maybe he was too excited to ride in a luxury car for the first time. Zhao Xian directly opened the passenger door and got in. Chen Yuqing folded her hands over her chest, stood at the passenger door and looked at him coldly. "Are you going to let me drive?" "Ah." The muscles on Zhao Xian's cheeks were a little stiff, and he forced an unnatural smile at the corners of his mouth. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen." "Oh my god, what am I doing?" Zhao Xian moved to the driver's seat and took the keys from Chen Yuqing. After Chen Yuqing got in the car, Zhao Xian started the car and stepped on the accelerator. Frog fun. This is so cool. It is worthy of being $1 million sports car. Every time you step on the accelerator, you can feel a strong push on your back. All men like luxury cars, and Zhao Xian is no exception. Running fast on the road, as if all restraints had been broken free. Which man doesn't love this feeling? Along the way, passers-by looked at Zhao Xian with surprise, as if they were curious about why he could drive such a good car at such a young age. And Zhao Xian also enjoyed this feeling. When they arrived at Shanshui Manor, the two followed the staff's guidance to the conference hall. The project being bid this time is a double-connected piece of land in Muma Mountain, which the international group has been looking for a long time. As the saying goes, money can't buy double-connected land, so this time Chen Yu had to take it down. It is now evening and the conference room is already full of people, basically all bigwigs in the real estate industry. Zhao Xian glanced at the crowd and saw Zhang Li was there too. Zhang Li also saw Zhao Xian. After their eyes met, Zhang Li threw a wink at Zhao Xian. "This little slut." Zhao Xian cursed in his heart and stopped looking at her. After the other bidders finished speaking, it was Chen Yuqing's turn to go on stage. She was wearing a pair of crystal glass high heels, her hair was tied up high, and a professional suit that outlined her seductive curves, making her extremely beautiful. Before Chen Yuqing picked up the microphone and started speaking, thunderous applause and cheers broke out from the audience. "Look, it's Chen Yuqing from the Wanhua Group. It's really her, my ice goddess. This is so beautiful. How does she manage to be so graceful in every move? I would rather lose a few years of my life if I could have dinner with her." Listening to the comments of the group of young men around him, he finally understood that most of the rich second generations present here were not here to bid, but were here for Chen Yuqing. "Dude, are you her assistant? Come on, add a green bubble. I'm the manager of Honyuan Group. And me, I want to join in too." These words from the young masters made Zhao Xian feel satisfied. But after the satisfaction, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was not until this moment that he truly understood what squad leader Yang Ying said. He also realized how popular his cold and aloof female boss was in the Magic City. A person like this is not someone a mere assistant like him can get involved with. If it weren't for the control of Zhang Li and her husband, let alone being her assistant, even seeing her would be a luxury. The louder the cheers from the audience, the more he could feel the gap between himself and Chen Yuqing. At this moment, Zhao Xian began to retreat in his heart. Because this cold and arrogant female boss in front of him seemed to have an insurmountable gap between him and her. Just as he was lost in thought, someone patted his shoulder from behind. He turned his head and looked. "It's Zhang Li. When did this woman sit behind me? My boy, your eyes are about to pop out of your head. Could it be that you have fallen in love with her?" Zhang Li's expression was somewhat playful. "No way, don't talk nonsense. Yo, you still don't admit it. It's even better if you like it. If you have true feelings, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Sister, why don't you go away? You're not afraid of being suspected, but I am. This woman never leaves the car without saying anything. I don't know how Wang Dahai has been able to survive all these years." Okay, I'll go, but your good days are still to come." "What do you mean?" Zhang Li's words left Zhao Xian confused. "It's nothing, you'll find out tonight." After saying that, Zhang Li got up and left. "Hey, come back and explain yourself clearly." Zhao Xian wanted to ask for clarification, but Zhang Li had already walked away. After finishing her speech, Chen Yuqing began to present the PPT. But as soon as the file was opened, the picture that popped up on the big screen stunned everyone present. Chapter 5: The car broke down. Take a wave Q. Blow wave Q. Quacha Q. Spray tower Q. Esther. Well done. This is? Zhao Xian looked at Luna flying around on the big screen and felt a little familiar. Look at the ID on Luna's health bar, kaleidoscope. Zhao Xian was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this the screen recording of my pentakill last night? Last night, Zhao Xian got a pentakill with Luna. The video was just edited and I saved it in a USB drive before I had time to post it. Wait, a USB drive? Finished. Wrong. What's going on? My iceberg goddess is actually playing with Luna. Kaleidoscope, the design is also tasteful. What are you doing? Add me as a friend. Ahem. The commotion in the audience did not make Chen Yuqing panic. After coughing twice, the audience immediately quieted down. She picked up the microphone, said sorry, and then went on to introduce the project. I have to say that Chen Yuqing's professional ability is really strong. She can give a presentation with ease even without a PPT. But when talking about the project, Chen Yuqing's eyes would look in his direction from time to time. Although there was no expression, Zhao Xian could still feel Chen Yuqing's eyes as if she wanted to stab him. Zhao Xian knew that he was finished. This time Chen Yuqing is determined to tear herself apart. And the most hateful thing is that Zhang Li actually sent him a message. Zhang Li, it's a blessing to have you as the boss, snickering. It's already this late, and this woman is still gloating. After the project introduction, bidding and quotation will begin. Although there were some unexpected events when the project was introduced, the international group, with its strong financial strength, won the Shuanglian land at a price of 1.5 billion yuan. After Chen Yuqing walked out of the meeting room, she ignored Zhao Xian and walked towards the parking lot with a cold face. Tell me, what's going on? Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Yuqing asked Zhao Xian with a dark face. Mr. Chen, please listen to my explanation. This was an accident. Zhao Xian's eyes darted around, not daring to look Chen Yuqing in the face. I reminded you again and again before leaving that this project is very important. How could you make such a simple mistake? Are you serious about it? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, That's enough. Zhao Xian was interrupted by Chen Yuqing just as he was about to say something. I've heard the word sorry countless times since you joined the company. I don't want to hear it again. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? What is going on? Are you going to kick me out? What's wrong with me? In the past, I was a top salesman in the Poly Group and had never made such a mistake. But after coming to work for Chen Yuqing, such low-level mistakes occurred one after another. I'll give you one more chance. If you make such a low-level mistake again, you will give me. Chen Yuqing didn't finish the last sentence, but Zhao Xian still understood what she meant. He started the car and swore to himself that he would never make this mistake again. Along the way, Chen Yuqing didn't speak to him. The air in the car seemed to be frozen, and it was extremely awkward. Mr. Chen, look, the spare tire of the car in front is so big, ha ha ha. Chen Yuqing didn't say anything, but turned her head and looked at him. So embarrassing. Zhao Xian originally wanted to find something to talk about to ease the awkwardness, but he didn't expect to make the already awkward atmosphere even worse. From your accent, you're not from Shanghai, right? Where is your hometown? Chen Yuqing's tone softened a lot and was no longer as cold as it was at the beginning. Spring City. What do your parents do? Zhao Xian said as he steered the wheel. My mother is idle at home, as for my father. As far as I can remember, he has been working away from home. He hasn't been home for 2 or 3 years, but he sends money home every year. My mom said he sells a house in Beijing. Selling a house? Chen Yuqing frowned slightly. Like you did before, also a real estate salesperson? Zhao Xian nodded. I think so. My mother didn't tell me in detail. Chen Yuqing was thinking about something and said calmly. Spring City, where it's spring all year round, is really a great place. As soon as Chen Yuqing finished speaking, Zhao Xian slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Why did you stop? The car seems to have broken down. Zhao Xian then stepped on the accelerator a few times. The roar of the engine was quite loud, but the car just wouldn't move. He tried to restart the car again, but it didn't work. He quickly got out of the car and looked at the surroundings. Except for a road, there was weeds all around. No way, is it so bloody? Speaking of melodrama, he suddenly thought of something and quickly took out his cell phone to check. No signal. It's over. My heart is finally hanging in the balance. Any idea what's wrong? Chen Yuqing got out of the car and asked Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian shook his head. Not sure. What's the point of knowing it? He said it as if he could fix it himself. Zhao Xian took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already past 7 in the afternoon. The sunset at this point was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately neither Zhao Xian nor Chen Yuqing had the mood to appreciate it. The two men leaned on the hood of the car, looking at the endless wilderness, not knowing what to do. The sky gradually darkened, but Chen Yuqing's face was full of calmness, without a trace of panic. Zhao Xian was very curious whether his cold female boss's expression was not panicked. Come with me. Finally, Chen Yuqing spoke. Where are we going? Just go. Zhao Xian caught up with Chen Yuqing, and the two of them walked along the road. We arrived at the villa area in the suburbs at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. He now felt like his legs were not his own. Zhao Xian observed carefully and found that the townhouses here were all newly built. Except for a few buildings with lights on, most of the others are empty, probably because they were just put on sale not long ago. Here it is? One of our family's properties. Our home? One place? What a niche word. Following Chen Yuqing into the villa, Zhao Xian immediately collapsed on the big sofa. So soft and comfortable. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Zhao Xian nodded. Somewhat. Then, Chen Yuqing walked upstairs in her high heels. What is this? Cooking for yourself? How could I actually eat the meal cooked by the beautiful CEO? Just when Zhao Xian was imagining what the food cooked by Chen Yuqing would taste like, reality told him that he was overthinking. Chen Yuqing took 2 bags of instant noodles and threw them to him. The kitchen is over there, cook 2 bowls, I want to eat too. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the bathroom. Then, the sound of dripping water came from the bathroom. What is this? Taking a shower? Zhao Xian's heart suddenly started beating very fast. Looking at the shadow under the bathroom light, his mind was filled with endless fantasies. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Zhao Xian felt a little hot in his lower abdomen. He plucked up his courage and walked towards the bathroom door. But just as I got close to the door, the bathroom door opened. Chapter 6 Chen Yuqing's figure. The picture froze and the air solidified. Chen Yuqing was wrapped in a bath towel, her hair was wet, and her skin was white and rosy. Zhao Xian looked at her delicate collarbone and shoulders and couldn't help but clear his throat. Zhao Xian knew he couldn't look any longer, but this useless gaze seemed to be locked and couldn't be controlled at all. Such a beautiful collarbone, I wonder what it would feel like to kiss it. Have you seen enough? Chen Yuqing's words brought Zhao Xian back to reality from his endless reverie. He looked at Chen Yuqing and said in a daze, Mr. Chen, the noodles are ready. Back in the room, Chen Yuqing changed into a pink pajamas. The skirt is somewhat transparent, and you can vaguely see the underwear underneath. I have to say, your cooking looks pretty good. Chen Yuqing took a mouthful of instant noodles and praised. Zhao Xian specially put Reagan sausage in Chen Yuqing's bowl. While Chen Yuqing was eating, Zhao Xian glanced at her from time to time, wanting to see how she held the sausage in her mouth. But Chen Yuqing's bowl of noodles was almost empty, and the sausages in the bowl were still untouched. What's going on? Why aren't you eating yet? Doesn't she like sausages? Zhao Xian kept glancing at Chen Yuqing, afraid of missing her eating sausages. I don't know if it was because Zhao Xian's actions were too obvious, but Chen Yuqing seemed to see through his little thoughts. Go to the dressing table in the bathroom and get me the face cream. What? Go quickly. Oh. Zhao Xian walked towards the bathroom reluctantly. But after coming to the bathroom, Zhao Xian seemed to have unlocked a new world. The remaining smell inside rushed straight to Zhao Xian's forehead through his nasal cavity, making Zhao Xian intoxicated by it. This smell is different from Zhang Li's. Zhang Li is pure slut. In addition to being elegant, Chen Yuqing's taste also has a unique charm, giving people endless imagination. Zhao Xian breathed in the smell greedily, and when he turned around, he saw the red lace underwear hanging on the wall. Oh my god. This is too big. Zhao Xian knew that Chen Yuqing had a good figure, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Zhao Xian looked at the underwear on the wall, then at his own palm. I wonder if I can hold it with one hand. Thinking in his mind, Zhao Xian couldn't help but put his hand on it. The underwear was wet, it looked like she had just changed it. Zhao Xian had no knowledge of women's clothes, but he could still feel that the material of the clothes was very good and had a silky touch. Did you find it? What took you so long? Before she had time to compare the size with her palm, Chen Yuqing pushed open the bathroom door. Zhao Xian stood there in a daze, and Chen Yuqing saw what he was doing. Zhao Xian, what are you doing? You're a pervert. No, Mr. Chen, please listen to my explanation. What to do? What should I do? How should I edit this time? Zhao Xian knew very well that his explanation in the next second was very important. I just saw that your clothes were hung crookedly, so I wanted to help you straighten them. After hearing this, Chen Yuqing's face remained gloomy, and she slammed the door and left. Obviously, she didn't believe Zhao Xian's nonsense. Walking out of the bathroom, Zhao Xian saw Chen Yuqing sitting on the sofa angrily. Zhao Xian walked over, but didn't dare to sit down. He stood in front of her and rolled up the corner of his clothes. He is very skilled at this move. After standing there for an unknown amount of time, Chen Yuqing finally spoke. Don't stand there, go to bed. As he spoke, he pointed to the second bedroom on the first floor. Mr. Chen, just now Zhao Xian wanted to explain something. He tried to restore his image in Chen Yuqing's heart. But just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Chen Yuqing. I don't want to talk about what happened just now. Go back to your room and go to bed now. Back in the room, Zhao Xian opened the King of Glory and found that Feng Yueqing was also online, so he asked her to play a few games. Then he went back to the penguin and told her everything that happened today. Feng Yueqing, you are really amazing. If I were your boss, I would be pissed off to death by you. Zhao Xian, this time it's really over. My image in her heart is completely ruined. Feng Yueqing, you don't like her, why do you care about these things? Zhao Xian, how do you know I don't like her? Feng Yueqing, why do you like her? Because she is beautiful. Zhao Xian, there is no need for a reason to like someone, it's just. Feng Yueqing, you are just worried that your conditions are not equal to hers, right? She saw what she was thinking. This is also a problem that I have always been worried about, because external conditions are indeed an insurmountable gap. Zhao Xian, yeah. Feng Yueqing, don't think too much. If you really like her, don't be bothered by external material things. And since you know there is a gap between you and her, you should work harder to improve yourself. The gap in external conditions should be your motivation, not an obstacle. After listening to his gaming partner's words, Zhao Xian felt much more comfortable, and he also mentally told himself to work hard. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian became even more curious about this gaming partner. Since being hospitalized, she has been able to resolve her worries every time. Zhao Xian, why don't we meet in person? I'm really curious about you. Feng Yueqing, let's go to the weekend. I'll send you the address then. The next day. Just as Zhao Xian was about to get up and wash, there was a noise outside the door, and then the door was opened. What caught Zhao Xian's eyes was a beautiful face. Although this woman was a little inferior to Chen Yuqing, she was also a beauty. Ah! After making eye contact with Zhao Xian, the woman let out a scream. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Chen Yuqing heard the noise and ran out of the room. Meiting, why are you here? Fang Meiting pointed at Zhao Xindao on the bed and said. Xinger, he is he? Chen Yuqing glanced at Zhao Xian and said. He is my assistant. Our car broke down last night, so we stayed here temporarily for one night. Fang Tingmei looked at Chen Yuqing in disbelief. No way, Xinger, you would actually bring a man home? Fang Meiting felt like the sky was falling. My best friend who has not been interested in any man for many years has actually fallen in love with him? And bring people home? Then she looked at Zhao Xian carefully again and suddenly thought of something. I remember now, isn't he the handsome boy you used to take care of in the hospital every day? Zhao Xian frowned slightly. Have we met before? That's not true. You were still unconscious at that time, and Xinger was guarding you by the bed the whole time. As soon as Fang Meiting finished speaking, Chen Yuqing patted her arm and said. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? What did I say wrong? Didn't you say at that time that you wanted to? Chapter 7, Running with Chen Yuqing. Fang Meiting wanted to say something but was pushed by Chen Yuqing next to her. Zhao Xian felt puzzled when he saw Fang Meiting, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he looked at Chen Yuqing again. I want you to be my assistant. Chen Yuqing took over the conversation and answered Zhao Xian, then pulled Fang Meiting away. Zhao Xian put on his clothes, washed up, and went to the living room, where he saw two women sitting on the sofa, talking and laughing. Mr. Zhao, who is she? As he spoke, Zhao Xian glanced at Fang Meiting. Through the introduction, Zhao Xian realized that Fang Meiting was Chen Yuqing's best friend and her father was a shareholder of the Wanhua Group. Zhao Xian, take Meiting's car back to the company to prepare the planning report. I will be there soon. Let's go, handsome boy. As soon as Chen Yuqing finished speaking, Fang Meiting threw the car keys to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian took the key and saw a trident on it. Maserati Quattroporte. This is the second luxury car driven by Zhao Xian. Although it is not as high-end as the Porsche 911, it still attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. Zhao Xian, do you like my Chinger? Fang Meiting asked Zhao Xian while sitting in the passenger seat. Zhao Xian shook his head while steering. I don't. You still don't admit it, right? Not only did you say that the way you looked at her was not right, but you even stuttered when you spoke. If this isn't love, what is it? Zhao Xian ignored her and concentrated on driving. Seeing that Zhao Xian didn't say anything, Fang Meiting sighed. Hey, I wanted to give you some advice, but since you're not interested, forget it. Hearing Fang Meiting's words, Zhao Xian slowed down the car and waited for me to look at her with anticipation. Didn't you just say you don't like her? Zhao Xian coughed twice, then said seriously. Subordinates must know their superiors better in order to do their work better. Ah, yes. Seeing that Zhao Xian refused to admit it, Fang Meiting could do nothing about it. Xinger goes to the garden next to the company for a morning run every morning. This information is very useful to Zhao Xian. Although he often stays with Chen Yuqing now, they basically only talk about work. But this way there is no way to get closer to Chen Yuqing. If there was no gambling contract with Zhangli, Zhao Xian would not have to worry at all. Because this job is actually very easy, and Chen Yuqing pays himself 8,000 yuan a month plus 5 insurances in one fund, which is enough for him to work until retirement. But there is no way, because the other party has the upper hand over me. He could only speed up the process. The next morning Zhao Xian got up very early, changed his clothes and went to the park. After looking around and not seeing Chen Yuqing, Zhao Xian had no choice but to run around the lake by himself. There are a lot of people jogging in the park. Plus, the park is located in the city center, so the people who come here to jog are either high-level white-collar workers or people in the system. Ordinary people are so exhausted after a day's work that they just want to rest in bed for a while, but they don't have the energy to do that. After running around the lake in the middle for a few laps, Zhao Xian still didn't see Chen Yuqing. It's strange. Fang Meiting clearly told me that she would come every morning. Could it be that she won tea come today? It can't be such a coincidence, right? She just didn't come because I was going to run today? Zhao Xian thought as he looked up and around. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Speed up, are you running or walking? This voice is very familiar to me. So he turned around suddenly and found that Chen Yuqing had been following him. No wonder he couldn't find her after running several laps. Mr. Chen, why are you here too? Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing carefully and found that she was wearing shorts and a vest this morning, with her pair of long, white legs exposed. The tight vest shows off her figure to the fullest, and her chest sways when she runs. Zhao Xian couldn't even help but take a few greedy glances. Not only that, Zhao Xian also noticed that she had a ponytail on her head, which swayed back and forth as she ran, full of the aura of an energetic girl. This is in stark contrast to her usual image of a capable female career elite. You're a grown man, why are you so slow when running? Hurry up! Hearing Chen Yuqing's urging, Zhao Xian immediately increased his speed. I originally thought that my speed was fast enough, but no matter how fast I accelerated, Chen Yuqing was always able to catch up with me. Gradually, Zhao Xian didn't know how many laps he had run. He began to breathe heavily and his speed slowed down. I said, you are not going to be able to do it? Chen Yuqing's voice came from his ears again. No? This woman actually said that she is not good enough? What is the greatest insult to a man? Of course I mean I can't do it. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian became energized and ran forward desperately. In this way, Zhao Xian ran frantically in front and Chen Yuqing chased him from behind, also attracting the attention of many passers-by. They all seemed to envy Zhao Xian for being pursued by such a long-legged beauty. After running for an unknown amount of time, Chen Yuqing suddenly stopped and sat down on a rock by the lake. The shorts she was wearing were already very short, and after she sat down, the shorts slid up even further. Zhao Xian couldn't help but clear his throat when he saw this. He seemed to have an illusion that if he went up any further he would be able to see things he shouldn't see. "What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Why did it stop?" Chen Yuqing didn't say anything, but just waved at him while panting. "It's okay, Mr. Chen, let's continue. I can still hold on." "I know you can hold on, but I can't." As he spoke, Chen Yuqing took out a towel and wiped the sweat off his body. Chen Yuqing was breathing heavily while speaking, which made Zhao Xian unable to help but imagine a lot. Then he continued. "It's okay, Mr. Chen. If you can't stand it, I'll just go slower. Let's continue." As Zhao Xian spoke, an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Chen Yuqing seemed to realize that Zhao Xian had something else to say, and then threw the towel in her hand on his face. "You're looking for death, aren't you?" Zhao Xian smiled awkwardly and said. No, Mr. Chen, if you're tired, let's take a break." "No, why does this sentence feel like it's changing in meaning?" Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes at him, took out 2 bottles of electrolyte water from her bag, and threw one to Zhao Xian. "I didn't expect you to be so self-disciplined," Zhao Xian said seriously. "Being your assistant requires self-discipline." Chen Yuqing sneered. Smooth talk. After the two of them rested for a while by the lake, Chen Yuqing patted her own white thighs, then stood up and said, "Go back to the company." The sound of slapping thighs made Zhao Xian's heart ripple. How he wished he was the one who took the picture of Chen Yuqing's thigh just now. "Mr. Chen, your towel." Zhao Xian chased after her and handed Chen Yuqing's towel to her. "I'm giving it to you." Chapter 8, Meeting the Ex-Girlfriend. "A gift for yourself?" Zhao Xian put the towel away as if he had found a treasure. "This is the towel of the beautiful president, and it still has the scent of her sweat." Zhao Xian followed Chen Yuqing to the company. Seeing Chen Yuqing walking towards the high-level cafeteria, Zhao Xian felt troubled. "Keep up? It's better to go to the staff canteen by yourself." If he followed him, he would have known that the high-level cafeteria was built specifically for the company's top executives, and it would have been obviously against etiquette for him to go in. "Forget it, I'll just go to the staff canteen myself. Although it tastes a bit bad, it's cheap." Chen Yuqing just pressed the elevator button for the high-rise cafeteria, but found that Zhao Xian did not follow her. "I forgot, Zhao Xian cannot go to the high-level cafeteria." Then, an idea came to her mind: why not inspect the staff cafeteria today? That's right, it was an inspection, just an inspection. After convincing himself, he turned and walked towards the staff canteen. There were a lot of people in the staff cafeteria. It seemed that everyone was in a hurry and didn't dare to chew their food slowly. Zhao Xian squeezed for a long time and finally bought 2 buns and a cup of soy milk in the crowd, and then he found a seat and sat down. Oh my god, this is almost as fast as the Lujiazui subway. Sudden. Everyone in the cafeteria looked towards the door. A tall lady wearing hot pants and showing her long legs walked in. Suddenly, the cafeteria, which was bustling just now, suddenly became quiet. This is Iceberg President Chen Yuqing. She actually came to the staff canteen to eat? And this outfit? Those long legs. My god, what a happy picture. After looking around the cafeteria, Chen Yuqing found Zhao Xian. After buying breakfast, she walked towards Zhao Xian. Wherever she walked, the air seemed to freeze. She's coming, and everyone in the cafeteria is focusing their attention. Want to see which boy is lucky enough to have breakfast with the ice goddess? Zhao Xian kept his head down studying his buns and didn't notice anything going on around him. The buns in this magic city don't have stuffing in them, but instead they contain soup? It's still so hot. Suddenly, Zhao Xian found a pair of long, white legs in front of him. I seem to have seen these legs this morning. Looking up along her long legs, I discovered that it was a beautiful CEO. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Zhao Xian, who had just been scalded by a steamed bun, felt no pain after seeing the beautiful president, and his heart was filled with happiness. I'm here to inspect. Everyone in the cafeteria showed shocked expressions. It's more like envy than shock. Who is this boy? Why should the iceberg goddess sit with him? After sitting for a while, Chen Yuqing suddenly stood up and left a sentence. Come to the office after you finish eating. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhao Xian looked at her back, then at the focused eyes of the people around him, and a feeling of loss came over him. Can I really do it? Does she really belong to herself? Hello? Someone patted Zhao Xian on the shoulder. He turned around and saw it was Yang Ying. Squad leader, you are here too. I say you're great. Have things developed to the point where I can have breakfast with you? Zhao Xian smiled awkwardly. Squad leader, please don't make fun of me. Mr. Chen is only here to inspect the staff cafeteria. Why don't you get wise, kid? Have you ever seen a company president inspect a cafeteria? Then why else? Zhao Xian shrugged helplessly. Are you stupid? This is obviously aimed at you. Otherwise, why would she sit next to you when there are so many empty seats next to her? Coming for me? Even Zhao Xian himself found it funny. He admitted that Chen Yuqing had a crush on him, but that was only because of his bravery. Plus, I touched her underwear with my hands last night, so the little bit of good impression I had left was probably gone. By the way, are you going to the team building this weekend? Seeing that Zhao Xian was a little embarrassed, Yang Ying changed the subject. I won't go. I don't really like that kind of occasion. It's a shame for the company to go for team building during break time. Wouldn't it be better to play a few games at home? Yang Ying looked at him as if he were an idiot, and then said, Are you out of your mind? You're a newcomer, and you dare not go to the first team building? Besides, you are someone close to the leader. If you dare not go, those people will definitely bully you behind your back. There is a reason why Yang Ying became the class monitor in college. How could a rookie like her understand the ins and outs of the workplace? Then I'll think about it. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, a green bubble notification sounded on his phone, and he picked it up to take a look. Mr. Chen, I'll give you another 5 minutes. Yang Ying leaned over and saw the message on her phone and joked. Go quickly, your beautiful CEO is calling you. Go to Hongyuan Group and deliver this project plan to them. As he said that, he threw the documents and the 911 key to Zhao Xian. Okay, Mr. Chen. After Zhao Xian took the key, he was secretly happy that he could drive a supercar again. Arriving at the underground parking garage of Hongyuan Group, Zhao Xian was about to get out of the car when he heard a quarrel outside the window. Don't bother me anymore, you can't give me the life I want. Yating, I will try my best. Can you give me some more time, please? I'll give you some time. My youth is only a few years. Why should you let me live through hard times with you? Yating, I beg you, please don't leave, okay? Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Listening to the conversation outside the car window, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel like laughing. Which sad story of a bootlicker and a gold digger was this? Then Zhao Xian rolled down the car window and stuck his head out. The male protagonist is a white-collar worker wearing a suit and tie, and the style of the suit is a little ill-fitting. Based on his experience, Zhao Xian judged that this person should be a house seller. But when Zhao Xian saw the heroine, he instantly lost his composure. Yating. Lin Yating, Zhao Xian's college classmate and also his ex-girlfriend. Zhao Xian shouted, opened the door and got out of the car. After seeing Zhao Xian, Lin Yating's face was full of surprise. Zhao Xian, why are you here? I came to their company to deliver documents. As he spoke, Zhao Xian carefully looked at the man in the suit, then looked at the car next to him. It's a La Vida. To be honest, it's not low for a car of this level. Although people on the internet have been saying that BBA is not high-end enough, how many of them can you afford on your own? But it makes sense when you think about it. When she was in college, Lin Yating abandoned herself and chose to be with the son of the department head in order to secure a place in graduate school. How could Lang Yi possibly catch her eye for someone like her? Chapter 9 Fired? Come on, see? My ex-boyfriend drives a Porsche, and you even bought this crappy Volkswagen on loan. What can you give me to be happy? Lin Yating's words made the man in the suit feel ashamed. He looked at Zhao Xian, then looked at the 911 behind him, and finally drove his La Vida out of the garage. After seeing the man in the suit leave, Zhao Xian also prepared to leave. This Porsche was not his, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. At this time, Lin Yuting was looking around the Porsche as if she had discovered a new world. Hey Zhao Xayan, you've become rich now, you can even drive a supercar. Oh, no, actually this car. You made a lot of money in business, didn't you? Zhao Xian was about to explain when he was interrupted by Lin Yuting. What? I'm just a part-time worker. Zhao Xian scratched his head, trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. You are too low-key. You drive a supercar and say you are just an employee. I really am an employee. I work for the international group. Why is this woman so talkative? Hurry up and leave. The World Group? Li Yuting frowned and said. So you are a senior executive of the Wanguo Group. Then you must have met Yang Ying? No, this woman is out of her mind. When did she say she was a senior executive of the international group? Well, I've met the monitor. When Lin Yuting heard Zhao Xian calling her squad leader, she instantly became unhappy. Yang Ying is Yang Ying, why are you still calling me class monitor? Haven't you called me that enough after 4 years of college? When they were in college, Yang Ying and Lin Yuting didn't get along, and the students in the class were divided into two factions. One side is Yang Ying's side, and the other side is Lin Yuting's side. Let me tell you, that little slut only joined the company after being seduced by a senior executive of the Wanguo Group. After listening to Lin Yuting's words, Zhao Xian found it very funny. If I hadn't spent such a long time with the squad leader, I would have almost believed it. So, are you done? How dare you talk about others? Who in the class is as wild as you? Seeing that Zhao Xian looked unhappy, Lin Yuting said in a coquettish tone. Don't be angry, I won't say anything about her. Are you going back to the Wanguo Group now? I'm just on my way, why don't you take me home? Before Zhao Xian agreed, Lin Yuting opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. When passing by the hood, she pouted and took a photo. Zhao Xian shook his head helplessly. This woman is still like this. Lin Yuting wore a blue denim skirt today with a very short hem. In addition, she crossed her legs, so even more of her thighs were exposed. Although she is not as good as Chen Yuqing, she is still interesting enough to make me unable to help but take a few more glances. After sending Lin Yuting home, Zhao Xian returned to Chen Yuqing's office. But as soon as she entered the door, Chen Yuqing realized something was wrong. Come over. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Zhao Xian walked up to Chen Yuqing and asked. Chen Yuqing looked at Zhao Xian, reached out and grabbed his tie, and pulled him in front of her. After taking a breath of his scent, he said. You kid, you drove my car to pick up girls? Zhao Xian shook his head and said. No, I haven't. No? Chen Yuqing showed a disdainful smile on her face. Yves Saint Laurent's Eau de Parfum, the fresh version. I didn't expect you were drinking with a rich woman. No way, you can smell this? Tell me the truth, what were you doing just now? I just met a college classmate in Hanyuan and gave her a ride. Seeing that he was exposed, Zhao Xian had no choice but to tell the truth. Just classmates? Ex-girlfriend. As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, the disdainful smile on Chen Yuqing's face disappeared instantly. His eyes also turned cold, staring at Zhao Xian like a knife. This look made Zhao Xian shudder. What's wrong with her? She didn't act like this the last time I changed my bidding plan to King's Video. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Zhao Xian asked tentatively. Could it be that this woman cares a lot about other people riding in her car? Chen Yuqing didn't say anything, just lowered her head and reviewed the documents. Although there was no expression on her face, Zhao Xian could still hear from the sound of the pen scratching the paper that her anger had not yet dissipated. He stood beside the desk, not daring to move. The air around him seemed to be frozen. Finally, Chen Yuqing spoke. Get off work. Off work? What does that mean? Going to be fired? Not really. I will be expelled for giving a ride to an old classmate? Zhao Xian looked up at the clock on the wall and spoke cautiously. Mr. Chen, it seems that it is not time yet. Chen Yuqing shook her head and said. Just go. Well, now I'm finally at peace and have to accept the defeat. Zhao Xian took off his coat and walked towards the door. It seems that Zhang Li has to find another job. Don't be late for team building tomorrow. Zhao Xian. Big sister. What I'm saying is, next time you have something to say, don't just say it all in one breath. It's not a dismissal, it's just letting me leave work early. After returning to the rental house, Zhao Xin opened the little penguin and sent a message to Feng Yuweiqing. Xin Zhao, I'm done. Feng Yuweiqing, what's wrong? Afterwards, Zhao Xin wrote a short essay about what happened today and sent it to her. Feng Yuweiqing, so you think the reason she was angry was because someone let someone ride in her car without her consent? Zhao Xin, yeah. Apart from this, Zhao Xin couldn't think of any other reason. Feng Yuweiqing, why are you so cute? Cute? Are you cute? Zhao Xin even went to look at himself in the mirror. He admitted that he was handsome, but how could he be called cute? Zhao Xin, what do you mean? Feng Yuweiqing, I want to go, but it's definitely not the reason you think. Zhao Xin, what about what you said last time, about our offline meeting? Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Zhao Xin had to change the subject. Feng Yuweiqing, Sunday, I have something to do tomorrow, I will send you the address then. Zhao Xin, well, I also have a team building tomorrow. After saying good night to each other, Zhao Xin lay down. But he kept tossing and turning in bed. That night, he couldn't sleep. The next day, Zhao Xin slept until noon, and after getting up and having a meal, he kept playing King of Glory. The team building will not start until the evening. The new season has just been updated and I heard that the matching mechanism has been changed. He has to work hard to gain points in the morning. But the facts proved that I was overthinking. There was no such thing as strong versus strong or weak versus weak. They were just a bunch of scammers. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so Zhao Xin turned off the game and threw his phone aside. At this time, his cell phone rang and he picked it up. Shan Yuqing. Isn't today the weekend? Does that mean we have to work overtime at the company? Zhao Xin stood up from the sofa reflexively and answered the phone. Go downstairs. Chapter 10 Company Team Building. Zhao Xin opened the window and looked downstairs. White Porsche 911. No way, why is she here? After going downstairs, Chen Yuqing threw the key to Zhao Xin. Mr. Chen, where are we going? IFC Guijin. The largest shopping mall in Shanghai? This woman wants someone to accompany her shopping? Mr. Chen, what are we going there for? Just open it. Zhao Xian's rental house is on Jiuchang Street, a slum area in Shanghai. Chen Yuqing's Porsche seemed out of place in such a place. There is some distance from the old factory street to the shopping center. When arriving at the destination, Zhao Xian found that Chen Yuqing had fallen asleep in the driver's seat. Moreover, Zhao Xian discovered that Chen Yuqing was drooling from the corners of her mouth. I didn't expect that the beautiful CEO would drool while sleeping. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian took out his phone and pointed it at Chen Yuqing. Snap. However, he realized he had forgotten to turn off the flash. Chen Yuqing was dazzled by the light while she was sleeping. When she opened her eyes, she saw Zhao Xian holding up the phone towards her. Mr. Chen, we're here. Zhao Xian quickly put away his phone and said. Chen Yuqing raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, then looked at Zhao Xian's guilty look. Arrive? When she arrived at the mall, Chen Yuqing didn't stop when passing by brands like Gucci and Prada, but kept walking forward. What's going on? Are these brands not to her liking? After walking for a while, Chen Yuqing stopped at a Versace store. Mr. Chen, we must have come to the wrong place. This seems to be a men's clothing store. Zhao Xian stepped forward and reminded. Chen Yuqing shook her head. That's right. Right? What kind of fetish does this woman have? Why does she like wearing men's clothes? Take a look, which one do you like? This is? Want to buy clothes for yourself? No need, Mr. Chen. I have formal clothes. Chen Yuqing glanced at the suit on Zhao Xian and showed a look of disdain. Are you going to sell insurance or houses? Indeed, this outfit was what I wore when I was working as a salesperson at Bali Real Estate. At first glance, he does look like an insurance salesman. Zhao Xian tried several sets of clothes in the store and thought they were all good, but Chen Yuqing was never satisfied and always felt that something was missing. Then he pointed to a coffee-colored suit and asked Zhao Xian to try it on. After Zhao Xian put it on, Chen Yuqing looked at Zhao Xian and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it has that flavor. Then Chen Yuqing picked out a light blue set for Zhao Xian. We want these 2 sets, and pack up the shoes as well. Hello, ma'am. The total is 38,000. Would you like to pay by card or cash? How many? 38,000? Zhao Xian tried his best to suppress his excited expression. Give me the money. Chen Yuqing glanced at Zhao Xian. She has been carrying her own bag since entering the mall, so she will pay for it herself. But Zhao Xian searched in the bag for a long time and still couldn't find Chen Yuqing's wallet. Look carefully, the card is in the bag. Zhao Xian looked around again but still couldn't find it. Then, he looked at a compartment in the bag and said, "Is it in here?" As he said that, he reached in and took something out. "Oh, no, that's not." Chen Yuqing tried to stop Zhao Xian's actions. But it's too late. Zhao Xian took out the things inside. Looking at the thing in his hand, Zhao Xian was stunned. At this time, Chen Yuqing's face flushed a little. The salesperson next to him was trying hard to hold back his laughter. International nightclub. Zhao Xian drifted and stopped the car in front of the nightclub, then he and Chen Yuqing got out of the car and walked towards the hall. Flashing neon lights, exciting music, sexy DJs, and charming hostesses. As expected of an industry under the international group, the decoration is luxurious. Even the air is filled with the smell of decadence and extravagance. "Hello, Mr. Chen." A group of waiters lined up and came over to greet Chen Yuqing. Then, a passage was made through the crowd. Zhao Xian followed Chen Yuqing and walked in the middle, enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. Led by the waiter, Zhao Xian and Chen Yuqing came to the main hall. As the door opened, someone in the crowd shouted, "Stand up." Everyone at each table stood up. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Oh my god. This is so cool. A real man should be like this. We have taken over the two connected lands of Numa Mountain. Everyone here has made great contributions. Tonight, don't be restrained and have fun. Thank you, Mr. Chen." "Mr. Chen, you're welcome." Then, Chen Yuqing pulled Zhao Xian to her side and said, "He is my newly hired assistant. He will be a member of the company in the future. I hope we can get along well." After Chen Yuqing finished the introduction, the company's leaders came over and wanted to meet Zhao Xian. After all, he was someone close to the president. After exchanging WeChat with these people, Zhao Xian saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Yang Ying. So he walked towards her table. Yang Ying is the secretary of the chairman of the Wanguo Group and also the head of the secretariat. All the assistants of the Wanguo Group are under her supervision. Apart from Chen Yuqing, she is her second leader. Squad leader, oh no, hello, Chief Yang. Yang Ying rolled her eyes at him. What are you talking about? Are you trying to mock me? As she spoke, Yang Ying looked at the clothes Zhao Xian was wearing, and then said, I say you are good, this outfit is not cheap. Zhao Xian smiled awkwardly. Well enough. Then, Yang Ying glanced at Chen Yuqing, who was sitting in the main seat. She bought it for you? How far has it progressed? Zhao Xian was confused. Squad leader, what are you talking about? Don't pretend. I can see that you like her. Why don't you admit it? Zhao Xian said nothing and nodded silently. I don't know why, but I feel like you're carrying a heavy burden. Yang Ying smiled and said, What do you mean? You like her in your heart, but I feel like you feel a heavy burden in your heart when you like her. Of course, there is such a big gap between her and me, so I must have some psychological burden. Yang Ying smiled and shook her head. That's not the reason. What is that? Yang Ying shrugged. Ask yourself. After saying that, Yang Ying stood up and left with her wine glass. In fact, Zhao Xian knew very well that the burden. Actually, it's that 1 million. He likes Chen Yuqing, and he would still like her even if he didn't have that 1 million. But it was precisely because of that 1 million that he felt guilty towards Chen Yuqing. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly there was another person sitting next to me. Hello, Brother Zhao. I'm the Deputy Director of the Secretariat. My name is Sun Peng. Deputy Director? Another leader? Hello, leader. Hey, don't be so polite, just call me Brother Sun. As they spoke, Zhao Xian and Sun Peng clinked their glasses. Zhao Xian, I want to ask you something. What's the matter, Brother Sun? How did you get into our company? Chapter 11 Demolition of Old Factory Street. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? Are you going to test me so soon? Brother Sun, what you said is true. Doesn't our company require everyone to take an exam before entering? Of course I got in through a written test and an interview. He would never tell Fong Yuan that he was specially recruited by Mr. Chen. He was not that stupid. But at this time, Fong Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised. Can you tell me your written test results? No, buddy, is your EQ so low? Is it okay to ask this kind of question? The results. Zhao Xian scratched his head, pretended to think for a moment, and then said, It's been a while, I don't remember clearly. Sun Peng took a sip of the champagne in his hand and said with a smile, Zhao Xian, you're not doing well in your studies. Secretaries in our company have never had a written test. After Sun Peng finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze. Zhao Xian kept rolling up the corners of his clothes. This. So embarrassing. Zhao Xian now wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This Fong Yuan, could it be that he didn't notice something? Just when Zhao Xian was in a dilemma, the sound of high heels came from behind him. Zhao Xian turned around and looked. Chan Yuqing. Don't sit here anymore. Go toast the leaders at that table and have some conversation with them. Oh my god, it's timely rain. Mr. Chen, you are so cute. Hey, okay. Then, he stood up and said to Sun Peng. Director Sun, excuse me. After Chen Yuqing and Zhao Xian left, Sun Peng put down his glass and dialed a number. Master Gu, you guessed right, there is indeed something wrong with this kid. Come on, leaders, I'll have a few drinks with you. Hey, isn't this Secretary Zhao? Come and sit down. As soon as Zhao Xian came over, he was surrounded by several senior executives. Secretary Zhao, you are a big celebrity around Mr. Chen now. If there is something good, he will definitely think of us. No one dares to offend the people around the leader, and no one does not want to be close to them. Of course, if there's anything good, I will definitely think of you leaders. After praising each other, everyone started talking about their own things. Zhao Xian also heard a conversation between two executives around him. Although we have taken Mumashan this time, the demolition of the old factory street has always been a problem. Yes, that's Zhang Li's territory. This woman has been holding on to Zhouchang Street and won't let go. Mr. Chen is also worried about this. If the old factory street is not taken over, the Mumashan project will not be able to move forward at all. Old factory street? My own rental house is right on Zhouchang Street. Does that mean that place is going to be demolished? And what about Zhang Li? Zhao Xian originally wanted to go up and ask for clarification, but then he thought that it was not appropriate for a secretary like him to interfere in such matters. That woman Zhang Li is against our company at every turn. Hey, if only someone could take that piece of land. What are you thinking? Zhang Li is determined to confront our company this time. There is no way she will give up that piece of land. Forget it, never mind, let's see how Mr. Chen handles it this time. Yeah, there's no point in us worrying so much, just drink. Come on, Secretary Zhao, have a drink too. After the team building was over, Zhao Xian returned to his rental house and fell into deep thought. It is not difficult to judge from the conversation between the two senior executives just now that the old factory street is going to be demolished. This house that has been with me for 2.5 years is about to become a ruin. But what does this have to do with Zhang Li? Could it be that Zhang Li doesn't want to give up this land? And the two people just said that Chen Yuqing was very troubled by this matter. If this is really the case, I have a way to help her. Zhao Xian lay in his rental house all day over the weekend, thinking about this matter all the time. On Monday morning, when Zhao Xian was helping Chen Yuqing clean up her desk, he saw the demolition plan for the old factory street on her desk. Zhao Xian picked it up and flipped through it, and saw that the old factory street was at the hub of Mumashan. If the Mumashan project is to be carried out, the old factory street must be converted into a transfer station. And this old factory street has always been in the hands of Zhang Li. No wonder she didn't bid this time. It turned out she was just waiting for the international group. What are you doing? After Zhao Xian looked through it for a while, Chen Yuqing came in. She glanced at Zhao Xian, then looked at the plan on the table, and said, Why, are you interested in Old Factory Street? Zhao Xian closed the plan and said, Mr. Chen, you forgot that the rental house I live in is on Zhouchang Street, and you drove to pick me up on Saturday. Chen Yuqing nodded and said, It seems so, but it will be gone soon. Mr. Chen, it doesn't seem that easy, right? Chen Yuqing raised her eyebrows, looked at Zhao Xian and said. You know everything? Zhao Xian smiled and said. Not only do I know, I can also help you solve this problem. Help me solve it? Chen Yuqing smiled with some contempt. After all, in her opinion, the entire company had no way to deal with the problem, so what could Zhao Xian do? Stop joking and do your job first. Although there has been some progress recently, it still does not meet my expectations for a chief assistant. Seeing that Chen Yuqing didn't believe him, Zhao Xian said. Mr. Chen, I'm not kidding, I can help you take over the old factory street. Chen Yuqing picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, then said. I know you used to work for Bali Real Estate and you were the top seller there, but Zhangli is determined to make things difficult for us this time. I have sent many people to negotiate, but it is useless. Mr. Chen, trust me, I can help you solve it. After saying that, Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing with a determined look in his eyes. This was the first time he dared to look directly into Chen Yuqing's eyes. And Chen Yu seemed to feel Zhao Xian's determination. Are you serious? Zhao Xian nodded, the determination in his eyes did not fade in the slightest. If you really demolish the old factory street for me, I will give you 10% of the startup capital for this project. 10%? Zhao Xian just saw clearly in the plan that the startup capital for this project is 18 million. And 10% is 1.8 million. As long as I can accomplish this task, I will get 1.8 million. If this is the case, he can not only use the money to get rid of Zhangli, but also get an extra 800,000. Mr. Chen, please take a look. Polaroid Group. It's not Zhao Xian, are you crazy? Zhangli's face was filled with speechlessness. She looked at Zhao Xian and said. I asked you to go undercover in the Wanhua Group, and it would have been fine if you didn't do anything, but you actually helped others to deal with me. Don't be impatient, just listen to me first. Okay, go ahead, I want to see if you can name a flower today. Li sat on the chair with her legs crossed, her skirt sliding up, revealing her fair thighs. Chapter 12, Smart Zhangli. I just want to ask you a question. What is your purpose in occupying Jiuchang Street? After Zhao Xian finished asking, Zhangli tilted her head to one side and said. What do you care about me? Oh. Zhao Xian laughed disdainfully and said. You won't say it, right? I'll say it for you. Don't you just want to discuss the Wanhua Group? Do you think this is fun? With your character, don't I understand you? You can never get it, so no one else can want it. As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, the expression on Zhang Li's face changed. Apparently, Zhao Xian was right. Seeing Zhang Li's guilty conscience, Zhao Xian continued. You have been occupying this land. It is not good for you or the Wanhua Group. But if you give it up, the IWC project can proceed smoothly, and you won't lose the land. Zhang Li moved her body, put her hands on her waist, looked very lazy, and said. You're not entirely right. Zhao Xian was confused. So, what else do you have? Zhang Li picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip, and then said. I can't just watch the Wanhua Group grow bigger day by day, otherwise why would I send you to get close to Chen Yuqing? You have seen the current real estate situation in Shanghai. Most of the real estate industry is in the hands of the Wanhua Group. If they continue to do this, the Boli Group will be swallowed up by the Wanhua Group sooner or later. Zhao Xian frowned after hearing this. In this case, you should give up this piece of land. Yeah, right, give up the land, let them grow bigger, and then swallow me up, right? Zhao Xian felt speechless. He really couldn't understand this woman's train of thought. Do you know why you have never been able to defeat the Wanhua Group for so many years? After hearing this, Zhangli did not say anything, but showed a puzzled expression and motioned Zhao Xian to continue. Because your size is not proportional to your breasts. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhang Li's chest. The shirt is about to burst. After Zhang Li looked down, she also realized what Zhao Xian said. But she was not angry, instead a smile appeared on her face. What do you mean? Zhao Xian pulled a chair and sat down next to Zhang Li, smelling her fragrance while saying. First of all, it's a win-win situation. You won't lose out no matter what. Secondly, if this project is negotiated, Chen Yuqing will trust me even more, and she will let me do many important things. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Zhang Li nodded unconsciously. Seeing this, Zhao Xian knew that she was wavering. But she did not express her opinion, but instead held her cheek and looked at Zhao Xian. What does this woman mean? Are you going to use that trick again? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian felt a chill on his back and quickly moved his chair to the side. Although the fragrance was pleasant, Zhao Xian was really scared. Maybe Wang Dahai would suddenly rush in from outside the door. Seeing that Zhang Li remained silent, Zhao Xian added, I also heard a piece of gossip. If we really can't reach an agreement this time, the Wan Guo group may take extreme measures to resolve this matter. What extreme way? Zhang Li looked indifferent. By Polaroid. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Zhang Li panicked instantly, but he still pretended to be calm and said, Don't try to deceive me with that, kid. Zhao Xian smiled and said, You don't really think that the Wan Guo group doesn't have the strength now, do you? You keep making trouble behind them like this. It's not that they don't want to deal with you, but they just can't spare the effort right now. Zhao Xian's words seemed to really scare Zhang Li. She quickly sat up and said, Actually, it's not impossible to give up the land, but I have a problem now? Zhao Xian frowned. What's the trouble? Then, Zhang Li took a document from the drawer and handed it to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian took the document, which contained the information of a middle-aged man. This man is Lu Guotao, and he's the person in charge of the area on Zhouchang Street. Help me get him out of office. No, is this woman any reliable? Let yourself bring down the leader? Isn't this just asking Ben Boba to get rid of Tang Sang and his disciples? Sister, do you want to hear what you are saying? Zhang Li nodded. This guy is too greedy. He takes a lot of money from me for every project. I've had enough of him. Zhao Xian shook his head. No, this is too risky. Zhang Li was not surprised by Zhao Xian's refusal. Think about it carefully. If this person is not eliminated, even if I give up the old factory street, he will still take a lot of money from you. By then, you will have earned nothing. After listening to Zhang Li, Zhao Xian seemed to understand something. She looked at Zhang Li and said, After all this time, you're still waiting for me here? My God, this woman is horrible. Before, Zhao Xian always thought that she had no vision, but after all this time, he found out that he was the chess piece that was played. Zhao Xian put down Lu Guotao's information and said, Then stop talking nonsense and tell me your plan. Zhang Li gave Zhao Xian a meaningful smile. It seems that Zhao Xian has been controlled by her. This person is not only greedy for money, but also lustful. He often goes to the International Hotel. I want you to go into the International Hotel and take photos of the evidence. Zhao Xian thought for a moment, then said, This isn't difficult, but what happens after I take the photo of the evidence? I don't have any way to hand it over. As Chen Yuqing's assistant, it would be easy for me to enter the International Hotel with my work badge, but I had no way to hand it in. Zhang Li poked Zhao Xian's head and said, How could you be so stupid? Don't you have the Wan Guo group behind you? Explain the pros and cons of this to Chen Yuqing. I believe that with Chen Yuqing's personality, she would not tolerate anyone sharing a piece of the pie with her. Zhao Xian looked at Zhang Li in front of him with an incredible look. This woman is so smart. She knew very well that she could not do anything to Lu Guotao on her own, so she wanted to use the power of the Wan Guo group to kill with a borrowed knife. From bidding to blocking the old factory street, and then to waiting for me to come and negotiate with her. This woman designed them all. Excellent hunters always appear as prey. Okay, I promise, but will this do me any good? Benefits? You dare to ask me for benefits? I took such a big risk to help you, and you didn't show any appreciation? Zhang Li nodded. You want benefits, right? Okay. As she spoke, Zhang Li put down her cup and began to slowly unbutton her shirt. Chapter 13 Sneaking into the International Hotel. What are you going to do? Zhao Xian widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Li in disbelief. Don't you want a reward? Zhang Li said this, but her hands did not stop moving. I'm afraid you're sick. Zhao Xian cursed, took the information, opened the door and ran out. You slut, if it were someone else, I would have done it to you today. But Zhao Xian was really scared. After Zhao Xian ran out, Zhang Li's mouth curved into an arc. Little guy, can't I control you? At night, Zhao Xian drove Chen Yuqing's 911 to the entrance of the International Hotel. Zhao Xian didn't rush down. He sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and kept observing. I had just smoked half of my cigarette when I saw a black Honchi car parked in front of the hotel. Then, a middle-aged Mediterranean man got out of the car. The man was wearing a polo shirt and had a big belly. If he were a woman, she would have thought he was pregnant. Zhao Xian took out the photo Zhang Li gave him and looked at it, confirming that the man in front of him was Lu Guotao. Two women in cheongsams got off the car shortly after. Zhao Xian observed carefully and found that the slits of the two women's cheongsams were very high and their figures were also curvy. Her white and tender thighs are exposed with every step she takes. Lu Guotao walked into the international hotel while hugging one of them. I have to say, these two women are really top-notch. You can doubt your leader's character, but you cannot doubt his vision. After Zhao Xian finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, he walked into the hotel lobby. A receptionist came towards me. She placed her hands on her belly and bowed slightly. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Zhao Xian looked at the receptionist in a daze, waved his hand, and said, No appointment. No, is the front desk so direct now? The girl at the front desk was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Sir, do you have an appointment? Zhao Xian. So embarrassing. What is going on in my head? I can even misunderstand it. Oh, I see. Zhao Xian smiled awkwardly, then took out his business card and handed it to the front desk. After the receptionist read Zhao Xian's business card, he said, It's Secretary Zhao. How can I help you? What's the room number of the person who just went up? The receptionist frowned slightly and said, I'm sorry, Secretary Zhao, this is the guest's privacy, we can't tell you. This result was within Zhao Xian's expectations. It is normal that you cannot get in. If you can get the guest's room number easily, then the international group doesn't need to open it. Zhao Xian didn't waste time talking to her and said directly, Call your manager and I'll talk to him. Not long after the girl at the front desk made a phone call, the lobby manager of the international group came running towards him. It's Mr. Zhao, why are you here? The lobby manager's voice, young Master Zhao, really made Zhao Xian happy. One is called Secretary Zhao and the other is called Master Zhao. There is a reason why they can become managers. I want a guest's room number, but your front desk said they can't give it to me because of a rule. The lobby manager smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry, this is the hotel's rule, we can't disclose the privacy of guests to the outside world. Including me? Zhao Xian's expression was deliberately stern. It's not that he wants to show off, but he just can't lose his aura at this time. It is originally a process of psychological game. If the aura drops a little, it will be out of control. Seeing that Zhao Xian was unhappy, the lobby manager continued to smile. How about this, I'll call Mr. Chen to connect with him. Using Chen Yuqing to pressure me? Zhao Xian glanced at his watch and said, Are you sure you want to disturb Mr. Chen's rest at this time? Zhao Xian's facial expression remained tense, without a trace of joy. The lobby manager shook his head helplessly. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do to help you. Okay, you're really good. As he spoke, Zhao Xian threw the information in his hand to the lobby manager. This is top secret information of the special level. You will be the one to hand it over to Secretary Lu. If the information is lost or leaked, and it causes losses to the Wanguo group, you will be responsible for it. It has nothing to do with me. The lobby manager looked at the words top secret on the cover of the information bag and fell into deep thought, his face a little nervous. Zhao Xian knew this was a good sign, so he added, Manager, this thing is very important, don't lose it. After saying that, Zhao Xian turned and left. As I walked, I counted down in my mind. 3, 2, 1. No, this guy is such a coward, why doesn't he call himself? Zhao Xian didn't dare to slow down, let alone look back. He pretended to be calm and walked towards the door. You scream. Hurry up and shout. As he was about to reach the door, Zhao Xian began to sweat coldly in his hands. It's over. I hope I won't meet a young and stupid guy. Mr. Zhao. After hearing the lobby manager's voice, Zhao Xinxin finally felt relieved. This idiot has made me anxious for so long. Zhao Xian turned around and saw the lobby manager jogging towards him. Mr. Zhao, I am so sorry. You should send him in person. I really can't take on this responsibility. Zhao Xian nodded and said, "You are very competent. I will speak well of you in front of Mr. Chen." After getting the room number from the lobby manager, Zhao Xian asked the manager to open a room for him next to Lu Guotao's. After arriving in the room, Zhao Xian carefully observed the surrounding environment. This is a standard sea view suite with good soundproofing. Zhao Xian searched inside for a long time but couldn't find a suitable angle for shooting. He knew that Lu Guotao and the two Cheongsam beauties were right next to him. When he thought of this, Zhao Xian felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. But how can I take a picture of it? Balcony. Yes, go to the balcony and take a look. Zhao Xian moved towards the balcony and found that all the balconies in this row of rooms were open air. In other words, he can jump from his balcony to the balcony next door. Very good. Zhao Xian climbed over the guardrail and was about to jump over. But when he came to the handrail, he was stunned. This distance. It is more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters. This is too far. When I was in college, I participated in a standing long jump competition and could jump up to 2.8 meters. This distance is almost my limit. But the most important thing is that I am now on the 16th floor and there is no room for error. Any mistake and you'll be torn to pieces. Looking at the abyss below the building, although Zhao Xian was not afraid of heights, he was still scared in his heart. There is no chance of survival if you fall from this height. Jump? Or not jump? Just as he was hesitating, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 14 Secret Photography Success. Zhao Xian picked up the phone and took a look. Zhongli. Hey. What's wrong? How's it going? Did you succeed? Zhongli asked. Zhao Xian told Zhongli about his current situation. Then he asked, "What now?" Zhongli on the other end of the phone immediately dissuaded him. "Forget it, Zhao Xian, don't take the risk, come back soon." "What's the matter? You care about me now?" Zhao Xian teased. "I don't care. If you're gone, who will get close to Chen Yuqing for me?" "I knew it, this woman, how could she be so kind? How could a profit-seeking person like her care about her own safety? I was just overthinking it. Hey! Are you listening to me? I'm warning you, come back here right now." Seeing that Zhao Xian didn't answer, Zhongli on the other end of the phone seemed a little panicked. Zhao Xian ignored him and hung up the phone. Snort! Don't you care? I'll make you anxious to death. After hanging up the phone with Zhongli, Zhao Xian looked at the guardrail in front of him and fell into deep thought again. If you fall from this height, you will be dead. But if you don't jump. I don't know how long it took, but Zhao Xian suddenly exerted force on his feet and jumped up. Fine. Landed safely. Fortunately, I still maintain the level I had in college. After arriving at the balcony, Zhao Xian slowly approached the room along the wall. As soon as Zhao Xian opened the glass door to the balcony, he heard a voice coming from the living room. "Baby, how about we go to the balcony and play?" "That's annoying. I don't want it." "Humph, you are so bad, I don't want you either." "Hey, let's go." "No way. What is going on? You don't want to come to the balcony?" The next second, Zhao Xian heard the sound of high heels coming towards him. The sound is getting closer. He looked around and his eyes were fixed on the gray sofa on the balcony, so he quickly hid behind it. As the balcony door was pushed open, Zhao Xian heard a noisy sound. He carefully poked his head out. Oh my god! This old man is really playing tricks. Even though it was less than 2 meters away from the gray sofa where Zhao Xian was hiding, he could see it clearly. Then, Zhao Xian took out his cell phone. More than 10 minutes later, Zhao Xian stood up from behind the sofa. He looked at the more than 10-minute video on his phone and shook his head helplessly. What a pity, it was wasted when given to this old immortal. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Xian climbed over the fence and prepared to return to the room he had opened. But just as he was about to jump, he was dumbfounded again. My legs are numb. I just squatted behind the sofa for more than 10 minutes, and the scene just now made my brain congested. My legs are so weak now that I can't move at all. No. We can't take this risk again. Zhao Xian climbed back to the balcony and walked into the room. The only way now is to exit through Lu Guotao's room. After entering the living room, Zhao Xian saw a pile of colorful clothes scattered on the floor. There were bursts of noise coming from the bedroom and the bathroom. There was the sound of water in the bathroom, probably the heroine was taking a shower. As for the bedroom, anyway, there was no one in the living room, so Zhao Xian could just open the door and leave the room. Then, he tiptoed towards the door of the room step by step. But just as he was about to reach the door, Zhao Xian slipped and fell to the ground. Oh my god! How could there be water in this living room? Wrong! This doesn't look like water. Zhao Xian quickly turned his head and looked towards the bedroom. Fine. The people inside didn't come out, probably because they didn't notice him. But the next second, the bathroom door opened. Can't you two be more gentle? You're making such a big noise. A woman wrapped in a bath towel came out and complained. But when she saw Zhao Xian falling to the ground, she was stunned. She stared at Zhao Xian with wide eyes, wanting to say something but unable to speak. Zhao Xian also reacted immediately, and quickly put his hand on his lips and made a hush gesture, signaling the woman not to speak. Seeing that the woman didn't make any sound, Zhao Xian felt relieved and got up from the ground and prepared to leave. But the next second. Someone come quickly. The woman's screams resounded through the sky. No! Sister, your reaction time is too long. Following the woman's shout, Lu Guotao and another woman in the bedroom came out of the room. After seeing Zhao Xian, Lu Guotao pointed at Zhao Xian and cursed. Who are you? How did you get in? Zhao Xian glanced at Lu Guotao with disdain. I'm your father. After cursing, Zhao Xian opened the door and ran out. After Zhao Xian left, Lu Guotao and the other two women were left there, confused. After a while, Lu Guotao reacted, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Manager's son, seal off the hotel immediately. Arrest anyone wearing a brown suit immediately. After running out of Lu Guotao's room, he was surrounded and blocked by the hotel's waiters and security guards. Zhao Xian kept shuttling back and forth in the corridors of the hotel, hiding here and there. There he is. Catch him. This bunch of idiots. They're haunting us. Seeing the people behind him chasing him closely, Zhao Xian rushed to the elevator in panic. He kept pressing the button and the elevator door slowly opened. The moment he rushed in, the security guard almost grabbed Zhao Xian's clothes. The elevator rose and Zhao Xian leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Enjoyable. Zhao Xian has never run so frantically since he helped Chen Yuqing chase the bag snatcher last time. So exciting. After a while, the elevator arrived at the station. Zhao Xian didn't know which layer he was pressing. Never mind. Let us get rid of these idiots first. After walking out of the elevator, Zhao Xian found that there was only one room on this floor. Without hesitation, he opened the door and hid inside. When you enter the room, what comes into view is a gorgeously decorated room. Zhao Xian was stunned when he saw the decorations in the room. There is a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling and underfoot is a precious Persian carpet that feels as soft as marshmallows. In the center of the room stands an extra-large carved European-style bed, with delicate and exquisite patterns on the bedposts. I thought Lu Guotao's sea view suite was luxurious enough, but compared with this room, it was nothing. This. What is this for me? Before Zhao Xian could see enough, a woman walked out of the compartment. The woman was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a goblet in her hand. After seeing the woman's face clearly, Zhao Xian was stunned. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Chen Yuqing took a sip of the red wine in her hand, looked at Zhao Xian expressionlessly and said, I should be the one asking you this. What are you doing in my room so late at night? I. Zhao Xian hesitated and couldn't say anything for a long time. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 15 Accidentally entering Chen Yuqing's room. Chen Yuqing glanced at Zhao Xian and came to the door. What's the matter? Mr. Chen, we are catching a thief. I think we saw him running towards you just now. After hearing this, Chen Yuqing immediately turned around and looked at Zhao Xian. At this time, Zhao Xian put his hands together, signaling Chen Yuqing not to say it. Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes at him and said to the outside of the door. I don't have anyone here, please go away. But Mr. Chen, we did see that person take the elevator to this floor just now. And Secretary Lu ordered the arrest of this person. After hearing this, Chen Yuqing said unhappily. Why, from what you said, Lu Guotao is more effective than me. Whoever he tells you to arrest, you'll arrest him? How about asking him to pay you next month's salary? Chen Yuqing asked these three soul-searching questions directly to the waiter and security guard at the door, and they remained silent. Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh. This is really stupid. He can't even figure out who the master is. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, that's not what we meant. We're just worried about your safety. You don't need to worry about my safety, just go do what you need to do. After hearing the security guard outside the room leave, Chen Yuqing returned to sit on the sofa, shook the wine glass in her hand, looked at Zhao Xian, and asked. Tell me, what's going on? Mr. Chen, I. Zhao Xian came in front of Chen Yuqing, hesitating and unable to speak. Don't tell me you're demolishing my house. Zhao Xian stood there and pondered for a while, then told Chen Yuqing what happened tonight. Anyway, Chen Yuqing will know about it when I submit the materials and report it later, so it's better to tell her now. After hearing what Zhao Xian and I said, Chen Yuqing frowned slightly. What about the video? Did you take it? Zhao Xian took out his mobile phone, found the video, and handed it to Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing didn't watch it carefully, but watched it by following the progress bar. She only watched 1 minute of the more than 10-minute video. Then he returned the phone to Zhao Xian. When Zhao Xian took the phone, he noticed that Chen Yuqing's face was a little red. With the addition of red wine, the whole person seems more charming. Chen Yuqing rested her chin on her hand, looked at Zhao Xian and said, I can't believe you would do such a sneaky thing. Can't you see? Does this mean that in Chen Yuqing's eyes, he is still a gentleman? Then, Chen Yuqing said, You mean, you want me to hand this thing over to the higher-ups and get rid of Lu Guotao? Zhao Xian nodded. Yes, only if Lu Guotao is removed will Zhangli give up the old factory street. And if we don't get rid of him, even if we take over old factory street, he will still take a lot of kickbacks. Chen Yuqing leaned on the sofa, shaking the wine glass in her hand and thinking. It seemed that Zhao Xian's words made sense to her. With this video, sending Lu Guotao to jail is just a matter of a phone call for me. But there is one thing, why should I trust Zhangli? You have to know that this woman has stabbed me in the back more than once or twice. If there weren't so many things going on in the group recently, I would have wanted to deal with her a long time ago. Indeed, Chen Yuqing's concerns were not unreasonable. This woman was really insidious. Before, Zhao Xian always thought that she was a little slut who only knew how to be naughty. Until she set him up. Our cooperation this time is a win-win situation. It will do her no good to mess with her behind her back. And this time, it seems that we have no other choice but to cooperate with her. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing leaned forward slightly, her eyes full of thought. Okay, I'll trust her this time. But if she dares to make trouble again this time, even if I don't want the Mumashan project, I will destroy her bully group. After Chen Yuqing finished speaking, her eyes were filled with coldness. She has been enduring the poly group for a long time. After that, Zhao Xian just stood there, looking at Chen Yuqing's room. Chen Yuqing looked at him and said, Why, you still don't want to leave? You want me to keep you overnight? Zhao Xian finally came back to his senses. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Then Mr. Chen, you should go to bed early. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and left. Wait a moment. After Chen Yuqing called Zhao Xian over, she threw him a room card. Go through my exclusive passage, or you'll get caught when you step out. I almost forgot that I'm still wanted by the hotel staff. Maybe Lu Guotao is still waiting for me at the hotel entrance. After leaving the hotel, Zhao Xian received another call from Zhangli. What are you going to do? What? See if you're dead or not. Zhangli said unhappily. Do you know how worried I am about you? You didn't answer my calls or reply to my WeChat messages. What's going on? This woman actually said she was worried about herself? The sun rises from the west. But think about it, if he is gone, who will help him get close to Chen Yuqing? Even if she repeated her previous methods again, she would probably still need luck. I'm busy shooting a video, I don't have time to reply you. Hearing Zhao Xian say this, Zhangli on the other end of the phone instantly perked up. What do you mean? Did you take photos of the evidence? Zhao Xian replied. I took the photo and have handed it over to Mr. Chen. So fast. Zhao Xian could feel Zhang Li's excitement through the phone screen. Zhao Xian, you are too fast. I thought we would run into some trouble, but it was so smooth. Zhang Li's words left Zhao Xian speechless. No, you haven't even tried it, how do you know I'm fast? Okay then, how about coming over and trying it now? Well, this woman has never been afraid of teasing herself. On the contrary, the one who should be afraid is yourself. Go to hell. Zhao Xian cursed and hung up the phone. This woman seduced me again and again. When I get the chance one day, I will be the first to deal with you. While driving, Zhao Xian swore secretly in his heart. After submitting the materials, Zhao Xian waited for news in the rental house. Since Chen Yuqing didn't look for me anyway, I just took a paid vacation. About 2 weeks later, Zhao Xian received the news that Lu Guotao had been imprisoned. He also saw a video on the short video app of Lu Guotao wearing silver bracelets on both hands. Lu Guotao in the video has a bewildered look on his face. Perhaps he will never understand until his death who has schemed against him. If we follow the normal process, it will take at least 1 month. But now the results are out after 2 weeks, so Zhao Xian guessed that it must be Chen Yuqing who was behind it. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but take out the previous video and watch it again. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, how good it feels to be rich. Chapter 16 Lin Yuting's Taste. International Hotel. Come on, Boss Xiao, it's a pleasure to work with you. I'll drink first to show my respect. As he spoke, the engineering boss of Hongyuan Group drank the white wine in the glass. Seeing Zhao Xian signing the demolition contract, the engineering boss of Hongyuan Group was all smiles. Boss Xiao, it is really an honor for me to be able to cooperate with your Wangua Group this time. Boss Li is so polite. I didn't expect that the old factory street would be demolished so soon. Boss Xiao is really young and promising. He has negotiated such a big project. He must have a bright future. Mr. Li, the boss of Hongyuan, is a bald man in his 40s with a big belly. If you don't know, you might think he just came out of the obstetrics and gynecology department. However, Zhao Xian did not pay much attention to him, but instead focused his attention on another woman beside him. Lin Yuting. The last time I saw her was in the basement of Hongyuan Group. The scene of her abandoning her boyfriend is still vivid in my mind. Today, they came to sign the demolition contract for Jiuchang Street, and Boss Li actually brought her along to accompany him. But think about it, with Lin Yuting's looks, she will attract men's attention wherever she goes. With such a big order, it's no wonder that Boss Li brought her here. Boss Li seemed to notice that Zhao Xian's eyes were fixed on Lin Yuting, so he smiled and said, "Why, Boss Zhao is interested in my secretary." Boss Li's words brought Zhao Xian back to reality from his endless reverie. Ms. Lin is my college classmate. After hearing what Zhao Xian said, Boss Li's face lit up with joy. So you two know each other. It will be much easier for us to cooperate in the future. As he spoke, Boss Li waved his hand at Lin Yuting. Yuting, go sit next to Boss Zhao. Lin Yuting also tactfully sat next to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian discovered that she was wearing a sexy OL professional suit tonight, with no stockings on her legs. So after sitting next to Zhao Xian could clearly observe the texture of her thighs. Come on, Boss Zhao, I'll toast you a glass. As she spoke, Lin Yuting moved closer to Zhao Xian and poured him some wine. Zhao Xian also smelled her alluring fragrance. After sitting down, Zhao Xian saw Boss Li wink at Linya. Then Lin Yuting crossed her legs and pulled her skirt up a little. Then he unbuttoned one of the buttons on his shirt. Zhao Xian couldn't help but clear his throat when he looked at Lin Yuting's fair thighs and deep cleavage. When I was in college, this woman refused to let me touch her. Even holding hands would reveal an expression of disgust on his face. Afterwards, Boss Li filled Lin Yuting and Zhao Xian's glasses with wine. Lin Yuting looked at the full glass of white wine in front of her and an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. Boss, I can't drink anymore. Seeing Lin Yuting's refusal, Boss Li looked somewhat displeased. At this time, Zhao Xian picked up his wine glass and stood up and said, "It doesn't matter, I'll do it, you can do whatever you want." After saying that, Zhao Xian drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. Oh my, Boss Zhao is a big drinker. Then he said to Lin Yuting, "Look, Boss Zhao has already finished drinking. Do you have the nerve not to drink?" But, Lin Yuting wanted to say something, but Boss Li gave her a look that made her shut up. Then he picked up the wine glass and drank the liquor in it. After Lin Yuting sat down, Zhao Xian noticed tears in her eyes. If we were in college, I might feel sorry for her for 3 seconds. As for now. He. This woman abandoned me for a place in graduate school and followed the son of the department head. I thought she would be very successful after getting a postgraduate degree, but I didn't expect that she would end up serving me as a drinking companion. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhao Xian saw that everyone at the table had drunk too much, and he was the only one who was still drinking and playing finger-guessing games with Boss Li. Lin Yuting forced a smile beside Zhao Xian, and then Boss Li said, "Boss Zhao, it's getting late. Let's stop here for today." When Boss Li stood up, he staggered and could not even stand steadily. He barely walked out of the private room with the help of several employees. Then Boss Li said to Lin Yuting, "Shaolin, I think Boss Zhao is drunk too. Book him a room and put it on my account." I have to say that although Boss Li looks a bit greasy, he is also a kind-hearted person. Zhao Xian drank a lot of wine tonight and was a little unsteady when walking. Zhao Xian hugged Lin Yuting tightly and almost pressed his whole body on her. Afterwards, Lin Yuting supported Zhao Xian and moved towards the room step by step with difficulty. After finally reaching the room, Zhao Xian fell directly onto the bed. Lin Yuting breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhao Xian lying on the bed. After covering Zhao Xian with the quilt, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave. "You're just leaving like that?" A voice came from behind Lin Yuting. She turned her head to look at the bed. Zhao Xian, who was drunk just now, was now sitting up as if nothing had happened. You're not drunk?" Lin Yuting looked at Zhao Xian in surprise. "You haven't answered me yet, are you leaving?" In fact, Lin Yuting herself knew clearly that Boss Li asked him to help Zhao Xian to the room to rest. If she went back like this, Boss Li would definitely not forgive her. Then, Zhao Xian sat on the bed with his chin resting on his head and looked at Lin Yuting, as if to tell him to do it himself. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuting began to unbutton her shirt. Half an hour later, Lin Yuting's cell phone rang. She picked up the call and heard a man's voice. "Baby, what are you doing?" This voice sounded familiar to Zhao Xian. It should be the cheerful man in the parking lot last time. "What does it have to do with you?" "Don't bother me. I'm busy." "Woo. Baby, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? How about I bring you some medicine? Come on, your bicycle has been kicked over." Lin Yuting's words confused the Audi man, and he said, "Baby, what bike? Do you want to ride a bike with me?" Lin Yuting felt speechless. "You don't have to ride it, someone is already riding it." "Baby, what are you talking about? What do you mean someone is riding?" "I mean, wow, someone is pedaling your bike now. And they're pedaling it while standing up, and they're pedaling it much better than you, wow." After cursing, Lin Yuting hung up the phone angrily. Zhao Xian, who was trying to hold back his laughter, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw Li Yuting hang up the phone. "Ha ha ha ha. Oh, you are so bad." Lin Yuting clenched her fist and punched Zhao Xian in the chest. "I have to say it, you're much more coquettish than you were in college." As he said this, he lit up a cigarette and started smoking. He was not polite to Lin Yuting, and he didn't need to be polite to her now. "Oh, you're so annoying, how can you say that about someone?" As she spoke, Lin Yuting shyly crawled into Zhao Xian's quilt. Chapter 17 Villagers Make Trouble. The next day. After spending some time in bed with Lin Yuting, Zhao Xian drove to Jiuchang Street. It is around 9 o'clock in the morning and the workers have already started working one after another. Seeing the rental house where he had lived for 2.5 years turned into ruins, Zhao Xian felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. "I remember when I graduated from college, I came to this city to work hard with my dreams. I thought I could find a good job with the title of college student. But who would have thought that the bachelor's degree that he was so proud of was nothing here? It can even be said to be a piece of waste paper." Fortunately, Zhang Li was willing to take me in and gave me a sales job. Although the basic salary was not high, Zhao Xian was able to retain the sales crown for a year thanks to his outstanding sales ability. After standing there staring at the ruins for a while, Zhao Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Yang Ying calling. "Hey, squad leader, what's going on? Zhao Xian, where are you now?" Yang Ying's voice was a little hurried. "I'm in Old Factory Street, what's wrong?" Come to the company soon, something big has happened. What happened? Yesterday afternoon, there was a dispute between the residents of Jochang Street and the people who were demolishing the houses. In the evening, someone rushed into the residents' homes and stabbed them with a knife. What? Yang Ying's words made Zhao Xian feel a chill on his back. Where are you now? Is everything alright? The person has been sent to the hospital overnight, and I heard he is still being rescued. It's over now. The most feared thing about demolition is bloodshed. If this matter is not handled properly, the project may be stopped. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian hurriedly drove to the hospital. Along the way, Zhao Xian prayed silently in his heart, hoping that nothing would happen to anyone. Even though it has nothing to do with me, I don't have to take responsibility. But once the project is stopped, his 1.8 million will be lost. He had finally fought for this opportunity from Chun Yuqing, and even risked his life to go to the international hotel to take pictures of the evidence. Just when we were about to succeed, this happened. On the way to the hospital, Zhao Xian also received a message from Yang Ying. It is said that all the residents of Jochang Street have run to the building of the international group to seek justice, and now the front door of the international group is blocked. Oh my god. It's really like one crisis after another. Zhao Xian is now in a state of panic. When he arrived at the hospital, Zhao Xian found the victim's family as soon as possible. Just as I was about to ask about the situation, the victim's son came up and grabbed me by the collar. You beasts! If my father were gone, I would fight you, the Wanguo group, to the death. Zhao Xian saw that the victim's son was wrapped in bandages, probably from the injuries he sustained last night. He is a little younger than me and looks like a college student. The eyes are full of clarity. Don't get excited. I'm the person in charge of this project. Can you tell me what happened? Zhao Xian tried his best to comfort the family members. He had to figure out the situation first. Last night, my family of 3 was watching TV in the house, and suddenly a group of people broke in from outside, holding knives and chasing me and my father. My father was stabbed twice in order to protect my mother, and he is still being rescued. After hearing what the college student said, Zhao Xian frowned and thought for a while, then asked. Then how do you know they are from the Wanguo group? They said so themselves. The college student became more and more excited as he spoke. They kept saying from the moment we entered the room that they were from the Wanguo group, and they said we were ungrateful and that they wanted to teach us a lesson. The college student's words left Zhao Xian speechless. Isn't this just blatant frame-up? Who would go and hack someone with a knife and then tell everyone about their identity? My father didn't offend anyone usually. He had a quarrel with someone from your Wanguo group yesterday afternoon and was chopped off. Who else could it be if not your Wanguo group? Zhao Xian nodded helplessly and said. Okay, since you said so, I'll find someone to confront you. Then a phone call was made, calling all the people who had quarreled yesterday afternoon to come to the hospital. Come on, who among you had a quarrel with his father yesterday? Stand up. Zhao Xian said as he looked at the employees standing in a row in front of him. It's me. One of the employees stood up and said. Xiao Ge? Zhao Xian grabbed him by the collar, dragged him in front of the university student and his mother and said. Come and see if it's him? The college student looked at Xiao Ge carefully, then shook his head and said. He was the one who quarreled with my father, but he was not the one who rushed in and attacked people last night. After hearing this, Zhao Xian felt relieved. Do you remember what those people looked like? The college student thought for a while, then said. The leader had a scar on his face and a scorpion tattooed on his neck. Then Zhao Xian turned to the employee behind him and asked. Are there any members of our project with scars on their faces or tattoos on their necks? At this time everyone shook their heads. Director Zhao, let alone the employees of our project, you can't find a single person with a tattoo in the entire Wanguo group. Yes, our company has very high requirements for the image of its employees. We will not hire anyone with tattoos, even if they are relatives of the leader. That's good. At least now we can confirm that it was not done by the Wanguo group. Did you hear that? The person who committed the crime last night was not from our Wanguo group. After hearing what Zhao Xian said, the college student's mood, which had just calmed down, became excited again. He rushed over and grabbed Zhao Xian by the collar. What do you mean? My father is in there and his life or death is unknown. You don't plan to take responsibility, right? No, buddy, stop pulling my collar all the time. This Versace suit of yours is very expensive. If we didn't do it, why should we be held responsible? You don't have any substantial evidence to prove that it was our Wangwa group that chopped the man down? The employees behind him all felt sorry for Zhao Xin. Okay, since you are not responsible, then we will just wait and see. Anyway, our village chief has already brought people to your Wangwa group. When things get out of hand, let's see how your Wangwa group will end up. Damn it! Isn't this just being a rogue? Zhao Xinxin knew very well that this matter could not be made a big deal. This is because the pressure from public opinion is endless. If the media gets involved, they will be able to tell you something even if nothing happened. Zhao Xin tried hard to control his anger and said to the college student, Okay, no matter what, this matter is caused by our Wangwa group. We are willing to bear all of your father's medical expenses. I will talk to the doctors later and ask them to give your father the best medicine and try to save your father. Secondly, we will give you an additional 10% of your demolition fee. Is that okay? Chapter 18 Trouble Solving. Damn it! If it wasn't for the safe landing of my own 1.8 million, I wouldn't want to give you a penny. After comforting the family members at the hospital, Zhao Xin hurried to the Wangwa group. There is a group of living dads waiting for me over there. When Zhao Xin arrived at the gate of Wangwa group, he saw a group of villagers had surrounded the entrance of the company. Before my car even stopped, the group of villagers surrounded me. Looking at the heads outside the windshield, Zhao Xin instantly lost the desire to get out of the car. No! What does it have to do with you if someone gets stabbed? After getting off the car, Zhao Xin looked around. Fine. There were no reporters from TV stations, and no live broadcasts. That would make things much easier. Zhao Xin took the megaphone from an employee and shouted, Dear neighbors, please stop arguing and listen to me. Look, isn't this the boy Zhao Xin? It seems so. Is this kid doing so well now? Yes, even a sports car is being driven. Dear neighbors, this incident has nothing to do with our Wangwa group. I have already communicated with the family and made corresponding compensation. The villagers below were instantly in an uproar when they heard this. You don't plan to take responsibility if something goes wrong, right? It was obviously done by you, the Wangwa group. After a quarrel during the day, he was stabbed at night. Even a fool would know what happened. Xin Zhao raised his trumpet again. I have already compensated the victim. What else do you want? Just compensate the victim and that's it? What about us? Zhao Xin. No, the other person was chopped down and you suffered no loss at all. Isn't the demolition compensation given in full? Zhao Xin didn't want to waste time talking to this group of people, so he found the village chief among the crowd. Village chief, what do you want? Zhao Xin had dealt with the village chief several times, and it was he who discussed the demolition matter last time. The village chief took Zhao Xin's hand and said kindly, Zhao Xin, don't the guys just want some benefits? Why don't you give them some and send them away? This old man extorted 50,000 yuan from me when I signed the contract last time, and this time he wants to get some benefits from me. Village head, I will pay all the medical expenses for the victim. Aren't you afraid of retribution for taking advantage of others like this? The village chief looked indifferent. It's up to you. If you don't want to spend a penny, then we'll just stay here and waste time. If the reporters come, I won't be able to handle this. Zhao Xin's back teeth were almost broken at this time. It is said that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, but this group of guys are really greedy. I helped them demolish their old house, let them move into new one, and gave them relocation compensation. In the end, you repay kindness with enmity. Village chief, please tell me the number. Zhao Xin whispered in the village chief's ear. The village chief didn't say anything, but stretched out 5 fingers. Another $50,000. This old man. Zhao Xin nodded and said, No problem, let them go. This old guy, I really want to cut him into pieces. Then the village chief added, Now that these villagers are here, you have to throw them a few bones. Zhao Xin helplessly picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Dear neighbors, this has indeed caused trouble for everyone. So to express our apology as the international group, we are willing to waive the property management fee for 1 year. After Zhao Xin finished speaking, the villagers below were in an uproar again. To send away beggars. It's only been a year. You should at least give me some real compensation. Damn. This time Zhao Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his trumpet and shouted. I gave you face, didn't I? Since you think it's too little, then fine, I won't give you a cent in compensation, so get out of here right now. I have already made concessions. Since you don't appreciate it, you can't blame me. Boss Zhao, don't be angry. We agree to waive our property management fee for 1 year. Yes, we are willing to compromise. At this time, Zhao Xian unbuttoned 2 buttons on his suit and shouted. Compromise. I've already given you a chance, hurry up and get out of here. If you don't, I'll call the government to come over. You can file a lawsuit if you want. Do you really think that the legal system of the Wanhua Group is just there to do nothing? After Zhao Xian finished yelling, he glared at the village chief. The village chief understood what Zhao Xian meant and took the loudspeaker from him. Okay, let's go back. It's fine if I can't get compensation, but the crime of gathering a crowd to cause trouble is a serious one. I might end up in jail for 2 days. Anyway, I have already gotten the benefits I deserve, so whether this group of villagers can get the benefits has nothing to do with me. Hearing the village chief's words, the villagers below also turned back. Watching these villagers leave, Zhao Xian became extremely angry. He didn't feel bad about the money he lost, after all, it came from the project fund of the international group. It has nothing to do with me. He just couldn't stand the disgusting faces of these people. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian secretly swore that what he paid today would be recovered from these people sooner or later. After solving the trouble here, he rushed to the president's office upstairs. Since such a big trouble has happened, I must give Chen Yuqing an explanation. Pushing open the door, Zhao Xian saw Chen Yuqing sitting in a chair reviewing documents. It's been almost a month since they last met, but Zhao Xian still misses her a lot. Although he slept with Lin Youting last night, in Zhao Xian's heart, no woman can compare to Chen Yuqing. Mr. Chen, Zhao Xian was about to say something when Chen Yuqing raised her hand to interrupt him. Go make me a cup of coffee first. What does this mean? Make yourself some coffee as soon as you arrive? Or does the beautiful CEO want to give herself a warning? No matter how successful you are outside, you are still my secretary? After serving the coffee, Zhao Xian said tentatively. Mr. Chen, can you taste it and see if it still tastes the same as before? Chen Yuqing picked it up and took a sip, then nodded with satisfaction. Have you sent away the group of people at the door? Chen Yuqing didn't look up at him. She lowered her head and continued to review the documents, and her tone of voice was full of calmness. Even though such a big thing happened, she was not anxious at all. And since I met her, she has never panicked. I got the wrong information when bidding, my car broke down, team building. And this time the villagers came to the door to cause trouble. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could make her frown. Well, they've all been sent away. I've also taken care of the hospital side of things. Chen Yuqing nodded with satisfaction again, then turned to look at Zhao Xian. Chapter 19 Qinglu Obey. What do you think? Zhao Xian thought for a moment, then said. I think there are only 2 people who are suspects in this matter, one is Boss Li and the other is Zhang Li. I think it's unlikely that Boss Li would do that, because when he signed the contract, it was clear that he really needed this order and wanted to get close to our Wanhua group, so he has no motive for doing this. Chen Yuqing smiled slightly and said. So you think it was Zhang Li who did it? Zhao Xian shook his head and said. I don't think it's her either. Why? Chen Yuqing raised her eyebrows. It's the same as Boss Li. This won't do her any good, unless. Zhao Xian was a little hesitant. Unless what? Unless she wants to disgust us, the Wanhua group, but I don't think she would be that bored. Chen Yuqing smiled disdainfully, and then said. But what if she's just that boring? I told you before, this isn't the first time she's stabbed me in the back, she's been doing this for years. Although what Chen Yuqing said made sense and Zhang Li did have a criminal record, her intuition told her that Zhang Li did not do it. Mr. Chen, this time is different. I have already explained the pros and cons of this matter to her very clearly. She can't possibly. Zhao Xian wanted to say something to defend Zhang Li, but was interrupted by Chen Yuqing. She looked at Zhao Xian with a somewhat unhappy expression. She promised you on the surface before, coaxing you to help her get rid of Lu Guotao. Once her goal was achieved, she turned her back on us. This is very consistent with her usual style. Zhao Xian could see that Chen Yuqing was a little unhappy, and if he continued to argue, he would only be asking for trouble. After all, Chen Yuqing's feelings towards Zhang Li were personal, and it was difficult for her to make an objective analysis. She really hates Zhang Li. Seeing that Zhao Xian didn't say anything, Chen Yuqing said. Whether she did it or not, solving the Bali group problem has already been put on the agenda, so it doesn't matter. Zhao Xian nodded and said nothing. Silence is the best choice at this time. Okay, you have made an invaluable contribution to the completion of the old factory street. I will give you 2 days off, and I will pay you the 1.8 million I promised you after the project is completed. Have a holiday? I've been on paid leave at home for such a long time, and now I can take a vacation again? This is so cool. But before Zhao Xian could be happy for long, he suddenly remembered that today was Friday. Friday? And then 2 days off? My grandma Tony. After leaving the Wanhua group, Zhao Xian immediately came to the Bully group. No matter what, she had to find Zhang Li to get things clear. Zhang Li, who was still taking a nap, was woken up with a grumpy look on her face, but when she saw that the person coming was Zhao Xian, she immediately laughed. Why, you're here to call me to task so soon? Zhao Xian looked at Zhang Li, who seemed to be waiting for him, and understood instantly. This woman really did it. It really is you. Zhang Li, you are so boring. Zhang Li ignored him, slowly picked up the water cup and took a sip, then looked at Zhao Xian with a playful expression. Zhao Xian became even more furious when he saw her like this. He snatched the water cup from her hand, slammed it heavily on the table, and said angrily, I have already analyzed the pros and cons with you before, why are you still doing this? Zhang Li looked at the tea spilled on the table, but she was not angry. Instead, she picked up a rag and wiped it while saying to Zhao Xian, Isn't this the effect that the bad guys behind this want? Zhao Xian frowned after hearing this, and then said, What's the meaning? Think about it, who would be the happiest in this situation? Who is the happiest? If the Poly group and the international group end up fighting and both suffer losses, who will be the happiest? Are you saying that this was done by Bao Li and Wanhua's enemies? Zhang Li's words gave him an epiphany. Zhao Xian had previously thought that it was not Zhang Li who did it, because she really had no motive. In this case, the person who did this had only one motive. Stir up the relationship between Bao Li and Wanhua group. Zhang Li shook her head. Not entirely. The Bao Li group has been in the Magic City for so many years, and it has no enemies. If I have to name one, it would be your Wanhua. As for your Wanhua group's enemies, hee hee. Zhang Li didn't finish her words and gave Zhao Xian a meaningful smile. Zhang Li's words instantly cheered up Zhao Xian. What do you want to say? Who is your enemy? This woman is really smart. Even Chen Yuqing didn't think of this, but she did. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. If this woman wanted to plot against me, I would probably be eaten alive by her without leaving any residue. Then, Zhang Li leaned back and said with a smile, Go back and ask Chen Yuqing yourself, otherwise she will think I am trying to sow discord between them if I tell her. Zhao Xian stepped forward and held Zhang Li's shoulders with both hands, saying anxiously, Don't talk nonsense, just tell me who it is, do you know anything? Zhang Li looked at Zhao Xian's hands holding her shoulders and said lightly, You pinched me so hard that it hurt. Zhao Xian also noticed his own gaffe and let Zhang Li go. Then, Zhang Li held her cheek with her hand, looked at Zhao Xian and slowly spoke. I'll give you a hint. Qing Luo Bei. IWC Group. Zhao Xian pushed open Chen Yuqing's office door and walked in hurriedly. Chen Yuqing glanced at him and said, Didn't I give you 2 days off? Why are you back? Didn't you work enough? Where is Qing Luo Bei? After Zhao Xian finished asking, Chen Yuqing's expression immediately became serious and the pen in his hand stopped. Zhao Xian was surprised to see her looking like she was facing a formidable enemy. What is the origin of Qing Luo Bei? Why did Chen Yuqing become so nervous? Chen Yuqing frowned, her eyes full of seriousness. How do you know Qing Luo Bei? Zhang Li told me, Zhao Xian replied. She said she didn't do it, and asked me to come back and ask you. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Chen Yuqing fell silent, with a gloomy expression on her face. After an unknown amount of silence, Chen Yuqing said calmly, Zhao Xian, let's just leave this matter alone. Anyway, the old Factory Street project has been won, and I don't want to pursue it any further. Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a little scared when he saw her like this. He had never seen Chen Yuqing like this before. How powerful is this Qing Luo Bei? It could actually make the usually calm Chen Yuqing feel scared. You know, in Zhao Xian's impression, Chen Yuqing has never been flustered because of anything. But, Mr. Chen. Zhao Xian wanted to say something but was interrupted by Chen Yuqing. Chapter 20 Going to Chen Yuqing's house. You don't have to worry about it anymore, this matter ends here. As he spoke, Chen Yuqing looked up at the clock on the wall and said, It's getting late. I'm going to get off work now. Then he threw the keys of the Porsche to Zhao Xian. Since you are back, please send me back. Zhao Xian. Following Chen Yuqing's instructions, Zhao Xian drove to Tangchong Yipentang. The last time I went there was just Chen Yuqing's small villa in the suburbs. Chen Yuqing lent that place to Fong Meiting, so she lived there, which was why she ran into her last time. Tangcheng Yipin is where Chen Yuqing often lives. As Chen Yuqing opened the door using facial recognition, everything that came into view made Zhao Xian's legs go weak. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked. Where is this? Is it heaven? Is this the kind of place that should exist in the world? How can this be a villa? Isn't this a big castle? Not to mention other facilities, which are basically standard features of a luxury house. Just this living room is over 100 square meters. The apartment I live in my hometown of Chuncheon is only 120 square meters. No wonder people say that one house in a county town costs 1 square meter in a pond city. Someone has done a calculation online before. If you want to buy a house here with a monthly salary of 3,000, you have to start working since the Warring States period. After visiting the car for a while, Zhao Xian returned the car keys to Chen Yuqing. Mr. Chen, you're home too, so I'll go back first. Chen Yuqing looked at Zhao Xian and found it a little funny. Where are you going back to? Go home. Do you still have a home? Zhao Xian. Yes, the old factory street has been demolished, and it was demolished by our own hands. Where is home? I have been staying in a hotel these days and haven't even had time to move my luggage. Zhao Xian didn't know what to say. He stood there hesitating for a long time and couldn't utter a word. You can stay here first. I'll have someone move your luggage here tomorrow. You can leave after you find a house. What? Live here? What the hell? I can actually live in such a big mansion. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will find a house as soon as possible and won't bother you for too long. Zhao Xian was a little excited. With such a huge mansion, who wouldn't he be confused? Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing. I can live with the beautiful CEO. Seeing Zhao Xian so excited, Chen Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Why are you stuttering again? As she spoke, Chen Yuqing picked up the apron on the table and walked towards the kitchen. This is? Going to cook? Zhao Xian stood there, looking at Chen Yuqing's back. She was a career elite 1 second and a housewife the next. What a contrast! There is an urge to rush up and confess. But he knew that he couldn't be impatient. I just earned my first 1.8 million in my life. I earned it from Chen Yuqing. There is still a long way to go before I can be worthy of her. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian secretly vowed in his heart that he would earn more 1.8 million in the future. Xian Zhao. In the kitchen, Chen Yuqing half came out, holding a spoon in her hand and said, Are you going to eat what's ready? Oh, I'll be right there. Zhao Xian's thoughts were broken and he walked towards the kitchen happily. It didn't take long for the two of them to prepare dinner for tonight. When the food was served, Zhao Xian fixed his eyes on one dish. Fry the sausages. Last time at the suburban villa, when Zhao Xian cooked instant noodles for Chen Yuqing, he specially added a sausage for her. I want to see what she looks like with the sausage in her mouth. It's a pity that Chen Yuqing opened it later and I didn't see it. Don't miss it again this time. While eating, Zhao Xian kept his eyes on the plate of sausages, afraid of missing it. But Chen Yuqing had already finished a bowl of rice and had not touched the plate of sausages. Doesn't she like to eat? That shouldn't be the case. Chen Yuqing fried that plate of sausages herself. If she doesn't like it, why does she fry it? Then, Zhao Xian picked up one and put it in his bowl. After taking a bite, he said, Mr. Chen, the sausages you fried are so delicious. Chen Yuqing nodded. Well, if it's delicious, eat more. Zhao Xin. No, you eat it. You fried it yourself, but you don't even eat it yourself? Seeing that Chen Yuqing had finished her second bowl of rice, she still had no intention of picking up the sausage. Then, Chen Yuqing put down the bowl and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. No way. She's not going to eat it, is she? No, if I miss it this time, I don't know when I can see it next time. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian plucked up his courage, picked up a sausage and put it on Chen Yuqing's plate. Mr. Chen, this sausage is really delicious, you should try it. You should eat it this time. When Chen Yuqing saw the sausages on the plate, she frowned, then picked up the knife and fork beside her. He cut the sausage into small pieces and put one piece in his mouth. Yeah, it's really delicious. Zhao Xin. No. What kind of nice person eats sausages like this? You even need a knife and fork. Watching Chen Yuqing cutting the sausage with a knife, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Afterwards, Chen Yuqing ate the remaining sausages while looking at Zhao Xian and said, What are you expecting? I. All right. My little thoughts were seen through. I'll go wash the dishes. After saying that, he quickly collected the dishes on the table and went into the kitchen. Watching Zhao Xian fleeing in panic, Chen Yuqing couldn't help but cover her mouth with the back of her hand and giggled. Unfortunately, Zhao Xian did not see this scene. After washing the dishes, they sat at opposite ends of the sofa and watched TV. Of course, my mind is definitely not on TV. Looking at Chen Yuqing in her pink nightgown, Zhao Xian couldn't help but slowly move towards her. Although his movements were very small, Chen Yuqing still noticed them. She turned to look at Zhao Xian and said, Do you have a girlfriend? Zhao Xian shook his head. I dated someone in college, but we broke up later. How is it divided? Zhao Xian's face was somewhat gloomy. She followed the son of the department head in order to secure a place in graduate school. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing instantly became interested. The one who sent her home in my car that day? Zhao Xian nodded and said, That's her. Do you hate her, then? There's nothing to hate about her. She made her own choice. Although Zhao Xian slept with Lin Yating that day, he could not erase the scars she left on him. That night, Zhao Xian saw her get into the car of the department head's son with his own eyes. He would never forget the contemptuous look from the department head's son. From then on, he vowed to make a name for himself. Chapter 21 My dad wants to see you. Mr. Chen, then you. Chen Yuqing smiled and shook her head. Do you believe me when I say I've never been in love? Of course I believe it. Chen Yuqing is called the iceberg goddess by everyone, and this title is not for nothing. Never talked about it in college? Chen Yuqing shook her head. After I finished college in Shanghai, I went to study in the United States. There was a boy from Beijing who pursued me there. Pursued? Zhao Xian immediately became alert. Although many people in Shanghai were pursuing Chen Yuqing never took it to heart. But she mentioned this boy from the capital city alone, which made Zhao Xian alert. Then do you agree? Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing expectantly. But he reacted after a moment. Of course he didn't agree. Otherwise, how could she have said just now that she had never been in love? Chen Yuqing smiled and said, You seem anxious? Oh, no. Zhao Xian scratched his head awkwardly. As your assistant, I must pay attention to your affairs. Yes, until now I only dare to say that I am Chen Yuqing's assistant. I don't even have the courage to say the word friend. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Chen Yuqing stood up and poured 2 glasses of red wine. After handing one to Zhao Xian, she said, You don't have to be so reserved in private in the future. As he said this, he clinked glasses with Zhao Xian. Then, the sound of dripping rain was heard outside the window. As the rain was getting heavier, Zhao Xian wanted to close the window. But as soon as he stood up, Zhao Xian's sleeve was grabbed by Chen Yuqing. Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing suspiciously. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? I'll go close the window. Chen Yuqing didn't say anything, but kept looking at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian also noticed that her face was a little pale and her lips were trembling slightly. What's wrong with her? Boom! A burst of thunder sounded. Zhao Xian felt Chen Yuqing holding his sleeve even tighter. His whole body froze, and his originally livid face turned into one of horror. It turns out she is afraid of thunder. Watching the rain outside the window drifting into the house, Zhao Xian grabbed a Pikachu pillow and gave it to Chen Yuqing. "Mr. Chen, I'll go close the window first." Zhao Xian really wanted to hold Chen Yuqing in his arms, stroke her head and comfort her. But he can't. Because he couldn't be sure what position he held in Chen Yuqing's heart. He was not sure whether this would offend Chen Yuqing. After the window was closed, Zhao Xian turned around and saw Chen Yuqing curled up on the sofa, holding the Pikachu pillow tightly in her hands. He sat next to Chen Yuqing, and seeing her pitiful appearance, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a desire to protect her. About half an hour later, the rain stopped. Chen Yuqing threw Pikachu aside, and the frightened expression on her face had disappeared. Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing and said slowly, "Mr. Chen, are you okay?" Chen Yuqing shook her head and said, "I'm fine, go and rest." As she spoke, Chen Yuqing pointed to the second bedroom next to the master bedroom. It was only a little past 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Xian had no habit of going to bed early, so he lay on the bed and played a few games of King of Glory. "I originally thought of playing 2 games and then going to sleep, but this damn matching mechanism makes me win one and lose another. I played until 2 a.m. and was still stuck at 49 stars. Damn it. No more playing." Throwing his phone aside, Zhao Xian prepared to go to bed. But as soon as I lay down, the raindrops outside the window hit the window like beads. It's raining again. And this time it rained even harder than before. Boom. A thunderclap sounded. "Finished. Mr. Chen." Zhao Xian was about to get up, but then he thought, Mr. Chen should be asleep at this time. Boom. Before Zhao Xian could think, a thunderclap sounded again. Zhao Xian clearly felt the bed vibrate. With such loudness, even Zhao Xian, a grown man, felt frightened, let alone Chen Yuqing, a woman who was afraid of thunder. Then, Zhao Xian vaguely heard a noise coming from the next room. Zhao Xian listened carefully and it seemed to be the sound of a woman crying. Mr. Chen was scared to tears by the thunder? Zhao Xian quickly got up and came to the door of Chen Yuqing's room. The crying became clearer. "Woo woo. Woo woo. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Do not leave me? Who is this talking about? Ex-boyfriend? That's impossible. Didn't she say she had never been in love?" Listening to the crying in the room, Zhao Xian became conflicted. "Do you want to come in? If you don't go, you'll miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But if I go in, what will be my position? Who am I to her? You can't just take the secretary's position, right?" Zhao Xian kept hesitating. The crying sound in the room made him feel itchy. Final. He pushed open the door of the room. "Turn on the light." Chen Yuqing was wearing cotton pajamas, curled up on the bed, holding the Pikachu that Zhao Xian had just handed to her. Zhao Xian noticed that Pikachu's face was deformed. Alas, poor Pikachu. "Mr. Chen, are you okay?" Zhao Xian came to the bedside and asked cautiously. "Wow." After seeing Zhao Xian, Chen Yuqing could no longer hold back and threw herself into Zhao Xian's arms. Woo woo. Looking at Chen Yuqing in his arms, Zhao Xian was stunned. Happiness comes too suddenly. This temperature. What a touch. It's even softer than marshmallows. Seeing that the other party had taken the initiative, Zhao Xian also accepted the offer. He hugged Chen Yuqing in his arms. Looking at Chen Yuqing's pitiful appearance, Zhao Xinxin felt very distressed. As thunder roared, the two people hugged each other tighter and tighter, and Zhao Xian pulled a quilt to cover Chen Yuqing. That's all. Zhao Xian was sitting on the edge of the bed while Chen Yuqing was sleeping on the bed with most of her body nestled in Zhao Xian's arms. This scene made Zhao Xian extremely intoxicated. How nice it would be if the rest of my life could be like this. The next day, Zhao Xian woke up under the sunlight outside the window. Then, he subconsciously reached out to touch the bed, but found nothing. He suddenly opened his eyes. Where is the beauty in my arms? Did I have a dream last night? Zhao Xian glanced at the surroundings and it was obviously not his room. It seems it's not a dream. But where is Chen Yuqing? Just when Zhao Xian was puzzled, the door of the room was pushed open. Chen Yuqing, who was wearing an apron and had her hair tied in a bun, looked at Zhao Xindao and said, "Get up and have breakfast." It turned out that he went to make breakfast. I slept so soundly last night. She didn't even know when she got up. But that's true, who wouldn't be confused if you hold such a beautiful woman in your arms? When he arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Xian saw 2 plates of buns and a glass of milk on the table. This Baozi Zhao Xian looks very familiar. No stuffing in it, just soup. I was scolded by it last time when I was eating in the staff cafeteria. Because of what happened last night, neither of them spoke during breakfast. Zhao Xian also noticed that Chen Yuqing's eyes were red. Although there was no bloodshot, it was still obvious that she was crying. In fact, Zhao Xian also felt very strange. It was normal for girls to be afraid of thunder. But how could someone be frightened and cry like she did, and what she said last night, "Don't leave me"? Zhao Xian guessed that there must be some story behind this. After breakfast, come home with me. Chen Yuqing's words interrupted Zhao Xian's thoughts. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Why do I suddenly want to go to your house? Chen Yuqing put the last bun into her mouth and said, My dad wants to see you. Chapter 22, Zhao Xian becomes the boss. Under the guidance of Chen Yuqing, Zhao Xian drove the 911 to Changning District. Etc. Changning District. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian turned to look at Chen Yuqing. Your father doesn't live in. Chen Yuqing didn't say anything, just nodded, and then signaled Zhao Xian to continue driving. After driving for a while, the car stopped at a manor. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. Tan Palace. The most luxurious house in Shanghai. Lian Tangchengipin is just a younger brother in front of him. Other properties can only be called villas, only Tan Palace can be called a manor. As the gate opened, Zhao Xian drove inside. After parking the car, Zhao Xian followed Chen Yuqing into the hall. This time Zhao Xian did not show too much surprise, nor did he look around. Because he had already thought of it when the car arrived in Changning District. After sitting down, the nanny poured Zhao Xian a cup of tea. Zhao Xian drank it while waiting for Chen Yuqing's father. Not long after, a man in a tang suit and leaning on a cane walked out of the room, supported by a woman in her 30s. Chen Haishan, chairman of the Wanhua Group. Dad, Mom. Chen Yuqing shouted. Mom and Dad? Zhao Xian was confused. This woman looked to be only in her early 30s. Why did Zhao Xian call her mom? Is it the stepmother? Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, hello. Zhao Xian stood up and greeted him. Chen Haishan waved his hand. Don't be so polite, take a seat. After sitting down, Chen Haishan played with the wangwali in his hand and said, Are you Xian Zhao? Yes. Chen Haishan looked at Zhao Xian and nodded with satisfaction, then said, Yuqing mentioned you to me. You played an indispensable role in the demolition of the old factory street this time. After saying that, he winked at Jinting beside him. Then, Jinting took out a bank card and placed it on the table. Zhao Xian glanced at the bank card and smiled. Chairman, you are too polite. I am from the Wanhua Group, and it is my duty to contribute to the group. After hearing this, Chen Haishan laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. The young man is neither impatient nor irritable. He is a talented person with great potential. Ha, I'm just being polite to you. I can't just reach out and take your bank card. Xiao Zhao, you have helped our Wanhua Group a lot this time. Not only did you take over Jiuchang Street, but you also got rid of Lu Guotao. This is what you deserve. Since you said so, I want to be polite. As he said that, Zhao Xian was about to reach out for the bank card on the table. Wait a moment. What's the meaning? You won't regret it, will you? Zhao Xian looked at Chen Haishan suspiciously. Don't be nervous. I called you here for another reason. After saying that, Chen Haishan glanced at the secretary next to him. The secretary then placed a folder in front of Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian looked at the cover of the document. Heaven on Earth nightclub transfer contract. When Chen Yuqing saw the contract, her face became visibly nervous. Zhao Xian frowned slightly. Chairman, what is this? Chen Haishan put away his previous kind look and his expression became serious. At the easternmost part of the Magic City, there is a place called Qingluo Bay. Qingluo Bay? When Zhao Xian heard Chen Haishan mention Qingluo Bay, he was stunned. Zhang Li had told me about this place. When Chen Yuqing and I mentioned this place before, she showed fear. Who exactly is this Qingluo Bay? Wanguo Group owns a nightclub in Qingluo Bay called Heaven on Earth. And then? Zhao Xian asked. Now you have two choices. One is to take over the nightclub, and then you can take 20% of the profits every year. Seize the young master? 20%? At this point, Zhao Xian couldn't help but pick up the contract and take a look. The profit of this Heaven on Earth last year was as high as 5.8 million. If I take 20%, my annual income will be more than 1 million. Chairman, is this true? Zhao Xian seemed somewhat excited. With 1 million a year, in a few years, you can buy a car and a house even in Shanghai, not to mention your hometown in Chuncheon. And it only takes 1 year for Zhao Xian to get rid of Zhang Li. I really don't want to deal with this woman anymore. It's true. And you can also use the funds to acquire other nightclubs. You can take 20% of each one you acquire. This. I must be dreaming. Is there such a good thing in this world? There won't be anything fishy, right? But don't be too happy too soon. Really? Qingluo Bay is the port fortress of the Magic City. Various forces are intertwined. It's not easy to open a nightclub there. I knew it. How could such a good thing happen to me? If the money is so easy to make, why doesn't he let his cronies go? No matter what, it would not be my turn as an outsider who had just joined the company. Dad, how could you do this? Aren't you sending Zhao Xian to his death? Chen Yuqing on the side finally couldn't help it and spoke to Chen Haishan. To die? Is it that serious? Zhao Xian looked up at Chen Yuqing, then turned to look at Chen Haishan. Chen Haishan nodded and said, although Yuqing's statement is a bit exaggerated, this possibility cannot be ruled out. You are in real danger of losing your life because it is such a mess over there. And you can only open the event in your own name, and you cannot mention the Wanguo Group. The old fox, he has been trying for a long time just to make me his white glove. So besides opening a nightclub over there, what else do I need to do? If possible, eliminate all the forces over there. Zhao Xian. No, this old man must be drunk. Even worse than Zhang Li. When Zhang Li asked Zhao Xian to approach Chen Yuqing, he thought that this was to ask Ben Boba to poison Tang Sang and his disciples. Now Chen Haishan asked him to eliminate the forces over there. Isn't this equivalent to asking Xia Baoqing to declare war on the Soviet Union? If you can really wipe out all the forces over there, I will promote you to vice president of the Wanguo Group. I'll give you 5% of the shares of the Wanguo Group. This is indeed too tempting. He doesn't know how much the vice president's salary is, but 5% of the shares of the international group is not a small amount. This number is something I dare not even imagine. But what if you have the life to earn money but not the life to spend it? Chen Yuqing's expression just now was not to scare me. Seeing Zhao Xian hesitate, Chen Haishan spoke again. If you think it's too risky, that's fine. You can take the 1.8 million and continue to stay with Yu Qing as her assistant. You have proven your ability by demolishing the old factory street. If you can assist Yu Qing, I believe she will definitely develop better. Besides, to be honest, I don't really want to lose you. After all, you are a talent. Zhao Xian looked at the bank card and transfer contract on the table and fell into deep thought. Which one should I choose? Chapter 23, Shredding the Contract. If he chooses to take the money and leave, he can not only have a stable job, but also stay with Chen Yuqing. But if that's the case, my life will be like this, and it will be impossible for me to be with Chen Yuqing. My whole life, she and I have been in a secretary-boss relationship. If you choose to go to Qingluo Bay, although there are endless possibilities, you might even lose your life there. I am the only son in the family. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xian picked up the pen on the table. Zhao Xian, no, you need to consider. Rain love. Chen Yuqing was about to dissuade him, but was stopped by Chen Haishan's shout. Let Xiao Zhao choose for himself. Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing, who kept shaking her head at him, and still signed his name on the contract. Seeing Zhao Xian sign the contract, Chen Haishan showed a happy expression. After leaving Tan Palace, Zhao Xian drove Chen Yuqing to the company. Although I have decided to go to Qingluo Bay, I still have to do the work handover. Chen Yuqing's expression didn't look very good along the way, and she kept a stern face. When the car reached an intersection, Chen Yuqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. Parking. After hearing the order, Zhao Xian braked the car on the side of the road. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Chen Yuqing folded her hands across her chest, turned around and looked at Zhao Xindao. Zhao Xin, are you out of your mind? Although Chen Yuqing covered her chest with her hands, Zhao Xin could still see the rise and fall of her chest. Are you angry? Zhao Xin knew what Chen Yuqing was angry about, so he explained. Mr. Chen, I still hope you can understand me on this matter. I really want to make progress. Chen Yuqing looked at Zhao Xin in disbelief. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay with me? I am protected from the wind and rain, and I have a stable income every month. If you need anything, just tell me and I will give it to you. After hearing Chen Yuqing's words, Zhao Xian's face suddenly darkened. Mr. Chen, what do you take me for? Girl face? To be honest, in the 2 months since I started working here, I've had enough of the looks from those people in the company. Although they are polite to me on the surface, they look down on me deep down. During the bidding, the young masters fawned over me, the lobby manager was respectful to me, Boss Li treated me like a brother, Lin Yuting slept with me, and there were also those envious looks from passers-by. All of this is because I am Chen Yuqing's secretary and has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for Chen Yuqing's halo, Zhao Xin was sure that these people wouldn't even look at him twice. I am a man. I don't want to live under someone's halo, and I don't want to be someone's gigolo. Seeing Zhao Xin like this, Chen Yuqing explained. You are not a gigolo. You punch in at work based on your own ability, and the company pays you normally. How can that be called a gigolo? Zhao Xin laughed, with a hint of self-mockery in his voice. Mr. Chen, I am very clear about the recruitment standards of the Wanhua Group, and I am even more clear about my own abilities. If I hadn't been stabbed, I wouldn't even have the chance to drive for you here. After Zhao Xin finished speaking, Chen Yuqing fell silent. Zhao Xin had helped her get the bag back before, so she already had a good impression of him. Now she has an even higher opinion of him. If someone else were to sit in Zhao Xian's position, they would have already drifted away to who knows where. But Zhao Xian didn't, he could still recognize himself. And while recognizing myself, I still have great ambitions. Seeing that Chen Yuqing didn't say anything, Zhao Xian continued. So Mr. Chen, please let me go. I want to fight for it with my own efforts. For a man, there must always be such an unswerving romance in his life. Even if he is broken into pieces, he must fight hard. Seeing Zhao Xian's determined look, Chen Yuqing nodded, then pointed to the driver's seat and said. There is a small box under the driver's seat. Take it out. Zhao Xian reached out and took out a small wooden box. When he opened the box, Zhao Xian was shocked by what was inside. He quickly closed the box and looked around again. Mr. Chen, what does this mean? Chen Yuqing said in a deep voice. Xingluo Bay is not safe. Take it for self-defense. Mr. Chen, I don't know how to use this thing, and I feel like I won't be able to use it. When he was in school, Zhao Xian particularly liked playing CF and PUBG, and he was quite good at using this thing in the game. But in reality, let alone using it, I have never even seen it. Trust me, you'll need it. Will it really be used? Zhao Xian looked at Chen Yuqing suspiciously. Afterwards, Chen Yuqing gave Zhao Xian a meaningful look. Protect yourself when you get there, and come back if you really can't do it anymore. The position of chief assistant of the Wanhua Group will always be reserved for you. Zhao Xian was very moved by Chen Yuqing's words, but it was impossible for him to come back. If he did, it would be extremely embarrassing. After completing the handover procedures with Chen Yuqing, Zhao Xian received a call from Zhang Li. Come to Polaroid. What are you going to do? Just come. Zhang Li's voice on the phone was low and solemn. What crazy thing is this woman talking about? Is this another honey trap? Polaroid Group. As soon as Zhao Xian opened the door, he saw Zhang Li waiting for him. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Li blurted out something after seeing Zhao Xian. No, I'm afraid you two women took the wrong medicine today. Just now in the car, Chen Yuqing cursed herself for being stupid, and when they got here, Zhang Li cursed her again. This guy made Zhao Xian lose confidence. He shook his head slightly and felt relieved only after he made sure that he didn't hear the sound of water. What's wrong with me? Why are you all saying I'm crazy today? Why do you want to go to Qingluo Bay? After Zhang Li finished speaking, Zhao Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. No, how did she know? I just signed the contract 1 second ago, and she knew about it the next second? Is this woman so scary? She wouldn't send someone to monitor me, would she? Then every night. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. How do you know? Don't worry about how I know this. I'm telling you, you can't go to Qingluo Bay. Why? Zhao Xian looked at Zhongli suspiciously. You will die, and there won't even be anyone to collect your body. No, the sun rises from the west? This woman actually cares about her life or death? Wrong. If he went to Qingluo Bay, who would help him get close to Chen Yuqing? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian said. You just want to use that contract to tie me down for life. I'm telling you, when I make money over there, I'll pay you back every penny. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Zhongli laughed disdainfully. Then he took out the contract he had signed with Zhao Xian from the drawer. Rip. Zhongli tore up the contract in her hand and threw it in Zhao Xian's face. Zhao Xian looked at the torn contract on the ground, his eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 24 Yang Ying is manager. What are you doing? Are you sick? Zhongli looked at Zhao Xian and said disdainfully. I don't want you to pay me a cent of that 1 million. I only ask you to not go to Qingluo Bay. No, what does this woman mean? Would you rather tear up the contract than let yourself go to Qingluo Bay? Zhao Xian nodded helplessly. Then you have to tell me why. Zhongli laughed at herself and then said. I don't want to be unable to find you when I come to collect your body. Zhongli's words made Zhao Xian even more confused. He knew that going to Qingluo Bay was very dangerous, otherwise Chen Yuqing would not have given him that small wooden box. But what does this have to do with Zhongli? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian asked tentatively. Are you concerned about my life or death? I am also a human being. I have a heart made of flesh and blood. Zhongli yelled at Zhao Xian hysterically. You've been with me for 2.5 years. I don't want to watch you die. This woman actually cares about her own life or death? Zhao Xian was confused. He had followed her for such a long time, but in his impression, she was a profit-seeking woman. Wrong. The last time I wanted to jump off the hotel balcony, it was she who told me not to jump. Afterwards, he called immediately to ask about my safety. Could it be that she really cares about herself? Thinking about how this woman had seduced him many times before, another idea came to Zhao Xian's mind. Doesn't she like me? But this idea was rejected by Zhao Xian as soon as it came out. Although the relationship between this woman and Wang Dahai has always been bad, everyone in the company knows that they are just a couple in name only. But Zhongli is a vice president after all, she shouldn't fall in love with me, right? Sisterly, you have been so kind to me. I couldn't find a job after graduating from college, and you took me in. I am very grateful to you. But I don't want to live like this for the rest of my life. I want to give it a try. If I have to live a cowardly life like this all my life, I would rather die in Qingluo Bay. Seeing Zhao Xian's resolute expression, Zhongli sighed helplessly, then looked at Zhao Xian meaningfully. If you run into trouble, remember to come back. The door of Bali Group is always open to you. After saying that, Zhongli stood up and opened her arms to Zhao Xian. This time, Zhao Xian had no other thoughts and just quietly felt the warmth that Zhongli brought him. Hey! It would be great if all capitalists in the world were willing to care about their employees like this. Watching Zhao Xian leave, Zhongli took out her phone and dialed a number. Master Zhao, something big has happened. Zhao Xian has no place to stay now, so he can only go to Qingluo Bay first. After arriving at Qingluo Bay, he followed the address Chen Yuqing gave him and came to heaven on earth. But when I got to the door, the receptionist wouldn't let me in, saying that the place wasn't open yet. After taking a closer look at the two receptionists, Zhao Xian discovered that the quality of the waiters here was really high. She has fair skin and beautiful looks. She wears all bright red cheongsams with high slits, and her words and actions are very decent. It is truly worthy of being an industry under the international group. No, it should be yours now. Looking at the two receptionists, Zhao Xian directly revealed his identity and said that he was the boss here. After hearing this, the two receptionists told Zhao Xian to stop joking and said they would call for help if he continued to act recklessly. Now Zhao Xian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Didn't he have the temperament to be a boss? Just when Zhao Xian was standing at the door in dilemma, a woman in a bright red cheongsam walked out. Unlike other waiters, this woman's cheongsam had more decorations and a big red peony was embroidered on it. When Zhao Xian saw the person coming, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. Squad leader. It's Yang Ying, why is she here? When she came out, the two receptionists saluted her. Hello, Manager Yang. Yang Ying waved her hand, then pointed at Zhao Xian and said to the receptionist. Look out, he's the boss here. After Yang Ying finished speaking, the receptionist showed a look of panic on her face and quickly apologized to Zhao Xian. I guess no one expected that Zhao Xian, who was so young, could be the boss here. Moreover, in a nightclub of the size of heaven on earth, the salary is definitely higher than other places. They have come here after layers of screening, and they can't just lose their jobs like that. Zhao Xian didn't care about these things, but pulled Yang Ying into paradise on earth. While Zhao Xian was touring the decoration of Tanshan Renjin, he asked Yang Ying, Aren't you the director of the secretariat of the Wanhua group? Why are you here? Yang Ying pouted and complained to Zhao Xian. What are you talking about? You just want to be the boss here, so Mr. Chen transferred me here to help you. It turned out that it was Qin Yuqing who asked her to come. Originally, Zhao Xian was still worrying about how to manage this nightclub. But now he felt much more relieved after seeing Yang Ying. Because I know very well the ability of this class monitor. When I was in college, I managed a class of more than 100 people and was also the vice president of the student union. At the international group, he is also responsible for managing the company's secretary duties. She had good academic performance, and if Lin Yuting hadn't been with the department head's son, she would have been the one to get admitted to graduate school. Moreover, when she walked all the way to the office, the employees inside would greet her when they saw her, which was enough to show her prestige. After arriving at the office, Zhao Xian found that Yang Ying was really considerate and provided him with all the facilities inside. Computer, desk, sofa. That's not all. Yang Ying knew that he had no place to live, so she opened a secret compartment for him in the office, which led to a standard room with a bathroom. He is really a good class monitor of mine. He took good care of me when I was in school, and he is the same here. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian suddenly felt warm in his heart. I thought I would be alone when I arrived at Qingluo Bay, but I didn't expect that an old classmate would come to accompany me. After looking at Zhao Xian's room, Zhao Xian went to look at Yang Ying's office. Her office is similar to her own, the only difference is that there is a pool table inside. Zhao Xian was not surprised by this, because when she was in school, Yang Ying had no other hobbies except playing billiards. When she is tired of studying, she likes to play a few rounds. Then, the two of them leaned on the railing on the second floor and overlooked the entire heaven on earth. Although this nightclub cannot be compared with the top ones in the country, it is not small in scale. It can be said that it is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. As they were chatting, Yang Ying suddenly pointed to a waiter who was sorting out the wine cabinet downstairs and said, Look who that is? Following the direction of Yang Ying's finger, Zhao Xian saw another familiar face. Chapter 25 Female PR. Xia Shi. Zhao Xian shouted downstairs and then ran downstairs. Xia Shi is Zhao Xian's high school classmate and also his fellow townsman from Chuncheng. After graduating from high school, the two went to the same university. Zhao Xian studied secretarial work and Xia Shi studied accounting. Brother Zhao Xian, why are you here? After seeing Zhao Xian, Xia Shi threw herself directly into Zhao Xian's arms. This little clip is still so cute. Xia Shi is a typical southern little potato. She is a little short, but has a very sweet voice and is very likable. After getting to know Zhao Xian, she found out that Xia Shi had just been unemployed and hadn't found a job yet. Just as Heaven on Earth was recruiting waiters, she decided to give it a try. Unexpectedly, Yang Ying immediately fell in love with her accent. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. With Xia Shi and Yang Ying accompanying him, he would not be alone on the road to taking over Qingluo Bay. Because today is Friday and Heaven on Earth will not officially open until tomorrow night, there is nothing to do. Then the three of them went out for a walk on the street together. As they walked, Yang Ying told them about the situation in the nightclub. Before the opening, Yang Ying had already done a good job of promoting the store through various short video accounts and tweets. There are also various promotional activities that have been sorted out. But now there is just one thing missing. Female public relations. What is the core of opening a nightclub? It's a female public relations. Female hostesses are the main force in stimulating customer consumption. As for drinks and decoration, every nightclub is actually similar. The only thing that can make the difference is the quality of the female public relations. No matter how beautiful the waitress is, the customers can only look at her but cannot touch her. After a long time, people will get tired of her and will not come again. But it's different for female public relations. As long as your female public relations are of good quality and provide attentive service, customers will keep coming. The stickiness of the customers will be very high. This is also the problem that gives Zhao Xian the most headache. Both Yang Ying and I are the kind of good kids. From childhood to adulthood, we basically never deal with those bad people. So the two of them have basically no connections in this area. Thinking of this, Yang Ying complained to Zhao Xian. Boss Zhao, you have to think of a solution. Although we have done a lot of publicity this time, customers may just come and have a look for the novelty at first. But if there is no female PR to retain customers, business will definitely become more and more bleak. Zhao Xian thought for a moment, then said, there are two ways to recruit female public relations now. One is to support yourself and pay your own salary, and the other is to rely on mamasan. The first option is obviously not realistic. Not only is it unaffordable, but the risk is too great. If you get caught, you'll basically be shut down. As for the second option of going to Mama-san, Zhao Xian shook his head helplessly. Again, how could two people who have been good kids since childhood possibly know that kind of person? But at this moment, the little Lolita Xiaoshi beside her spoke up. Actually, I. As soon as she opened her mouth, Zhao Xian and Yang Ying turned their heads to look at her at the same time, and then said in unison, don't tell me you know him. How is this possible? Zhao Xian knew this little guy too well. He himself smoked and drank, and occasionally skipped classes in college. But this little clip was much more obedient than herself. When she was in college, she never skipped even the extra classes. It would be better to let the Chinese national football team enter the World Cup than to let her go to find Mama-san. Oh, I don't know her, but I saw one before when I was working in another nightclub. I even took a picture of her. Xiaoshi said in a clipped tone. Photo? Yang Ying showed joy on her face. Take it out and let us see it. As long as there is a photo, Yang Ying can use big data to find the person. Whether we can cooperate or not is not the question for now, but at least there is a line. Xiaoshi took out her cell phone and opened the photo album. After seeing the person in the photo, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up as he looked at the woman in the photo. Yang Ying looked at Zhao Xian with disdain in her eyes. Look at you, you look like you've never seen a beautiful woman before. Zhao Xian waved his hands at Yang Ying and said in surprise. How could it be her? Do you know him? Yang Ying and Xiaoshi asked in unison. Zhao Xian looked at the woman in the photo, nodded, and said. Not only do I know him, but I've seen him before. The woman in the photo is none other than the young woman Fang Meiting. Zhao Xian had a deep impression of this woman. The last time his car broke down, he and Chen Yuqing stayed at her house for a night. Later, she told herself that Chen Yuqing liked to go to the park for jogging. She is Chen Yuqing's best friend. She and Chen Yuqing stayed at her house for one night before. Very good. Yang Ying looked at Zhao Xian in disbelief. Since she's Mr. Chen's best friend, it will be much easier. Can you think of a solution? I don't know her very well. I'll go meet her sometime. I wonder if she can help me. This young woman was really charming. I still remember her plump long legs. On the second night, people started to come into the nightclub one after another. When the crowd reached its peak, the exciting music began to play. The sexy DJ began to pose, colorful neon lights kept flashing, and there were pairs of white thighs on the dance floor. Then, with the DJ's cheers, a group of beautiful women in red cheongsams stepped onto the stage and began to dance. This is a song and dance performance specially arranged by Yang Ying. Zhao Xian stood on the high platform and looked at the crowd, his face full of joy. While clinking glasses with Yang Ying, I admired the long white legs below. But despite this, Zhao Xian still knew in his heart that this was only temporary. If there was no female public relations in the future, the number of people would decrease. After taking a sip of red wine, Zhao Xian noticed the cheongsam on Yang Ying. The slit of her cheongsam was very high, and when she twisted her body to the music, her thighs could be vaguely seen underneath. Yang Ying is a beautiful woman with a lot of temperament. When she was in college, she basically never wore skirts. Except for occasionally showing her legs during sports games, she basically wore pants all the time. So few people have the opportunity to see her thighs. Today, she finally wore a cheongsam, and Zhao Xian had to feast his eyes on her thighs. Yang Ying seemed to have noticed Zhao Xian's look, so she poked her forehead with her finger and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? There's so much down there that you can't even look at it." Zhao Xian said with a grin, "I didn't expect you to look so good in a skirt. You like to watch it?" Yang Ying smiled sweetly. Zhao Xian didn't say anything, just nodded. "Then I'll wear it every day for you to see, okay?" After Yang Ying finished speaking, Zhao Xian's heart was moved. He is the boss now, and Yang Ying is his employee. Will there be any unspoken rules like what is said on TV? Looking at the beautiful waitresses below, Zhao Xian felt even more like a cat's paw. But just as Zhao Xian was daydreaming, there was a commotion in the booth below. Chapter 26. Someone is here to cause trouble. Damn it, are you blind? What does it have to do with me? It's obviously you. After Zhao Xian and Yang Ying arrived at the booth, they saw a fat, bald man arguing with a waitress in cheongsam. And the waiter was none other than Xiaoshi. What's wrong? What happened? Zhao Xian asked with a frown. The bald man asked Zhao Xian. Are you the boss here? Zhao Xian nodded. Yes, you can tell me anything. The bald man looked at Zhao Xian and showed a hint of surprise on his face. He probably didn't expect that Zhao Xian was the boss here at such a young age. Then, the bald man pointed at Xiaoshi and said unhappily, "Boss, how do your waiters do their job? They can't even pour a glass of wine and they spilled it all over me." After the bald man finished speaking, Zhao Xian took a look at his crotch and found that it was wet. Then, Zhao Xian turned and looked at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi quickly shook her head. No, that's not the case. She was the first one. It's you. How dare you make excuses? Xiaoshi was interrupted by the bald man before she could finish her words. Zhao Xian turned his head and glared at him, saying, "Dear guest, don't you see my employees are talking? Please don't interrupt." After Zhao Xian finished speaking, the bald man looked at Zhao Xian and Xiaoshi like a vicious wolf. Zhao Xian ignored him and turned to look at Xiaoshi. At this time, Xiaoshi's face had turned red with anxiety and she was speechless. Zhao Xian shook his head helplessly. Hey, this little girl is still the same as before, she can't even quarrel. Then, he reached out and stroked her hair, looked at her moist eyes and said, "It's okay. Can you tell Brother Xin if you have anything to say?" Xiaoshi choked up, then said in her clipped voice, "When I was pouring him a drink, he touched me and I dodged for a second, and then, woo-woo." Before she could finish her words, Xiaoshi couldn't hold it in anymore and threw herself into Zhao Xian's arms and started crying. Zhao Xian comforted her for a while and then handed her to Yang Ying, then turned to look at the bald man. Although Xiaoshi didn't finish her words, Zhao Xian already understood what was going on. Although Xiaoshi is petite and has a baby-like face, she has flesh where it should be. It is estimated that the bald man took advantage of this and made some advances towards Xiaoshi while she was pouring wine. Xiaoshi tried to dodge and poured the wine onto his crotch. Don't listen to this little girl's bullshit. I have a lot of women out there, I can't even sleep with them all. How could I be interested in a second-hand item like yours? The bald man's momentum was obviously not as strong as before, a typical sign of guilty conscience. The bald man's words made Zhao Xian very angry. He grabbed the bald man's collar with one hand and said, "Be more polite when you speak to me, or I'll have you thrown out. What is fucking second-hand goods?" Xiaoshi Qing was an innocent little girl who even had to ask her parents before spending the night outside. Being called second-hand goods by this bastard? Seeing Zhao Xian grabbing his collar, the bald man started to act like a rogue. Everyone, come and see, this is how the boss of paradise on earth treats his guests. You just started beating people without even explaining the reason. The bald man shouted very loudly, and more people gathered around him. Many people have started discussing nearby. After seeing this, Zhao Xian also let go of his hand. Today is the first day of his business opening, and he doesn't want to get into trouble because of such a trivial matter. Afterwards, Zhao Xian suppressed his anger and said to the bald man, "Okay then, I'll just treat this as my employee's carelessness. I'll apologize to you on her behalf." Then, Zhao Xian took another bottle of wine and placed it on the bald man's booth, then said, "To express our apology, we'll give you another bottle of wine. Let's just call it a day, okay? There's no way, today is the first day of opening and so many people are watching. If you don't deal with this matter quickly, more and more people will come after you, and then they will think that you, the boss, are bullying your customers because of your big store. Seeing Zhao Xian surrender, the bald man became even more arrogant. He glanced at the wine on the table and said to Zhao Xian, "I can't afford your fake wine, can I? I'm just treating beggars like that." Zhao Xian was very angry with the bald man, although everyone knew that most of the alcohol in the bar was fake. "But aren't you destroying your own reputation by saying it in front of so many people? So what do you want?" Zhao Xian asked, suppressing his anger. He didn't want to cause so much trouble on the first day of opening, he just wanted that bald man to get out of here. The bald man pointed at his crotch, then pointed at Xiaoshi, and said, "I want her to clean it for me." "Wipe clean? This bastard is really up to something bad. It's okay for other places. If Xiaoshi wipes his crotch, wouldn't she just touch that place? If this guy moves again, Xiaoshi will be so embarrassed." Zhao Xian glanced at his crotch, then glanced at the crowd of onlookers around him, with anticipation in his eyes. It seems that everyone wants to watch the little lowly in front of them wipe the crotch of the bald man. So fucking disgusting. Zhao Xian shook his head and said, "Impossible. Not to mention that Xiaoshi is his classmate and fellow townsman, even if she is an employee here, he would not compromise. Otherwise, who would follow me wholeheartedly in the future? You can earn money back if you lose it, but you can never get back people's hearts if you lose them. It's okay if you don't want to wipe it. Just ask her to sit down and have a couple of drinks with me, and then give me the table for free, and this matter will be over." After the bald man finished speaking, Xiaoshi took a few steps back and hid behind Yang Ying. The bald man's eyes fell on Yang Ying again. He pointed at Yang Ying and said, "It's okay if that girl doesn't want to come, then let her come and accompany me. I have to say, this bastard has a really vicious vision." Yang Ying is a leader among women in terms of both temperament and appearance. Plus, she was wearing a cheongsam tonight, which showed off her figure to the fullest. Yang Ying did not panic like Xiaoshi. Instead, she walked forward 2 steps calmly with her chest puffed out, staring at the bald man. As expected of the Secretary General of the international group, he can still maintain such a strong aura at this time. After the two men were in a stalemate for a while, Zhao Xian picked up the wine on the table and said to the bald man, "You want to drink, right? I'll drink with you." As he spoke, Zhao Xian bit open the bottle cap with his mouth and came to the bald man. "You want to accompany me? I want you, a man, to accompany me." Before the bald man could finish his words, Zhao Xian poured the wine in his hand over his head. Wow! The crowd around was in an uproar, all with incredible expressions on their faces, staring blankly at Zhao Xian. The expression on Yang Ying's face also changed slightly. She probably didn't expect that Zhao Xian would dare to pour the wine directly on the bald man's head. Chapter 27 My Big Brother is Scar Tiger. As the bottle of wine was poured out, the bald man was drenched to the bone, and his entire body was soaked. I just gave him a chance, but he was useless. Originally, Zhao Xian wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter. After all, it was only the first day of business and it wouldn't have a good impact. But I didn't expect that this bastard would dare to go even further and ask Yang Ying to accompany him. This kind of person must not be tolerated. There are so many people watching around. If you agree to his unreasonable demands today, more people will follow his example tomorrow. In that case, there's no need for me to run this place and I can just satisfy these people's unreasonable demands all day long. The man looked at his soaked body and his expression became eerie and terrifying. He stood up from the booth, grabbed Zhao Xian by the collar, and spewed shit at him. "Damn it, you bastard, today I want you to. Fuck you." Before the bald man could finish his curse, Zhao Xian kicked him in the chest and kicked him back to the booth. "Look at you, you have a stupid head and you are incompetent. I gave you a chance but you are useless." The bald man was stunned by Zhao Xian's kick. He also didn't expect that the young man in front of him who was full of literary and artistic spirit would dare to take action directly. Then he grabbed the broken beer bottle on the table and threw it at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian stretched out his hand to block and his face was fine, but his arm was cut. "Zhao Xian, are you okay?" Yang Ying hurried over to check Zhao Xian's wound. Watching the blood flow from her arm to the ground, Yang Ying turned around and shouted, "Get started!" Then, 3 men in suits came over and pinned the bald man to the ground. These 3 people are thugs of heaven on earth and were brought by Yang Ying from the Wanhua group. "You dare to hit me? Do you know who my eldest brother is?" My eldest brother is Scar Tiger. After the bald man finished cursing, the people around him started talking, as if they were talking about how powerful the Scar Tiger was. The three men who pressed the bald man to the ground raised their heads and looked at Zhao Xian. It seemed as if she was asking him whether he should continue. Zhao Xian waved his hand and said, "Who cares if he's Scar Tiger or Scar Cat? Just beat him up." After receiving Zhao Xian's order, the three men swung their fists and hit the bald man continuously. Zhao Xian originally wanted to join in the fun, but after looking at the Versace suit he was wearing, he gave up. This Versace suit was bought by Qin Yuqing for herself. What if it gets broken? The bald man was pinned to the ground and beaten for 5 or 6 minutes. One of his eyes was swollen and blood was constantly flowing from his nose and mouth. It can be seen that these three people are very sensible. They are deliberately avoiding vital points and will not hurt people, but the hits will hurt. But it must be said that this bald man is also a ruthless person. He didn't beg for mercy even after being beaten like this. He kept cursing, saying that his big brother Scar Tiger would not let us go. Okay, throw it out now, don't let yourself get unlucky on your first day of business. Then, three men carried the bald man and threw him on the side of the road. The onlookers around were still not satisfied, with excitement on their faces, and they seemed to be glad that they came tonight. Then, Yang Ying took the microphone from the DJ and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. To express our apologies, we're going to give you an additional 15% discount on top of the original discount for tonight's purchases." Wow! After Yang Ying finished speaking, the scene became lively again, with music and dancing. I have to say that this woman has a high EQ and is very capable. When she was a class monitor, the teachers in the college liked her very much. Back to the lounge. Zhao Xian was leaning on the sofa, smoking, while Yang Ying and Xiaoshi were treating his wounds. Since both of them were squatting and wearing cheongsams, their two pairs of long legs were fully exposed. Zhao Xian felt a mixed feeling in his heart as he looked at the two beauties in front of him. Especially Xiaoshi, because she had just cried, there were still some bloodshot in her eyes. Her tearful look made Zhao Xian feel very distressed. If Yang Ying wasn't still here, I really would like to hold her in my arms and pamper her. After treating the wound, Xiaoshi left, leaving only Yang Ying and Zhao Xian in the room. Zhao Xian and Yang Ying discussed it and decided not to let Xiaoshi work at the front desk anymore. They wanted to transfer her to be in charge of finance. It just so happened that Xiaoshi majored in accounting. Although she was not like Yang Ying, she received a scholarship and was also a leader of the student union. But at least he didn't fail any of the certificates he was supposed to take, and he never failed any exams, so his professional ability is definitely impeccable. Moreover, Xiaoshi is his fellow villager and is also pretty, so it is too dangerous to put her in the front. If something really happened, it would be difficult for me to explain to her parents. After talking about Xiaoshi, Zhao Xian asked about the three thugs today. Yang Ying then called all three of them in. "Hello, boss." The three men bowed to Zhao Xian. Yang Ying smiled at the three of them and said, "Come, introduce me to Mr. Zhao." One of the men said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. My name is Wang Kai. You can just call me Crow." "Crow?" Zhao Xian looked at the man carefully. He has side bangs, a mohawk, and a body full of muscular muscles. It does smell like Crow. They are my two younger brothers, Xiaolong and Xiaohu. They have been following me since the old factory street was demolished. Old factory street? Zhao Xian suddenly thought of something and said, "Were you two also from old factory street?" No way, these two people are actually my old neighbors." "Then you should still remember me," Xiaolong said. "Mr. Zhao has brought such great benefits to our village, allowing everyone in our village to live in new houses. How could we forget it?" It can be seen from the eyes of Zhao Xian and the other man that they respect him very much. It's not because I'm their boss, but because I respect them from the bottom of my heart. "So, you are all from the Wangua group?" The three shook their heads. "We are now people of heaven on earth." This answer made Zhao Xian very satisfied, and then he asked Crow, "Have you heard of the Scar Tiger that the bald guy just mentioned?" The Crow nodded. "The Scar Tiger he's talking about should be the boss of our street. All the nightclubs on this street are under his protection, and we have to pay him tribute every month." "The boss? And he also offered tribute?" It seems that this place is indeed different from what I imagined, and it is really not easy to earn some money steadily. Boss, we beat up his people today, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble later. Trouble? The fight has already begun, what else can we do? You can't just invite that damn bald guy back and apologize to him. I gave him a chance at the beginning, but he didn't know how to appreciate it and wanted to take advantage of me. Zhao Xian has always been polite before using force. If you don't listen to me nicely, you can't blame yourself. This was how it happened to the group of villagers at the Wanguo group last time, and it's the same this time. Chapter 28 Fong Meiting invites you to dinner. Never mind, let's just take it one step at a time. If he really comes to cause trouble, we can't back him down. It's true, I'm afraid of the crickets chirping, so I don't plant crops. After the three people left, Yang Ying talked to Zhao Xian about the female public relations again. When we opened last night, several customers came to ask if there was a female public relations officer. If this problem is not resolved later, business will become increasingly slow. Zhao Xian got a headache when he thought of this. He had only met that young woman Fong Meiting once, and they were not very familiar with each other. Moreover, there was a misunderstanding between me and Shen Yuqing at her house last time, and I don't know whether she is willing to help me. Never mind, let us try it first. Afterwards, Zhao Xian sent a message to Fong Meiting. Are you there? After waiting for a few minutes, Fong Meiting replied. What's up, little brother? No, what's wrong with this woman? Although I am indeed a few years younger than her, it is not necessary to call her that so obviously. Zhao Xian, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Fong Meiting, what's wrong, little brother? Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner? Even through the screen, Zhao Xian could feel a fishy smell coming out. This woman doesn't look like she's married. Zhao Xian, nothing, I just suddenly wanted to treat you to a meal. Fong Meiting, how can I let you, my little brother, treat me to a meal? Zhao Xian, what do you mean? Fong Meiting, tomorrow at the International Hotel, sister will treat you. After saying that, he also made an expression of covering his mouth and laughing. Then, Zhao Xian showed the chat records to Yang Ying. After reading the chat records, Yang Ying couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Zhao Xian looked at her with a puzzled look. No, what's wrong with you too? Yang Ying smiled and shook her head. It's okay, just do your best tomorrow. After saying that, he gave Zhao Xian a meaningful look. The next day. After Zhao Xian got up, he walked around the venue while others were cleaning and preparing for the evening. Whenever the waiters walked past him, he would bow respectfully. I have to say, this feeling is really good. Then, he heard a noise coming from the backyard. He went over to take a look and found that it was Crow, Xiaolong, and Xiaohu practicing martial arts. Seeing Zhao Xian coming, the three of them immediately stopped what they were doing and greeted Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian looked at the muscular body of Crow and asked, Have you ever been in the army? The Crow nodded. I used to be a mercenary in Europe. Mercenary? That's a life-threatening place, no wonder there's something sinister in this guy's eyes. Then Zhao Xian chatted with the three of them for a few more words. Through the chat, Zhao Xian learned that Crow was betrayed and ambushed when he was on a mission in Europe. All his teammates died, and he was the only one who escaped. Then he was wanted in Europe and had no other choice but to flee back. After hearing the story, Zhao Xian wanted to fight him again, but he was knocked down before he even got close. Then, Zhao Xian asked him how he could become better at fighting. I thought he would tell me some secret or something. But unexpectedly, the Crow said only 2 words, get beaten. After all, no one is born knowing how to fight. You will naturally learn it after being beaten many times. At this time, Zhao Xian suddenly remembered a sentence that was often circulated on the internet. If you are not good at it, practice more. As they were chatting, the green bubble notification sound in Zhao Xian's pocket suddenly rang. When I took it out and looked at it, it was a message from Fong Meiting. Today at 12:30 noon, International Hotel, room 8848. The woman finally wrote to me. Zhao Xian glanced at his watch. It was now 10:40 and he still had 2 hours. Then he returned to his room, washed and dressed, then changed into another light blue Versace suit that Chen Yuqing had bought for him. Zhao Xian has 2 sets of Versace, one is light blue and the other is brown. They were all bought by Chen Yuqing for herself before. Then he gave himself a handsome hairstyle in front of the mirror and went out. Zhao Xian doesn't have a car now, so he can only go to Yang Ying and borrow her car. Yang Ying's car is a Volkswagen CC. Although it's not a luxury car, this was bought with his own money after he graduated and studied for 2 years. Looking at this car, Zhao Xian admired this strong woman more and more. Arriving at the entrance of the international hotel, Zhao Xian was about to park his car when he saw a familiar car at the door. Porsche 911. Isn't this Chen Yuqing's car? Is she also in the international hotel? Without having time to think about it, after parking the car, Zhao Xian went to the private room according to the address given by Fong Meiting. Pushing open the door, Zhao Xian was dumbfounded. In addition to Fong Meiting, Chen Yuqing was also inside, and there were 2 beautiful girls beside her. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there is a man sitting next to Fong Meiting. The man's facial features are very three-dimensional, and judging from his dress, he is an absolutely tall, rich and handsome man. After everyone looked up at Zhao Xian in a daze for a while, Chen Yuqing spoke. Why are you here? I. Zhao Xian hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. There's nothing he can do about it. This is his common problem. He gets nervous when he sees Chen Yuqing. Zhao Xian looked at Fong Meiting, but Fong Meiting turned her head to the side as if nothing had happened. Damn it! Is there something wrong with this woman? I originally thought that I was being treated to a meal alone, but I didn't expect there would be so many people. And judging from the situation today, it seems like they are going to sign a contract or something, so it should be a business meal. No, what do you want me to do in this kind of situation? He even lied to me and said he would treat me to a meal. Mr. Chen, you guys keep chatting, I won't disturb you for now. After saying that, Zhao Xian was about to close the door and leave, but was stopped by Chen Yuqing. Since you're here, let's go together. Zhao Xian was somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Chen, this is not good. Chen Yuqing waved her hand. It's okay, come in and sit down, there are no outsiders here. Seeing Chen Yuqing said it was okay, he came in and sat down. When Fong Meiting saw him coming, she immediately made room for him and let him sit next to Chen Yuqing. Now, on Zhao Xian's left is Fong Meiting, and on his right is Chen Yuqing. After Zhao Xian sat down, he gave Fong Meiting a look and asked her what she meant. Fong Meiting also gave Zhao Xian an indifferent look, as if telling herself, what do you care about me? The dishes were served soon after we sat down. Zhao Xian is not a shy person, but for some reason, he always feels uncomfortable in front of Chen Yuqing. He was too embarrassed to even pick up some food, as Chen Yuqing was the one who kept putting food into his bowl. After eating for a while, Zhao Xian took it out and sent a message to Fong Meiting. What the hell are you doing? Fong Meiting gave him a grimace in return, and then replied, I'm going to create opportunities for you and the beautiful CEO. Xin Zhao, screw you. Later, Zhao Xian looked at the man next to Fong Meiting and found that the man's words and actions were full of grace. She kept picking up food for Fong Meiting. Zhao Xian picked up his phone again and typed, Who is this man next to you? Chapter 29 You are a married woman. Fong Meiting, guess. Zhao Xian, guess your sister. This woman must have something wrong with her brain. Although Fong Meiting didn't say anything, Zhao Xian saw a photo sandwiched between the phone and the phone case when she raised her head to type. Zhao Xian looked carefully and saw that one of the people in the photo was Fong Meiting, and the other was the man in a suit next to him. And most importantly, this photo has a red background. Could it be that this man is her husband? Zhao Xian also noticed that the man in the suit called the old woman next to him Mom. Does that mean her mother-in-law is here too? Zhao Xian didn't think much about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. What he is most concerned about now is to find Fong Meiting to talk to her about the female public relations. So he picked up his phone and typed. Do you have time after dinner? Fong Meiting, what? You want to date my sister? Zhao Xian. Fong Meiting, little brother, sister has time to see your performance later. What are the manifestations? What's wrong with this woman? Zhao Xian had a bad feeling, so he quickly typed. Zhao Xian, what do you mean? Chen Yuqing, who was standing by, also noticed that Zhao Xian was typing on his cell phone. So she turned to Zhao Xian and said, Put away your phone, play with it after dinner. Seeing Chen Yuqing speak, Zhao Xian had no choice but to put away his phone. There is no way. Although I am no longer Chen Yuqing's secretary, I still have to listen to her. After eating for a while, Zhao Xian felt a chill on the back of his feet. At first Zhao Xian didn't care, but gradually, this feeling became more and more intense. Looking down, he saw Fong Meiting's small feet wrapped in stockings rubbing against the back of his feet. No, this woman is crazy. What is going on? Her mother-in-law and husband were right next to her, and she actually dared to do such a thing. Zhao Xian turned to look at Fong Meiting and found that she was putting food into her mouth with a look of enjoyment. Zhao Xian quickly picked up his phone and typed. What are you going to do? Fong Meiting, are you comfortable? Zhao Xian, comfortable. This woman is so bold. She dares to do this even though her husband is right next to her. Zhao Xian, stop messing around, okay? Take it away now. After typing the words, Zhao Xian gave Fong Meiting a glare. But this woman didn't take it seriously and even gave Zhao Xian a wink. Gradually, Zhao Xian began to feel his heartbeat quicken and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Chen Yuqing, who was standing by, also noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead, so she asked. What's wrong with you? It's not even hot today, but you're sweating all over. Zhao Xian wiped his forehead awkwardly, then smiled. Maybe this hot pot is too spicy. I can't handle spicy food. Seeing him like this, Fong Meiting also teased. Zhao Xian, don't be nervous, we are all family. As he spoke, he raised his hand to pour Zhao Xian a glass of Coke and secretly blew a breath of fragrant air towards Zhao Xian. Oh my god, what a smell! It went straight to Zhao Xian's forehead through his nasal cavity, and he felt like his soul was floating away. Zhangli experienced this feeling when she played a honey trap on herself for the first time. It was really intoxicating. Drink, why are you daydreaming? Chen Yuqing, who was standing by, saw that Zhao Xinxin was absent-minded and poked him with her finger. Oh. After Zhao Xian reacted, he raised his Coke and took a sip. But just after I finished drinking it, I felt a chill on my feet again. No, come again. Zhao Xian's heart began to pound again and he felt hot and uncomfortable. There was no choice but to let Zhao Xian drink the iced cola. But no matter how much he drank, his heart felt like it was being pawed by a cat. No matter what, since you want to go crazy, I will accompany you to the end. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian pulled his feet out of his shoes. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. But before he could enjoy it for long, Chen Yuqing, who was standing beside him, covered her nose and said with a look of disgust. What's that smell? It's so awful. As Chen Yuqing spoke, she lowered her head and looked under the table. Finished. Zhao Xian quickly signaled Fong Meiting with his eyes to take her feet away. But this woman just drank her Coke as if nothing had happened. If Chen Yuqing found out that I and Fong Meiting were doing something, she would kill me. At this moment, Zhao Xian's nerves were tense and he was observing Chen Yuqing's expression. Xian Zhao. Chen Yuqing frowned slightly, looking a little ugly. Well, now my heart is finally at peace. He looked at Chen Yuqing, ready to accept her anger. Is it so hot that you have to take off your shoes? Huh? What's going on? Zhao Xian looked down and found that Fong Meiting's feet had returned to her high heels, leaving only his feet outside. Zhao Xian scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. After putting on his shoes, Zhao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the young woman Fong Meiting had a clear mind and withdrew her foot. Then, Zhao Xian received another message on his phone. Fong Meiting, come out with me, I'll wait for you in the bathroom. After sending the message, Fong Meiting got up and left, telling everyone that she was going to the bathroom. After seeing the news, Zhao Xian couldn't sit still for a moment. Could it be that this young woman couldn't hold herself back? Then Zhao Xian looked at her husband again. Although his figure is not as strong as mine, at least I can see the outline of his chest muscles through his shirt. This doesn't look like the kind of person who can't do it. Just as he was thinking this, Zhao Xian's phone rang again. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you don't come, your request to me will be in vain. Ask her for help? I haven't even said anything yet, but she already knows what I'm going to do. Never mind, let us go out and see what she says. For fear of arousing suspicion, Zhao Xian left after a while. After arriving at the bathroom, Zhao Xian was about to send a message to Fong Meiting when he was pulled in. Fong Meiting put down the toilet lid, pressed Zhao Xian on it, and then sat on Zhao Xian's lap. Looking at Fong Meiting's deep cleavage and her alluring fragrance, Zhao Xian had no resistance at all. Although he was not a gentleman, Zhao Xian wanted to have some fun looking at such a beautiful woman. But I was really scared by Zhangli. Fang Meiting's husband and mother-in-law were both out. What if she was just about to start eating and her mother-in-law and husband rushed in to set a trap for her? It's not impossible. He admitted that he was good-looking and had strong muscles. But these alone are not enough to make a rich woman who already has a husband come to you on her own initiative. I do have this self-awareness. But at this moment, Zhao Xian was busy thinking. I didn't notice at all what Fang Meiting was doing. Chapter 30 Trapped in the Bathroom. What are you doing? Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian immediately pressed Fang Meiting's hands on her legs. Fang Meiting blinked at Zhao Xian. Why, you feel sorry for your sister? Sister, you are so brave. Your husband and mother-in-law are outside. Fang Meiting shrugged meaninglessly. Who cares? Then, the hand movements continued. Zhao Xian quickly grabbed her hand. At this time, Fang Meiting was a little unhappy. If you keep procrastinating like this, don't even think about getting a female PR from me. Female public relations? How did she know? Seeing Zhao Xian's puzzled look, Fang Meiting smiled and said, You just took over heaven on earth. If you don't have a female PR, your place won't last long. So what do you want? How about it? Fang Meiting raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. What do you think? Wasn't what I said obvious enough? Looking at Fang Meiting's expression, Zhao Xian understood that he was being taken advantage of. As long as I accompany her, she will help me. Seeing that Zhao Xian was still hesitating, Fang Meiting said impatiently. Are you a man? I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? You can't. No? This woman actually said that she couldn't do it. The greatest insult to a man is to say that he is not good enough. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian didn't care about much else. This was a matter of dignity. Since she, who already has a husband, is not afraid, why should I be afraid? Then, Zhao Xian put his arm around Fang Meiting's waist and hugged her tightly. So soft and fragrant. Young woman, black stockings, short skirt, having an affair, her husband and mother-in-law are still beside her. These buffs stacked together are enough to make you feel extremely happy. But just as Zhao Xian was about to take action, the sound of high heels came from outside the door. Meiting, why haven't you recovered after so long? This sound. It's Fang Meiting's mother-in-law. Zhao Xian's eyes began to panic, and Fang Meiting was also a little at a loss. She didn't expect her mother-in-law to chase after her. Meiting, are you in there? Fang Meiting was now even more panicked. If she didn't say anything, her mother-in-law would call her, and her phone was not on silent mode. Then, Fang Meiting put her finger on Zhao Xian's mouth, signaling him not to make any sound. Then, he said, Mom, I'm here. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. Her mother-in-law said oh and told her to hurry up. Zhao Xian originally wanted to find a chance to leave after her mother-in-law left, but after waiting for a while, she didn't hear the footsteps of her mother-in-law leaving. Could this old man still be guarding the door? Then, Zhao Xinxin signaled Fang Meiting with his eyes, asking her to send her mother-in-law away. Mom, please wait for me outside. I'll be ready in a moment. It's okay, I'll just wait here. Damn it. Does this mother-in-law have such no sense of boundaries? This is a problem. The bathroom is very small and Zhao Xian will be seen as soon as the door is opened. And as time went by, Fang Meiting kept pressing on his legs, which made them numb. Zhao Xian took out his phone and typed for Fang Meiting to see. Big sister, please find a way to get rid of her. Fang Meiting, don't panic, your sister is here. After typing, Fang Meiting shouted to the door. Mom, I forgot to take my sanitary napkin. Can you go back and get it for me? It's okay, I have it in my bag, open the door and I'll pass it in to you. Well, this is completely useless. Not only did she fail to send that old man away, but now she wants to open the door and come in. Then, Fang Meiting said, Mom, I'm only used to the one I usually use. I'm not used to the others. Can you help me get it back? Why are you so picky, kid? It doesn't matter what you use. At this moment, Zhao Xian's face was full of speechlessness. Does this old man really like the smell in the toilet? There was no other way. Fang Meiting had to open the bathroom door a crack and let her mother-in-law pass the sanitary napkin in. If she postponed it any further, her mother-in-law would surely become suspicious. But despite this, the crisis has not been resolved. Because from her mother-in-law's perspective, Fang Meiting should go out after changing her sanitary napkin. But if she doesn't come out, and Zhao Xian is not present, even a fool would know what's going on. Just as Zhao Xian was racking his brains to think of how to get out, Fang Meiting pointed to the small window of the bathroom. What a joke, is this woman going to make me jump out of the window? Zhao Xian took out his phone and typed, "Big sister, are you kidding? This is the 8th floor, do you want me to die?" Fang Meiting, it's okay. If I remember correctly, there's a pool below. You can just jump into it. What do you mean if I remember correctly? What if you remember it wrong, then you're dead, right? Xin Zhao, are you sure? Fang Meiting, don't worry, I won't remember it wrong, and the pool is very deep, nothing will happen. Looking at the window, Zhao Xian began to hesitate. This is the only way at the moment. If she doesn't jump, her mother-in-law will become suspicious and ask people to surround the place. I've heard Chen Yuqing tell me before that Fang Meiting's husband is a rich second generation. If she knew that he and his wife were doing this in the bathroom, he would tear himself apart. Although he is now the owner of a nightclub, he cannot afford to offend a chaebol-level family like this. But what if Fang Meiting remembered it wrong? This is the 8th floor. Seeing Zhao Xian still hesitating, Fang Meiting started typing again. Hurry up, or you won't be able to walk if you don't dance for a while. Seeing Fang Meiting urging him, Zhao Xian didn't care about anything else. He climbed up to the window and jumped out. Great, Fang Meiting was not mistaken, there was indeed a pool underneath. Thump! Xin Zhao fell into the pool. He had never practiced diving, so the splash he made when he jumped into the water was huge, comparable to that of foreign fishing teams. Although there was a lot of noise downstairs, Fang Meiting on the 8th floor could not hear it at all. Then, after Zhao Xian swam ashore, he quickly drove the car and fled from the international hotel. After Zhao Xian left, Fang Meiting and her mother-in-law also left the bathroom. But as soon as they left, the door of another bathroom opened. A woman wearing sunglasses walked out, looking at the photo she had just taken, with the corners of her mouth curved into an arc. Zhao Xian drove Yang Ying's Volkswagen CC back to Qingluo Bay. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Xiaolong saw that he was all wet and laughed at him for being so soaked. Zhao Xian kicked him on the butt and said, "It's so hot, can't you go swimming by yourself?" Then Tang Xiaolong sighed, "These rich people really know how to have fun, wearing such expensive suits to go swimming." Then, he ran up to Zhao Xian and said with a playful smile, "Boss, a group of beautiful girls just came to our nightclub. They were dressed like flowers. They are so pretty." After saying that, he couldn't help but licking his lips, looking obscene. Chapter 31 Fang Meiting's Temptation. Hello, boss. Zhao Xian was fascinated by the beauties in front of him. They all have hot bodies, all wearing the same bright red cheongsams, and are full of sexiness. Who wouldn't be confused by this beauty? Did Fang Meiting ask you to come? Well, Mr. Fang asked us to come at noon. Noon? I didn't expect Fang Meiting to be so efficient, but it's a pain for herself. Yang Ying has already told them the rules. You can only accompany drinking in the place. If you want to perform on stage, you must go out and can't do it inside. As for the commission, Fang Meiting takes 20%, I take 10%, and I keep the tip myself. In fact, the reason for calling them here is not for their commission, but mainly to help them retain customers and promote drinks. Later, Yang Ying also emphasized a particularly serious issue: flower trading must never be carried out, and once discovered, it must be sent to the government office immediately. On this point, I share the same view as Yang Ying. This thing harms both others and yourself, and should never be touched. Afterwards, Zhao Xian asked Xiaoshi to check last night's flow of money, and he was shocked. 30,000. The turnover for one night was 30,000, and that was without a female public relations officer. If he takes 20% of the annual commission as Chen Haishan promised, he would have more than 1 million a year. And this is just one. If there are a few more nightclubs like this, it is not impossible to earn a small goal by yourself. But all this is subject to certain conditions. You have to keep the place, which is much harder than making money. Zhao Xian had a hunch that the bald man last night was just an appetizer, and there would definitely be someone else coming to cause trouble later. The nightclub doesn't open until the evening, and there's nothing to do in the afternoon, so Zhao Xian goes to Crow to learn fighting. It must be said that the Crow guy is really capable. Zhao Xian, Tang Xiaolong, and Tang Xiaohu were all knocked to the ground by him when they attacked him together. Afterwards, Crow taught him some techniques, but Zhao Xin's basic skills were not very good, so Crow asked him to practice the basic skills first. At night, nightclubs open. Because of the addition of a female public relations officer, the customer flow was obviously more than last night. Looking at several beauties in Cheongsams twisting their waists and walking around, Zhao Xin felt itchy inside. Especially this bright red Cheongsam, it was obviously specially arranged by Yang Ying. The waiter was wearing bright red, while the female public relations officer was wearing bright red. Moreover, the slit of the female public relations officer's Cheongsam was much higher than that of the waiter's. Zhao Xin leaned on the railing, drinking wine and admiring the beauty below. Suddenly, Tang Xiaolong ran over and said that there was a beautiful woman looking for him downstairs. Zhao Xin looked in the direction Tang Xiaolong pointed. Isn't this Fong Meiting? What is she here for? Zhao Xin asked Tang Xiaolong and Fong Meiting to tell them that he was not there, but as soon as Tang Xiaolong went downstairs, Zhao Xin received a message on his phone. Fong Meiting, I've seen you, come down quickly. Xin Zhao. After going downstairs, Zhao Xin saw Fong Meiting ordered a bottle of red wine and sipped it slowly. Her wine-tasting posture was exactly the same as Chen Yuqing's. You have decorated this place very well. It's quite impressive. Fong Meiting looked around and spoke to Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin picked up the wine glass and poured himself a glass. As he poured, he asked, "Why are you here? My dear, why are you hiding from your sister? Little lover?" Fong Meiting's way of addressing Zhao Xin made him feel very upset. What are you yelling about? Who is your lover? Fong Meiting took a sip of the wine glass and said with a smile. You've already slept with me, so what else should I call you if not my little lover? Zhao Xin stared at Fong Meiting with eyes wide open and said, No, big sister, don't talk nonsense, who slept with you? Although I went to the bathroom with this woman at noon today, her mother-in-law ruined my plan before I even started. After Zhao Xin finished speaking, Fong Meiting ignored him and pointed to the bathroom not far away. Then, he looked at Zhao Xin with a sly smile on his face. What does this woman mean? Why is she coming back? Zhao Xin showed an embarrassed expression. Good sister, goodbye. Looking at Fong Meiting, this alluring young woman, Zhao Xin would be lying if he said he didn't want her. But her husband is a chaebol. If her husband knew about this, she would no longer be able to open the nightclub in Qingluo Bay. Then, Fong Meiting looked at Zhao Xin and moved her sexy lips. If you don't go, I'll let them go now. As she spoke, Fong Meiting raised her index finger and pointed at several female public relations staff. Well, this is indeed Zhao Xin's weakness, and Fong Meiting succeeded. The same process as at noon, Zhao Xin sat on the toilet lid and Fong Meiting sat on his lap. Looking at Fong Meiting's lace skirt and lining, Zhao Xin couldn't help but clear his throat. As I said, since you can't resist, just enjoy it. 40 minutes later. Fong Meiting leaned on Zhao Xin and breathed heavily. My dear, you are really going to kill my sister. At this moment, Fong Meiting felt unprecedented satisfaction. Zhao Xin hugged the beautiful woman in his arms, looking at the charming Fong Meiting, still with endless aftertaste. I'm not afraid of 18-year-old little girls, I'm afraid of 30-year-old young women. At this moment, Zhao Xin had a deep understanding of this sentence. After resting for a while, Zhao Xin prepared to launch the second round of attack. But at this time, there was a noise coming from next door. Hey, don't be so impatient. My dear, you are so precious to me. Be gentle, you're hurting me. Come on, my big baby, after we have fun I'll go out and buy you a bag. Zhao Xin and Fong Meiting couldn't help laughing when they heard the noise coming from next door. At this time, Fong Meiting took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera and reached towards the bathroom next door. What is this woman doing? What a special hobby. After shooting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Xin and Fong Meiting tidied their clothes and returned to the booth. Fong Meiting was eating a fruit plate while watching the video. Zhao Xin looked at her speechlessly. Sister, you are so boring. You even took pictures of this. After saying that, Zhao Xin leaned over to take a look at the video. The male protagonist is a fat, greasy man. As for the female protagonist, judging from her dress, she should be a college student. Fong Meiting put down her phone, held her cheek and looked at Zhao Xin carefully. My dear, I didn't realize you were quite capable. As he said this, he reached out and pinched Zhao Xin's muscles. At this time, Zhao Xin asked the question that he had been curious about for a long time. Your husband wouldn't be, no way. Zhao Xian has been curious about this question for a long time. Generally, wives who have affairs outside are basically because they are not satisfied at home, so they come out to seek excitement. But after communicating with Feng Meiting for a while, Zhao Xian learned that Feng Meiting and her husband were just a family marriage. There is no affection between the two people at all, they just act according to circumstances. And her husband also has a lover outside. Chapter 32. Yang Ying was teased. I say, if your beautiful CEO knew about us, would she be unhappy? After Feng Meiting finished speaking, Zhao Xian's expression changed instantly. What does this woman mean? Although Chen Yuqing doesn't know that I like her now, if she really knew, I would lose all my good impression of her. Seeing that Zhao Xian's face was not looking good, Feng Meiting smiled and said, well, look at you, how could I possibly tell Yuqing about this? No wonder people say, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. After chatting with Feng Meiting for a while in her seat, she left with a twist of her waist. Zhao Xian looked at her leaving back and couldn't help licking his lips. At this time, Tang Xiaolong slapped himself on the back. Boss, what are you looking at? Zhao Xian turned around, rolled his eyes at him, and said, you're going to scare me to death. Hee, boss, look at these beauties in our place, they are so pretty. Tang Xiaolong's face was full of obscenity. Then, Zhao Xian teased him and asked him which one he liked. I didn't expect this guy to say that he liked all these beauties, but his favorite was Manager Yang. Zhao Xian poked his forehead and told him not to think about hitting on Yang Ying, because she had high standards. Boss, Manager Yang is dressed up beautifully tonight, don't you want to go and take a look? Zhao Xian looked at him speechlessly. Go away, watch over the place and don't let anyone cause any trouble. Afterwards, Zhao Xian got up and went to Yang Ying's office. Say no, but be honest in your heart. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Xian saw Yang Ying wearing her bright red peony cheongsam with delicate makeup on her face. Even her hair was styled like a concubine in the Republic of China, and she was holding a white down fan in her hand. Seeing Zhao Xian in a daze, Yang Ying patted him with her fan. Why, I haven't seen it before. Zhao Xian cleared his throat and said, Squad leader, why are you so beautiful tonight? Yang Ying giggled and said she wanted to perform on stage tonight. After hearing this, Zhao Xian felt a little excited, because Yang Ying had sung at the school anniversary celebration when they were in college. I still remember that at that time many boys were particularly fond of her. Of course, this includes myself. At that time, I could only look up at her from the audience, but I didn't expect that today I would be able to watch her performance up close. Then, Yang Ying walked onto the stage and the DJ in the audience softened the music. Everyone, our manager here wants to sing a song for everyone tonight. Do you want to listen? Wow. After the DJ finished speaking, the whole audience was boiling. Photos of Yang Ying wearing cheongsam have appeared on the promotional posters of Heaven on Earth before. Many people came here to see the beautiful manager, and they didn't expect that they would have the chance to see her today. As the music started, Yang Ying picked up the microphone and moved her sexy red lips. The dancers swayed, hugged and embraced, and their personalities were already soaked in alcohol. Yang Ying's outfit tonight, as a concubine in the Republic of China, matches the song Night Demon City very well. She was singing while twisting her waist, and there were several cheongsam dancers dancing with her. Yang Ying's charming appearance fascinated a large number of guests, even Zhao Xian was intoxicated by her. This was my sweetheart when I was in college. He leaned on the sofa on the second floor with his legs crossed, drinking wine and admiring Yang Ying's dance. But at this moment, Tang Xiaohu ran towards him in a hurry. Boss, something bad has happened. Zhao Xian looked at Tang Xiaohu's panic and asked with a frown. What's the matter? You're in a hurry. There's a customer downstairs making trouble, and he asked us to call the boss over. When Zhao Xian heard this, he immediately became furious. Who was so blind as to ruin his fun? Then, I got up from the sofa and went to the hall, where I saw a young man cursing. Where's your boss? Call him over here right now, damn it. Zhao Xian walked over, took a look at the young man, and found that he was wearing the same Versace as himself. But the colors are different, mine is brown and his is pure white. Judging from his appearance, he should be a playboy. Zhao Xian stepped forward and asked. Sir, I'm the boss here. What's got you so angry? The Versace man slapped the table and cursed angrily. Fuck. What's wrong with your place? I've been here for quite some time and I haven't seen a single pretty girl. You treat my money like it's not worth spending. Believe it or not, I will tear down your store. Zhao Xian immediately became furious. He was already angry because he was disturbed, and now he was scolded for no reason. But despite this, Zhao Xian still suppressed his anger and said, "How could that be? We have all kinds of beauties here." As he spoke, Zhao Xian took the tablet from the waiter and handed it to the Versace man. "Look, pick whichever you like." The Versace man casually swiped a few times on the tablet and said with a look of disdain, go away, look at these vulgar people, what are they?" "No, this is called vulgar powder. These are all carefully selected by Fong Meiting. Although there is indeed some worldly air about it, aren't all women in nightclubs like this? If you want to be pure, go and hang out in university." Afterwards, Zhao Xian continued to hold back his anger and said, "So, sir, what do you mean? There is no other way. If you open your own business, you should try to maintain harmony. Besides, it is the peak time for passenger flow now and he doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble." After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Versace raised his hand and pointed at Yang Ying on the stage. Then he looked at Zhao Xian and said with a sly smile, "I want her to come with me." Well, no wonder they said those on the tablet were vulgar women, it turns out they were attracted by Yang Ying. Indeed, compared with Yang Ying, Fong Meiting's female public relations are indeed quite vulgar. Zhao Xian continued with a smile. "Excuse me, sir, she is our general manager and cannot accompany guests. She is just making a friendly appearance tonight. Oh my god, there's no need to worry about it. It's just that the money is not enough, but you are pretending to be a virtuous woman." As he spoke, he pulled out a few stacks of red bills from his bag and threw them on the table, his eyes full of disdain. "Are these enough? If not, I have more." Zhao Xian shook his head, his eyes full of anger. "I told you, she doesn't accompany guests. Also, watch your words. If you keep saying dirty things, I'll have you thrown out." After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Versace's temper flared up. He stood up, pointed at Zhao Xian and cursed. "I've already cursed you today, so what? She's a prostitute, and she dares to be treated like that by me." After cursing, the Versace man picked up a bottle of wine on the table and threw it towards the stage where Yang Ying was performing. Looking at the flying wine bottle, Zhao Xian's heart rose to his throat. Chapter 33, Unkind Visitors. Bang! The bottle shattered on the stage, and beer splashed everywhere. Fortunately, it didn't hit Yang Ying. But a trace of fear appeared on Yang Ying's face, and she was obviously frightened by the wine bottle. The guests in the audience also looked towards the place where the wine bottle flew from, and many of them gathered around to watch the fun. "Who is this, so annoying? You must have nothing better to do than come here and act drunk." The audience in the audience was talking about it. After seeing this, Zhao Xian raised his leg and kicked the Versace man in the chest. This time Zhao Xian was really angry. When he was in college, the two people Zhao Xian respected the most were his counselor and his class monitor Yang Ying. At that time, the class monitor took special care of me and helped me apply for various student aids. Including when I first arrived at the international group, he also taught me the rules of survival in the workplace. "Damn it, you dare to hit me, do you know that I am?" Before the Versace man could finish his words, Zhao Xian stepped forward and kicked him again. "It's your uncle. Drink some cat urine, you don't even know who you are. Hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xiaolong and Tang Shouhu stepped forward and started greeting him with their fists raised. The Versace man gritted his teeth, a sinister look on his face. At this time, Yang Ying came over in high heels, with Xiaoshi supporting her. Zhao Xian hurried forward and asked, "Are you okay?" Yang Ying shook her head and said it was okay. The Versace man who was pressed on the table had his eyes lit up and full of desire when he saw Yang Ying and Xiaoshi. "Boss, I didn't expect you have so many beauties here." Then he turned to look at Yang Ying and Xiaoshi. "My beautiful lady, if you agree to accompany me now, I can consider letting you go." After saying this, he revealed his lewd smile again. His smile was so scary that Xiaoshi couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yang Ying comforted her and said it was okay and not to be afraid. "No, you're still excited, right?" As he spoke, Zhao Xian grabbed his hair, picked up a bottle of beer and poured it on him. But even so, the Versace man still had no intention of begging for mercy. At this time, the guests watching nearby also started talking. "Why does this person look so familiar to me? Me too, I saw him at the last city representative meeting. This seems to be Secretary Wei's son, right? Listening to the discussions of the people around them, Xiaolong and Xiaohu turned to look at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian also began to hesitate. He could see that this man was of great importance. He looked at Yang Ying and Xiaoshi again. I'll give you two one last chance. The room is ready. Wait for me on the bed. There was blood oozing out of the Versace man's head, and the blood combined with his hideous expression made him look very scary. Xiaoshi hid behind Yang Ying like a little white rabbit, but Yang Ying was expressionless and calm at this moment. Fuck you. Zhao Xian wanted to stop, but this guy was really too much. After kicking him again, he said to Xiaolong and Xiaohu, beat him to death, it's my fault. Never mind, even if he is the king, I will beat him first. So many people are watching here. I can't apologize to him at this time, can I? Besides, this wretched bitch was determined to have sex with Yang Ying and Xiaoshi tonight, so it would be useless even if she apologized. Damn it, you're going to regret this, you. You fucking. The Versace man was beaten, but he still didn't stop, he kept swearing. Zhao Xian simply took off his coat and rushed forward with his fists raised. I'll let you scold me. You're so mean. You're so mean. The three men fought for nearly 10 minutes, and the Versace man's body was covered with bruises, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth and nose. Zhao Xian stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, picked up the beer on the table and took a sip, then took a deep breath. Damn it, I'm so tired. Then he waved his hand toward the door and said, throw it out. Afterwards, Xiaolong and Xiaohu carried Versace out the door. At this time, Zhao Xian picked up his coat from the ground and turned around to add, take off his clothes when you leave. They are the same level as mine. After throwing the Versace man out, Zhao Xian shouted to DJ. It's alright, keep playing the music, and those of you who are dancing, keep dancing. After such a big thing happened, Yang Ying lost the mood to dance and went back to the office with Zhao Xian. Are you really okay? Did the broken glass from the bottle hurt you? Yang Ying shook her head and said it was okay, she was not hurt, but Xiaoshi was frightened and grabbed Zhao Xian's arm and said, Brother Zhao Xian, I'm scared. Listening to her clip sound, Zhao Xinxin almost melted, and then he hugged her in his arms and comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid, go back and rest, I scared you today. After Xiaoshi left, Yang Ying looked worried. I always feel that this person is not ordinary, will anything happen to him? After hearing what she said, Zhao Xian also panicked. Because Yang Ying was quite calm just now, but now her expression suddenly changed, I also felt uneasy. Moreover, Zhao Xian also felt that the person tonight was different from the bald guy last night. That bald guy last night looked like a typical vagrant. But tonight, there was a rebelliousness in this man's bones. Zhao Xian had felt this kind of aura from those playboys in the Magic City. Zhao Xian shook his head helplessly. Let's talk about it later. There's no point in thinking so much now. After chatting briefly with Yang Ying, Zhao Xian went to rest. He tossed and turned in bed, thinking about what happened tonight, and only fell asleep in the second half of the night. The next day, after Zhao Xian got up, he asked the kitchen to cook him a bowl of porridge. I didn't get enough rest last night, so I want to drink a bowl of porridge to nourish my stomach. But before I could take a few sips of the hot porridge, I heard a noisy commotion coming from outside. Several government cars with police lights and sirens on stopped at the entrance of heaven on earth. Then, several people from the Yuku got off the car and shouted, Where is your boss here? Call him out. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian quickly stood up and walked over and said, Hello comrade, I'm the boss here, what can I do for you? Then, a leader said to Zhao Xian, You are quite courageous, you even dare to hit the son of the top leader of Qingluo Bay. The top leader? That guy last night was the son of the top leader of Qingluo Bay? This is bad. Before Zhao Xian had time to react, Tang Xiaolong and Tang Hu were also brought out of the room. Captain Zhang, the surveillance footage from last night showed them throwing the person out. Captain Zhang pointed at Zhao Xian and said, Take these three back. Afterwards, a pair of silver bracelets were put on the hands of Zhao Xian, Xiaolong, and Xiaohu. Wait a moment. Just as Zhao Xian was about to be taken away, a voice came from behind him. Chapter 34, Beautiful Girl. Zhao Xian looked back and saw Yang Ying and Xiaoshi. Why are you arresting people? Yang Ying pointed at Zhao Xian and said, Captain Zhang twisted his neck and said, "Why? You even dared to hit the son of a top leader. Why do you say that? Last night, the top leader called us personally and asked us to arrest someone." Then, Xiaoshi said, "But, it was clearly that person who started the trouble first." Captain Zhang looked at Xiaoshi and smiled. "Little sister, this is none of my business. We are just following orders." As he said this, he escorted the three people into the car and put a seal on heaven on earth before leaving. After seeing this, Yang Ying drove her Volkswagen CC to Yaku and took the crow with her when she left. Yakuni. Zhao Xian sat on a chair and was interrogated by two people from the Yamen. "Tell me, what's going on?" Zhao Xian explained what happened last night and said, "That bastard is looking for trouble. There's nothing we can do about it." The man at the Yamen knocked on the table and said sternly, "What are you talking about? What bastard? His name is Wei Xiao. He is the son of Wei Dekong, the leader of our Qingluo Bay." "Wei Xiao? Wei Dekong's son?" "I had a hunch last night that the Versace man was someone important, but I didn't expect he was actually the son of an official." Then, Captain Zhang, who had just arrested the man, said, "You guys are really ruthless. I broke 2 ribs and my nose is broken. It was so cold, and they took off people's coats and threw them on the roadside. TSK, that guy is so blind to wear the same clothes as me. And he didn't regret it at all." Given the situation last night, this guy was determined to let Yang Ying and Xiaoshi accompany him. If you don't beat him, he will never give up. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian spread his hands and shrugged fearlessly. "I was the one who beat him up, so I accept whatever happens to you. But it has nothing to do with my 2 brothers. They only attacked people under my orders. Let them go." Seeing this, Xiaolong and Xiaohu on the side said excitedly, "Boss, this is none of your business. We were the ones who beat him up and threw him out. If you want to deal with him, just deal with the 2 of us." Captain Zhang looked at the 3 people in shock. These 2 idiots must have lost their brains. "I've been working here for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone take the blame for the boss on their own initiative. It seems that I am not exploited enough in normal times." Then, Captain Zhang slapped the table and shouted, "Do you think the government office is owned by your family? You decide how to deal with it? I'm telling you, none of you 3 can escape. And your nightclub will be closed too." As he was about to take the 3 people away, but at this time, an elderly man wearing glasses walked in. Captain Zhang immediately stood up and greeted, "Director, why are you here?" The director coughed twice and asked, "Which of these 3 is the boss?" Zhao Xian raised his hand and said, "I am." "What's the matter?" The director waved at Zhao Xian and said, "Let him go." "Let go? Just let it go now? Who is running it?" The first person Zhao Xian thought of was Chen Yuqing, but the incident just happened last night, how could she know? Not only Zhao Xian, but also Captain Zhang standing next to him looked confused. Just as Zhao Xian was about to ask what was going on, the director said, "Master Wei said that if he lets you out, he will talk to you in person." Well, it turns out to be that bastard Wei Xiao. There is no need to think about it, it is definitely aimed at Yang Ying. Afterwards, Zhao Xian stood up and wanted to take Xiaolong and Xiaohu away with him, but was stopped by the director. "Master Wei said that only you will be allowed to go, and the other 2 will stay. Boss, don't worry about us. Get out of here first, and then find a way to get us out." Looking at Xiaolong and Xiaohu, Zhao Xian felt very guilty. They were all implicated by him. There is no other way. Whoever can get out now is the best. Let us go and see what that bastard Wei Xiao has to say first. When leaving, Zhao Xian left a message to the 2 brothers. "Don't worry, I will rescue you soon." When I arrived at the Yamen Hall, I saw Yang Ying and Crow waiting for me at the door. Zhao Xian told Yang Ying about the situation, and then the 3 of them decided to go back and think of a solution. When leaving, Yang Ying took out a stack of red bills from her bag and stuffed them into Captain Zhang's pocket. "Here, take it and give it to the brothers for tea. It has to be this good squad leader like me who knows how to handle things." Zhao Xian didn't react in time, otherwise Xiaolong and Xiaohu would have suffered inside. After going on Yang Ying's public CC, the 3 of them began to discuss. Yang Ying thought that she should go to the hospital to find Wei Xiao first and see what he had to say, but was stopped by Zhao Xian. "That bastard wants you in the first place. If you go there first, You'll be walking into the tiger's mouth, right? Yang Ying pointed the direction and said to Zhao Xian. No matter what, the most important thing now is to rescue Xiaolong and Xiaohu. But, squad leader. That's enough. Zhao Xian wanted to persuade Yang Ying, but was interrupted by her. Even if he wants to sleep with me, that's a matter for later. He can't just do it to me in the hospital. Yang Ying was really angry, otherwise how could a girl like her say such things? There's no way around it. Everyone would feel bad when encountering something like this. Along the way, Zhao Xian and Crow didn't speak, and the atmosphere was quite cold. After arriving at the hospital, Zhao Xian went to Wei Zhao's ward according to the address given by the government. Wei Zhao's ward is a VLP, and he is the only one living in it. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Xian saw two nurses serving him, one was feeding him and the other was pouring water for him. This bastard's hands were not honest either. He kept touching the nurse's body. Judging from the nurse's expression, it seemed that he was trying hard to hold it back. Seeing Zhao Xian and the other two come in, Wei Xiao waved to the two nurses, and the two nurses tactfully left the ward. Then, Wei Xiao whistled at him, his eyes full of teasing. My beautiful lady, we meet again. After seeing this, Zhao Xian pulled Yang Ying behind him, walked forward and said. You son of a bitch, your wound healed so quickly, huh? Do you want me to lick you some new ones? After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Crow also walked forward and snapped his fingers. Wei Xiao looked at the three people, not only was there no fear in his eyes, but there was a look of disdain. Boss Xiao, if you dare to do this, you will come here and beg me. Zhao Xian grabbed Wei Xiao by the collar and said in a deep voice. What do you want, you bastard? Wei Xiao did not answer Zhao Xian, but turned to look at Yang Ying with a lewd smile on his face. Zhao Xian immediately stood in front of Yang Ying, grabbed Wei Xiao and scolded him. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. If you dare to hit on her, I'll make sure you die without anyone to collect your body. Wei Xiao still looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and continued to smile obscenely. In addition to this beautiful lady, I also want that big lay from last night. Chapter 35. The turning point is here. You farted. As he said that, Zhao Xian swung his fist and hit Wei Xiao, who was lying on the hospital bed. Xian Zhao. Yang Ying yelled, and Zhao Xian's fist stopped in mid-air. Seeing Zhao Xian wanting to fight but unable to, Wei Zhao's smile was so bright. Boy, aren't your fists very strong? Weren't you very good at fighting last night? Go ahead. Seeing Wei Xiao like this, Zhao Xian clenched his fist and pinched his palm until it bled. But at this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. A man in an executive jacket and a woman carrying a fruit basket. Dad, save me, he's going to hit me. Seeing Wei Dekong coming in, Wei Zhao's expression immediately changed, from his previous arrogance to a sad face. What do you want to do, security guard? Where are the security guards? Someone is causing trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, two security guards rushed in with rubber hoses and pulled Zhao Xian off the bed. You are so brave, you just beat my son last night, and now you dare to come here. Zhao Xian did not speak, but looked at Wei Dekong in front of him and fell into deep thought. Seeing Zhao Xian staring at him in a daze, Wei Dekong frowned and said with a smile. You're scared, aren't you? What are you doing in a daze? After Wei Dekong finished speaking, Zhao Xian still did not respond. Only after Yang Ying, who was standing beside him, nudged him with her elbow did he come to his senses. Then, Wei Dekong asked again. You were arrested, why are you out again? After Wei Dekong finished speaking, Zhao Xian understood that he had no idea that his beloved son was planning to take advantage of Yang Ying and Xiaoshi. I thought my son was the victim. But that's true, this bastard usually acts like a good boy in front of his dad. After being separated from his father, he started to behave like a nobody. This is also related to his own family environment. His father and mother were nearly 40 years old when they gave birth to him. Wei Dekong had a son in his old age, and he was an only child. With the double buff, he doted on his son very much. He was reluctant to beat or scold this bastard even when he made mistakes, which led to him becoming more and more badass, and bullying men and women was a common occurrence for him. The most outrageous incident was when I was in high school and got my homeroom teacher pregnant. Wei Dekong, you really raised a good son. Yang Ying looked at Wei Dekong with a forced smile. After saying that, he pulled Zhao Xian and was about to leave. When leaving, Wei Xiao was still whispering in Yang Ying's ear. Beauty, I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see you and that big lay girl on my bed in 3 days, you'll have to wait for the two guys inside to collect their bodies." After saying that, Wei Xiao burst into laughter on the bed, looking determined to win. After leaving the hospital, the three got in the car and prepared to return to heaven on earth. Along the way, Zhao Xian didn't say a word and seemed to have not yet come to his senses. Seeing him like this, the crow patted his shoulder and asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Have you been absent-minded since you met Wei Dakon just now?" Yang Ying also added, "You don't know him." Zhao Xian shook his head and said, "I don't know him, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He looks very familiar." Yang Ying thought for a moment and said, "It should be on the TV news. After all, he attends every meeting." "No, it's not TV, but I really can't remember." Then, Zhao Xian patted his head again. "Never mind, let's go back and think of a solution." After returning to heaven on earth, Zhao Xian saw that the seal on the door was still there, with a red stamp on it. Back in the room, Yang Ying, Xiaoshi, Crow, and Zhao Xian sat around the table. "You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one was paying attention." Suddenly, Yang Ying said, "How about we go and look for the Wangua group?" As soon as this proposal came out, Zhao Xian rejected it because he had already considered this idea. If we ask the international group for help, it would mean exposing that heaven on earth is a company under the international group. Before coming, Chen Haishan had emphasized many times that no one must know the relationship between heaven on earth and the international group. Once exposed, Zhao Xian can just pack up and leave, which is no different from bankruptcy. Not only did he lose his commission from the nightclub, but the 1.8 million that he was supposed to receive was also lost. But now there are only 3 days left. After 3 days, Xiaolong and Xiaovu are very likely to be. With Wei Zhao's ability, Zhao Xian believed that he could do such a thing. But if I don't seek help from the international group, it seems that I have no other choice. Could it be that we really have to send Yang Ying and Xiaoshi to that birthplace? Absolutely not. That wolf cub was born to be hungry. If I compromise this time, I will be controlled by him and he will definitely get worse in the future. Moreover, Yang Ying and Xiaoshi, one is his good squad leader and the other is a fellow villager, both are very important people to him. Just when everyone was at a loss, Crow suddenly stood up and said he wanted to go to the bathroom. Watching Crow's back as he walked toward the bathroom, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes again and fell into deep thought. Bathroom? Suddenly, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up, he slapped the table and stood up, saying excitedly, "I remember now, it was in the bathroom." Xiaoshi and Yang Ying were startled by themselves. "What do you remember?" Zhao Xian did not answer them. Instead, he took out his cell phone and called Fong Meiting. A private villa in Qingluo Bay. Wei Dakong was reviewing documents in the study when suddenly the nanny knocked on the door and said, "Leader, someone is looking for you outside the door." Wei Dakong waved his hands, his face full of impatience. "I don't want to see anyone right now. If you have anything to say, tell him to wait for me in my office." Then the nurse said, "That person said that if the secretary doesn't want to see him, let me ask you, do you remember what you did last night?" As soon as the nanny finished speaking, Wei Dakong's face turned ugly. "Quick, let him in." After a while, the door of his study was kicked open. Wei Dakong looked up and saw that it was Zhao Xian. "Is it you?" Zhao Xian walked in and said slowly, "Hey, leader, how are you doing?" Wei Dakong showed a trace of fear on his face. "I'm fine, what are you doing?" Zhao Xian picked up the apple on the table and took a bite, then sat down on Wei Dakong's table and said, "It's good that you are in good health, otherwise why would you do it in the bathroom?" After saying this, Zhao Xian looked at Wei Dakong with a sly smile on his face. He learned this smile from his son. You, what do you mean? I don't understand." "Can't understand?" Zhao Xian frowned, took out his phone, opened the video and put it in front of Wei Dakong. "Do you understand now?" Wei Dakong stared at the video on his phone, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. Chapter 36: The Handle in Hand. The video was not long, just over 10 minutes, and Wei Dakong casually watched it while holding the progress bar. This video was taken when I was having an affair with Fong Meiting in the bathroom. Luckily Fong Meiting was bored that day, otherwise we would be in big trouble. When I first saw Wei Dakong, I felt that he looked familiar. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't remember where I had seen him. After a long time, I found out that I had seen him in a small movie. After reading it, Zhao Xian put away his phone and taunted Wei Dekong. Hey, boss, this isn't possible for you. Are you going to finish it so soon? Wei Dekong showed an embarrassed look on his face and said to Zhao Xian in a deep voice. What do you mean by bringing this video? Do you want me to let you go? Wei Dekong's words made Zhao Xian feel a little amused. He looked at Wei Dekong and said seriously. Leader, now it's not you who is going to let me go, it's me who is going to spare your life. Should I hand this thing over to my superiors or give it to your wife? As Zhao Xian spoke, he observed Wei Dekong's expression and found that beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Just like when he had an affair with that young woman Fong mating at the International Hotel. Then, Zhao Xian picked up the handkerchief on the table, symbolically wiped Wei Dekong's forehead, and said with a smile. Hey, boss, you said it's not hot today, but look at how sweaty you are. What do you want? Zhao Xian didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he said directly. It's very simple. Remove the seal on my door and let my two brothers out. Then discipline your reckless son. Wei Dekong looked a little unhappy and said. So you're just going to let it go after you beat my son like this? Brush. As soon as Wei Dekong finished speaking, Zhao Xian grabbed the documents on the table and threw them in his face, cursing. You still have the nerve to say that. If that bastard had done anything humane, I wouldn't have hit him. Afterwards, Zhao Xian told Wei Dekong what happened last night. He knew that Wei Xiao definitely didn't tell the truth to his father, but he was still pretending to be a good boy. After hearing this, Wei Dekong was also furious. Are you serious? This rebellious son is so wicked. Zhao Xian shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, I have surveillance cameras installed in the hall, and so many people were watching at the time. Wei Dekong remained silent. He knew that his son did a lot of immoral things, but he didn't expect him to be so immoral. Then, Zhao Xian added. Leader, this is actually a good thing for both you and me. How do you mean? Zhao Xian pointed at Wei Dekong's wife not far away, then leaned close to Wei Dekong's ear and said. As for me, I just want to run my nightclub in peace and stability, and you like to learn foreign languages. Isn't this a coincidence? I know your tigress can't satisfy you. Look at her big and strong body. No one can handle her. But from now on, whenever you come to my place, I promise to make sure you are comfortable, and no one will ever know. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Wei Dekong showed an irrepressible joy on his face. He smiled and said. You want me to be your backer? Zhao Xian shook his head and said. This is not called backing, this is called taking what you need. Don't forget that your braid is still in my hand. As he spoke, Zhao Xian picked up his cell phone and waved it in front of Wei Dekong. Wei Dekong thought for a moment and said. Okay, I promise you, but don't do anything too outrageous, or I won't be able to clean up the mess. Zhao Xian snorted disdainfully and said with a smile. You should keep these words to educate your son. After that, Zhao Xian stood up and left. When he left, Zhao Xian left a message for Wei Dekong. Leader, you'd better take good care of your son. If he does it again, it won't be as simple as just breaking a few ribs. After returning to Qingluo Bay, Zhao Xian discovered that the seal on the door had disappeared. It seemed that this old man Wei Dekong was quite efficient. But the two brothers Xiaolong and Xiaohu have not returned yet. Yang Ying said that they are staying to handle some formalities and should be back soon. Seeing Zhao Xian's triumphant return, everyone's face showed a long-lost smile. Everyone can finally put their minds at ease. The most excited person was Xiaoshi, who came up and gave Zhao Xian a big hug. Brother Zhao Xian, you are so awesome. Listening to her voice, I feel warm in my heart. Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh that this time God was really helping him. No, to be exact, it was all thanks to Fong Mating's casual shot. I must thank her later. Everyone gathered together, eating fruit plates, cracking melon seeds and chatting. Where's that bastard? Just let him go. Crow said, clenching his fist. Zhao Xian shook his head and said. Don't worry, someone will take care of him. Besides, I have the leverage over his father. I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Then, Xiaoshi, who was standing by, said with 2 grapes in her mouth. Brother Zhao Xian, will he come to cause trouble again in the future? I'm so scared. It can be seen that Xiaoshi was quite frightened this time, but Yang Ying was quite calm. But that's normal. On the one hand, she has seen many big scenes. On the other hand, she is the chief assistant of the Wanguo Group. With this confidence, she really doesn't need to be afraid. Then, Zhao Xian analyzed the situation with everyone. This time, not only did he solve the problem of Wei Xiao, but he also had the support of Wei Dekong. It would be much easier to deal with any troubles he encountered in Qingluo Bay in the future. Of course, this is only limited to Qingluo Bay. After all, there are so many rich people and playboys in Shanghai. If Wei Dekong really meets someone who pees high, I guess there is nothing he can do. But it doesn't matter. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhao Xian knows very well that there will definitely be Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Ermeizi, and all kinds of monsters behind him. A senior sanatorium in Shanghai. Wei Xiao was lying on the hospital bed as usual, humming a little tune and teasing the young nurse who came to treat him. In my mind, I kept imagining the scene of Yang Ying and Xia Shi. Suddenly, the door of the ward was kicked open and I looked up. It's Wei Dekong. Dad, how are you? Bang! Before Wei Xiaoqiao could finish his story, Wei Dekong slapped him in the face. Dad, why did you hit me? Wei Xiao was stunned by his father's slap. In his impression, his father would never hit him. You useless thing. Look, I won't beat you to death. You bastard. At first, Wei Dekong just slapped him, but later he became more and more angry and just raised his fist to hit him. Dad, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Seeing Wei Xiao being beaten and crying for his parents, the two young nurses next to him couldn't help but smile, and they felt so relieved. You deserve it. Keep your paws dirty. Chapter 37, Chen Yuqing went on a date? Time flies, and it's almost the end of the year. Zhao Xian's heaven on earth business is becoming more and more popular. He would go to Xiashi almost every day to check the cash flow. Looking at the numbers in the account book, Zhao Xian couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Brother Zhao Xian, our profit this month has exceeded 500,000 yuan again. Zhao Xian reached out and touched Xiaxi's bun and said with a smile. Work hard, and I'll give you a big red envelope during the Chinese New Year. Okay, brother, you are so nice. The sound of Xiaxi's clappers made Zhao Xian unable to recover. Afterwards, Yang Ying also came to the front desk and said to Zhao Xian with a menu. This is the menu for tonight's banquet. Do you have anything to add? Zhao Xian took the menu and looked at it. It was almost as good as a full-course Chinese banquet. Then he thought for a moment and said, Get another bottle of Royal Salute. The new year is coming to an end, and Zhao Xian and Chen Yuqing haven't seen each other for a long time. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Xian called Fang Meiting and Chen Yuqing to get together. Then, he called Fang Meiting's cell phone. Good sister, don't forget the dinner party tonight. Hey, my little love, why is your mouth so sweet? Zhao Xian smiled. Sister helped me so much last time, how can I not be sweet? Fang Meiting, that's about right. Zhao Xian said again. Can you ask Mr. Chen to come along? Fang Meiting moved her sexy lips. I've been working on this for a long time, just to invite your beautiful CEO, so please ask me by the way. How can that be, my dear sister, I miss you too. As he spoke, Zhao Xian made a mua sound towards the screen. After Fang Meiting responded to her, she said, My dear, you should have a sense of crisis. Your beautiful CEO has been with a tall, rich and handsome guy these past 2 days. Tall, rich and handsome? Fang Meiting's words made Zhao Xinqin feel nervous, and then he stopped talking. Hey, my love, why aren't you talking? But that's normal. Chen Yuqing is a leader in the socialite circle in Shanghai, so she must have suitors around her. Zhao Xian experienced this when he and Chen Yuqing participated in the project bidding for the first time. But even though Zhao Xian comforted himself in this way, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After hanging up the phone with Fang Meiting, Crow walked towards Zhao Xian and the others. He told Zhao Xian that when he opened the door this morning, he found that the nightclub's entrance had been vandalized. The 4 words heaven on earth were smashed to pieces. The door was smashed? Who did it? Could it be Wei Xiao who did it? Zhao Xian shook his head and said. It shouldn't be him. That bastard may be a worthless person, but he is the son of the top leader after all. He still has some vision. Zhao Xian had dealt with Wei Xiao before. That man's biggest flaw was that he was lustful. He would not do such a boring thing. Afterwards, Zhao Xian checked the surveillance again. But the person in the video was wrapped so tightly that it was impossible to tell who he was. Then, Zhao Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Take Xiaolong and Xiaovu with you tonight and smash all the storefronts on this street." After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Crow looked at Zhao Xian in confusion. Why? Then, Yang Ying explained. If only our own interests are harmed, no one will care. But if we tie everyone's interests together, someone will naturally come forward. He has to be a good squad leader, he can see it at a glance. Although Zhao Xian didn't know who did this, he could muddy the waters. Then, Zhao Xian said, "When you smash it, wear the same clothes as in the video and wrap yourself up tightly." Heaven on Earth was the first restaurant to be smashed. Even if someone wanted to report the case, they would not suspect me. Moreover, Zhao Xian had a premonition that the forces in Qingluo Bay would soon take action against him. After all, his nightclub has been the only one on this street for some time and business is booming. And most importantly, I didn't offer any tribute to anyone, so there would definitely be people who would be jealous. By around 6 p.m., Zhao Xian's banquet was ready. Crow, Xiaolong, Xiaowu, Yang Ying and Xiaoshi all sat down at the table, waiting for Fong Meiting and Chen Yuqing. Then, a Maserati Quattroporte parked in front of the nightclub. It goes without saying that the person driving so wildly must be that young woman Fong Meiting. After getting off the car, Zhao Xian noticed that her arm was linked with a man. Zhao Xian had seen this man before he was Fong Meiting's husband. Then, Zhao Xian stretched his neck and looked behind Fong Meiting. Fong Meiting blocked him with her body and said, "Don't look, she's not here." "All right." Fong Meiting's words made Zhao Xian feel a little disappointed. Then He was about to ask Fong Meiting why Chen Yuqing didn't come, but Fong Meiting answered first. "I'm on a date." "Dating?" When Zhao Xian heard Fong Meiting's answer, his face turned pale. "Forget it, maybe the person she wants to meet is more important than me." Afterwards, Fong Meiting's husband reached out and shook hands with Zhao Xian, and said politely, "Hello, Boss Zhao, we meet again." Fong Meiting's husband is called Sun Jie. Zhao Xian had inquired about it before and found out that he is the heir to a real estate company in Yangcheng. Because his family had a branch in Shanghai, he and Fong Meiting just happened to settle down in Shanghai. After Zhao Xian introduced the others, everyone took their seats. After sitting down, everyone was talking about what happened in the nightclub during this period. Since it was a daily gathering, no one was restrained. Moreover, both Crow and Yang Ying are from the Wangua group, so they have a lot to talk about. As they chatted, Fong Meiting gave Zhao Xian a sly look. "What's the meaning?" Zhao Xian felt something was wrong instantly. He quickly lowered his head and looked under the table. Fong Meiting had already taken off her high heels. The little feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings slowly stretched towards Zhao Xian. "Oh my god, stop it." Zhao Xian kicked Fong Meiting's foot away, then glared at her fiercely, signaling her to be quiet. Then, Zhao Xian took out his phone and typed, "Sister, stop it, your husband is still with you." Fong Meiting, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of him." Zhao Xian, "You are not afraid, but I am. I don't want to offend him." Fong Meiting, "It doesn't matter, I'll protect you when the time comes." Zhao Xian, "Protect your sister, can you wait until your husband is gone?" Fong Meiting ignored him, put away her phone, and stretched out her little feet towards Zhao Xian again. But as soon as his foot was placed on Zhao Xian's instep, the roar of an engine was heard outside the nightclub. Everyone turned around and saw a white Porsche 911 parked behind Fong Meiting's car. Chapter 38: The Rival is Coming. After seeing the car, Zhao Xian showed a long-lost smile on his face. No one was more familiar with this car than him. Sure enough, the person who got off the car did not disappoint him. He stood up and prepared to greet Chen Yuqing. But at this time, he found something wrong. Chen Yuqing got down from the passenger seat, which meant that there was someone else driving for her. Who is it? Is she a new assistant? Then the person in the driver's seat got out of the car. He is a man in a well-dressed suit. As the two men slowly approached, Zhao Xian could see the man's appearance clearly. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, three-dimensional facial features, and his hair was combed sideways. To be fair, this man is very handsome. However, what made Zhao Xian feel relieved was that although he and Chen Yuqing came in together, they always kept a distance from each other and were not as close as Fong Meiting and her husband. When Chen Yuqing approached, Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaowu both stared at Chen Yuqing with wide eyes. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Among all the beauties they had seen, Yang Ying and Fong Meiting were already the ceiling, but they didn't expect that there was someone more beautiful than her. Crow, on the other hand, was quite calm. He used to be a member of the international group and had met Chen Yuqing several times, so he was not that surprised. I thought you weren't coming. Chen Yuqing smiled and said. Why wouldn't I come if you're treating me? It should be said or not, this sentence is fine if it is said by ordinary friends, but when it comes to Zhao Xian and Chen Yuqing, it always makes people feel a little ambiguous. Zhao Xian also noticed that after Chen Yuqing said this, the man who came in with him had a changed expression and was obviously a little unhappy. But he concealed it well and soon returned to smiling. Then, Zhao Xian introduced the people at the table. This is Terry, his Chinese name is Gu Tianyi, he's my friend. After the introduction, Gu Tianyi extended his hand to Zhao Xian in a gentlemanly manner. Are you the assistant that Rainy Chen Yuqing's English name used to be? Little assistant? You are so young. Your whole family is small. Zhao Xian nodded. Then, Gu Tianyi smiled again. Thank you for taking care of Yuqing some time ago? Thank me? No, who do you think you are? What right do you have to thank me? Zhao Xian waved his hand at Gu Tianyi and said with a smile. Every moment I spent with Yuqing was my own will, so, Mr. Gu, your thanks are a bit redundant. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Xian should have said something like you're welcome and it's my duty. But who is this guy? What right does he have to thank me? After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Fang Meiting beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao Xian's counterattack, coupled with Fang Meiting's smile, made Gu Tianyi look a little embarrassed. So in order to ease the embarrassment, he greeted Fang Meiting again. Meiting, long time no see. Fang Meiting is Chen Yuqing and my best friend, so Gu Tianyi knows her. But Fang Meiting didn't seem to be very interested in him. I have a surname, it's Fang, and my name is Fang Meiting. Fang Meiting's words made the already awkward atmosphere even worse. Zhao Xian and Fang Meiting didn't seem to want to break this awkward scene. Then, Yang Ying stood up and said with a smile. Mr. Chen, Mr. Gu, please take a seat. There was no way out, Yang Ying also felt helpless. These kinds of social matters seemed to have become his specialty. After sitting down, Zhao Xian learned through chatting that Gu Tianyi was the heir to a real estate company in Beijing. His situation is similar to that of Fang Meiting's husband, both are sons of real estate bosses. Because he and Chen Yuqing's family were old friends, he naturally got to know Chen Yuqing. The two also studied in the United States together for 3 years. This reminded Zhao Xian of what Chen Yuqing had told him before, that there was a man who had been pursuing her for 3 years abroad. It seemed that this man must be Gu Tianyi. If it were before, Zhao Xian might have given up, because to normal people, it would be obvious that Gu Tianyi and Chen Yuqing were a better match. But ever since she tasted the pleasure that power and money brought her, her ambition began to slowly expand. In the past, Zhao Xian only wanted to find a stable job, marry a wife and live a stable life. But now, sorry, I don't want to live a mediocre life. Therefore, no matter how powerful the opponent is, no matter which family he is from, I will not retreat. While eating, Zhao Xian discovered that the little turtle always liked to mix English with Chinese when speaking. To be honest, Zhao Xian hates this habit. What the hell are you doing here? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian became upset and stood up and handed a cigarette to Fang Meiting's husband and the boy sitting there. But when Zhao Xian handed the cigarette to Gu Tianyi, his face was full of disgust. Zhao Xian looked at him and frowned. What's the matter? Do you think my yushi is not high-end enough? Gu Tianyi waved his hand, looking very gentlemanly, and said, Mr. Zhao, you are so ungentlemanly. Don't you see there are so many girls here? Not buddy. You are really good at pretending. Then Zhao Xian turned around and looked at Fang Meiting beside him and asked, Sister Fang, do you have any objections? Fang Meiting didn't say anything, but simply shook her head. Then, Zhao Xian looked at Yang Ying and Xiaoshi. What about you two? Yang Ying and Xiaoshi both shook their heads and said no. Zhao Xian looked at Gu Tianyi with disdain and said with a smile. Did you hear that? The girls have no objections, but you, a grown man, are not happy. As he spoke, Zhao Xian blew out a smoke ring from his mouth. Then, Gu Tianyi said, Mr. Zhao, they are just embarrassed to say it, it doesn't mean they have no opinion. Damn it! Zhao Xian suppressed his anger. If someone had said such sarcastic words to him in school before, he would have kicked him to the ground. Then, Zhao Xian slammed his wine glass on the table, stood up and said, No, buddy, you're not done yet, are you? Why are you talking so much just for a cigarette? Then, Gu Tianyi said in English. How can you be so rude? You don't behave like a gentleman at all. The pronunciation is very standard. Unfortunately, Zhao Xin didn't understand. My English is not very good. When I was in college, I only scored 429 points in the level 4 exam, which was just barely enough to pass. But Yang Ying and Xia Shi are different. These two top students have even passed the level 6 exam. After Gu Tianyi finished speaking, Zhao Xin looked at him impatiently and said, Little turtle, speak human language, not nonsense. Then, Gu Tianyi turned to Chen Yuqing and said, Rainy, why would you hire such a rude person as your assistant? He has no gentlemanly manners at all. Zhao Xin couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up, saying angrily, Damn it, if I hadn't seen that you were brought by Yu Qing, I would have thrown you out long ago. Gu Tianyi stared at Zhao Xin and asked, What are you going to do? Do you want to duel with me? Duel? Let's fight, why are you pretending to be a fool? After saying that, Zhao Xin rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready to take action. The three crows next to them also held the wine bottles in their hands, as if waiting for Zhao Xian's orders. Xin Zhao. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Chen Yuqing stopped Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin turned around and kept his eyes on Chen Yuqing. Chapter 39 Chen Yuqing's Attitude. Sit down. Chen Yuqing looked at Zhao Xin with a cold face. No, what does this woman mean? Couldn't she see that the little turtle was looking for trouble? Yuqing, I. Zhao Xin wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chen Yuqing. Don't you even listen to me? Chen Yuqing's voice was cold, just like the first time he met her. Listen, can't I listen? Afterwards, Zhao Xin sat back in his chair, and the three crows put away the wine bottles. After sitting down, Gu Tianyi looked at the lost expression on Zhao Xian's face, his face full of pride. Zhao Xian is feeling very depressed right now, not because of this little turtle, but because of Chen Yuqing. Why doesn't she speak up for herself? Could it be that in her heart, this little turtle is more important than herself? But when I think about it, I have only known Chen Yuqing for a few months, so how can I possibly compare to their friendship of so many years? Well, in the final analysis, it was just my own wishful thinking. Zhao Xian only invited Chen Yuqing to this party, but she brought this little turtle with her. There is no way Chen Yuqing didn't understand the principle of not bringing guests home. So, that says it all. Because of what happened just now, the situation was quite awkward and everyone kept their heads down and kept silent. At this time, Yang Ying came over with a bottle of royal salute. I was so tense with Gu Tianyi just now that I didn't even notice when Yang Ying left. Come on, this is the royal salute that Zhao Xian asked me to prepare. I forgot to take it out just now. Let's all have a drink. Yeah, I haven't had it yet. When Xia Shi saw this, she responded with her clapper voice, and the scene instantly returned to its lively atmosphere. After a while, the table was a mess. Everyone except Zhao Xian and Chen Yuqing was a little drunk. Chen Yuqing was because she had to drive in a while, and as for Zhao Xian, he had no intention of getting drunk at all. Later, everyone left one after another. Fang Meiting and her husband got into the Maserati President, while Chen Yuqing and Gu Tianyi got into the Porsche 911. As he watched the taillights of the car gradually disappear, Zhao Xinxin felt increasingly lost. This position that used to belong to me has now been taken by someone else. Are you okay? Yang Ying's voice came from behind. Zhao Xian shook his head and said, It's okay, I'm going to take a walk on the beach. I'll accompany you? Need not. The seaside that Zhao Xian mentioned is a port in Qingluo Bay. The scenery is very beautiful. When the weather is hot, many people will come here to check in. Arriving at the beach, Zhao Xian opened his arms and let the sea breeze blow on his face. It's winter now, but I feel numb and can't feel the slightest bit of cold. But despite this, the evening breeze still has no gentleness at all. Thinking back to what had just happened, Zhao Xian's mind gradually became clear. He knew very well how popular Chen Yuqing was in the upper-class society of Shanghai. I used to have breakfast with her, run with her, and even live with her. These memories, which may seem precious to Zhao Xian, may just be his own wishful thinking. Xiao Jingting's song has already sung, whoever follows faithfully can only be a guard at best. The sky gradually darkened, Zhao Xian's eyes gradually blurred, he looked at the endless sea, his heart gradually fell to the freezing point. Am I really being too sentimental? Doesn't she really belong to me? Suddenly, Zhao Xian felt a beam of light shining on his face, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Who would come here at this late hour? As the roar of the engine gradually approached, Zhao Xian could see the car logo clearly. Porsche 911? What was she thinking? She had already followed Gutiani, how could she possibly turn back? My eyes were blurry and I was even having hallucinations. But as the car door opened, the figure getting out of the car told him that this was not an illusion. Are you planning to jump into the sea? It's her, it's really her. Why is she here? You, why are you? Looking at Chen Yuqing, who was wearing high boots and a brown windbreaker, Zhao Xian was so excited that he was speechless. But before he could get excited for long, Zhao Xian's expression changed. He looked at Chen Yuqing with a somewhat unhappy expression. Didn't you go with him? Chen Yuqing also noticed the emotion on Zhao Xian's face. What's wrong, are you angry? Zhao Xian shook his head and said. I dare not. I am not in a position to be angry, and I am not qualified to be angry. There is nothing wrong with this. Everything I have now was given by Chen Yuqing. Without her, I would probably still be selling my house. When Chen Yuqing saw him like this, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. It's a pity that Zhao Xian didn't see this smile. Afterwards, Chen Yuqing accepted. I didn't invite him to come. He came here on his own initiative. His parents came from Beijing to discuss the contract with my dad. After lunch, they kept pestering me. He came all the way here, I can't just tell him to go away, can I? Zhao Xian heard a hint of helplessness in Chen Yuqing's words. Is she compromising? But in Zhao Xian's impression, Chen Yuqing has always been decisive and resolute. To be able to make her compromise, you can see how powerful this Gu Tianyi is. Besides, our family's business in Beijing depends on the Gu family. I can't offend him, so I didn't speak for you just now. Zhao Xian nodded. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I misunderstood you. Chen Yuqing's words gave me some comfort. But why should she explain herself? From her perspective, I am not anyone to her, and it seems that there is no need for her to explain herself. And to be honest, the nightclub he is in now belongs to Chen Yuqing. It's her own nightclub, she can bring whoever she wants. Even if you want to explain, why not just send a message? Why drive back? Zhao Xian pondered for a long time, and the only explanation he could come up with was? Does she like herself? Impossible. As soon as this idea came out, it was rejected by Zhao Xian. There are so many young masters in the entire Magic City who have failed. He should know his own worth. With doubts in his heart, Zhao Xian asked weakly. Why did you come back? Chen Yuqing said calmly. Why, you don't want me to come back? Or am I disturbing you from cooling off? That's not what I meant. As he spoke, Zhao Xian couldn't help but shudder. Seeing him like this, Chen Yuqing took a brown windbreaker from the car and gave it to him. Zhao Xian did not take the clothes, but hesitated as he looked at the clothes in Chen Yuqing's hand. Seeing Zhao Xian hesitate, Chen Yuqing said. Don't worry, this isn't his. I bought it especially for you. I was going to give it to you as a gift, but who knew you would go crazy all of a sudden? After Chen Yuqing finished speaking, Zhao Xian took the clothes and put them on. He found that this dress was exactly the same as the one Chen Yuqing was wearing, except that it did not have the waistline unique to women's styles. It should be a couple's piece. Then, Zhao Xian asked Chen Yuqing. Do you like him? Chapter 40 Scar Tiger comes to cause trouble. Chen Yuqing was confused by Zhao Xian's words. She looked at Zhao Xian, frowned, and asked. Who do you like? Zhao Xian didn't say anything, but sighed and looked at her meaningfully. Then, Chen Yuqing shook her head and said. If I liked him, I wouldn't have come to you. Chen Yuqing's words made Zhao Xian feel relieved. Then, Chen Yuqing added. He is very good. When we were in the United States, he treated me very well, and I also know how he feels about me. But my heart never beat for him. After hearing this, Zhao Xian took over Chen Yuqing's words and asked. Then who does your heart beat for? Zhao Xian's words made Chen Yuqing's face pale. She didn't say anything, but kept looking at Zhao Xian. What Zhao Xian said is actually equivalent to asking her, do you like me? He kept looking at Chen Yuqing's face, waiting for her answer. The two of them just stood at the beach, enjoying the cold breeze and looking into each other's eyes. But at this moment, Zhao Xian's cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Yang Ying calling. "Where are you? Come back soon." On the other end of the phone, Yang Ying's voice sounded a little hurried. "What's wrong? Someone came to cause trouble and injured our people." "Wait, I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xian immediately rushed back to heaven on earth. There was no other way, he could only say a simple goodbye to Chen Yuqing. After walking away, Zhao Xian turned around and looked at Chen Yuqing, and found that she was waving at him and seemed to be muttering something. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and he couldn't hear clearly. When Zhao Xian arrived at heaven on earth, he found a large group of people gathered at the door. There were several white Jettas parked across the road at the door. The leader was a man with a scar on his face and a scorpion tattooed on his neck. Scarface with a scorpion tattooed on his neck? Zhao Xian seemed to remember something. When the old factory street was demolished, a villager was stabbed. At that time, the victim told Zhao Xian that the person who stabbed him was a man with a scar on his face and a scorpion tattooed on his neck. Zhao Xian also noticed that there was a familiar person standing next to the scarred man. It was the bald man he threw out a few months ago. He also said at that time that his eldest brother was Scar Tiger. It seems that this is the one in front of me. Why are there so many people gathered at the door? Why don't you come in and sit down? As Zhao Xian spoke, the bald man saw him. He pointed at Zhao Xian and said, "Boss, it was him. He beat me up that night and threw me out." After the bald man finished speaking, Scar Tiger took a puff of his cigarette, looked at Zhao Xian with a gloomy expression and said, "Are you the boss here?" Zhao Xian nodded, and then said casually, "You're the one called Scar or something?" Having said that, Zhao Xian turned and looked at Tang Xiaolong. Tang Xiaolong responded to Zhao Xian. "Scar Tiger." "Oh." Zhao Xian pretended to suddenly realize what was going on, and then said, "Scar Cat, huh?" After Zhao Xian finished speaking, the three crows behind him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even Yang Ying couldn't help but cover her mouth with the back of her hand. "Boy, you're looking for death." The two younger brothers beside Scar Tiger cursed Zhao Xian. Just as he was about to rush forward to attack, Scar Tiger stopped him with a wave of his hand. Scar Tiger looked at Zhao Xian carefully. "Not bad, being able to open such a big nightclub shows that you have some skills." Zhao Xian waved his hand impatiently. "Stop showing off to me, stand there like a human being. What are you going to do with all these people? You're not just trying to avenge this wild dog, are you?" As he spoke, Zhao Xian pointed at the bald man next to Scar Tiger. Zhao Xian did not behave politely with Scar Tiger, because he knew in his heart that he and Scar Tiger would have to fight sooner or later. Crow had told him before that Scar Tiger was the boss of this street, he had countless followers, and all the nightclubs on the street had to pay tribute to him. "I have been here for several months and business is getting better and better. According to the rules, I should have approached him and offered the money long ago. But Zhao Xian has been pretending to be stupid for the past few months. Not only has he ignored him, he has also beaten his younger brother. Naturally, he has to come to Zhao Xian to ask for an explanation. But what surprised Zhao Xian was that this guy could actually endure for so long and only came today." After being scolded by Zhao Xian, Scar Tiger did not show the slightest bit of anger on his face. Instead, he looked at Zhao Xian with a gloomy face. This look made Zhao Xian feel chilled. Then, he winked at a younger brother beside him, who understood and said, "Boss Zhao, you've been here for more than 3 months. Our boss has been waiting for your visit. Since you are ignorant, our boss has no choice but to come find you in person." Zhao Xian found my words a little funny. "Nobody, who has more baskets than you? I'm visiting you." "What? You won't live through this year?" Scar Tiger's subordinates were so angry at Zhao Xian's words that they all clamored to come up and beat Zhao Xian. But such words had no killing power on Scar Tiger. He said calmly, "I don't have time to play tricks with you. Just tell me, who do you belong to?" "No, you're not angry about this?" Zhao Xian originally thought that Scar Tiger would order his men to rush up and attack him, but he didn't expect this guy to be so patient. "In that case, you can't blame me. Ask your mom. Your mom loves to fool around with my brothers." After Zhao Xian finished cursing, he laughed a few times in a particularly mean way. At this time, Scar Tiger's face finally changed. His expression began to turn grim, and his eagle eyes stared straight at Zhao Xian. Anxious, he was anxious. I thought this old bitch was very tolerant, but this is all she is. Then, Scar Tiger waved forward, and several of his younger brothers rushed towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian also became excited when he saw this. He was very angry with that little turtle today and was worried about where to vent his anger. He picked up the steel pipe at the door and rushed forward. But before he got there, a shadow rushed in front of him from behind. It's a crow. He rushed to the front, raised his leg and kicked one person to the ground, then threw another person down with an over-the-shoulder throw. Oh my god, is this guy really tough? Before Zhao Xian could react, two men holding steel pipes came towards him. Zhao Xian, be careful! Yang Ying shouted from behind. Zhao Xian looked at the steel pipe coming towards him and felt a chill on his back. His reaction was a little slow and he had no time to dodge. This steel pipe is not hollow, it is solid. If it touches your body, you will have to stay in the ICU for a few months. But just as the steel pipes were about to hit Zhao Xian on the head, a hand reached in front of Zhao Xian and blocked the two steel pipes for Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian looked up and saw it was a crow again. Chapter 41, God of War Scar Tiger. Oh my god, this crow. Catch the steel pipe with bare hands. Are you okay? The crow shook his head and said it was okay. Later, Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiuwu also joined in, and soon Scar Tiger's brothers were knocked to the ground by Zhao Xian and his four companions. Looking at the people on the ground howling like ghosts, Zhao Xian started to talk nonsense again. Scar Cat, why are all your subordinates good for nothings? There's not even one person who can fight. Pa 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 pa. The crow clapped his hands and said with a smile. Boss Zhao really has many hidden talents under his command. After saying that, he threw back his leather coat, the same style as Yin Xuanying's, and rushed towards Zhao Xian. The three crows also went forward to meet them. But as soon as they started fighting, Zhao Xian felt something was wrong. It was obvious that Scar Tiger was a trained fighter. He was fighting one against three people, and not only did he not lose the upper hand, he even acted very relaxed. Looking at the three of Crow, they were obviously struggling. Just now when Crow was fighting a few minions alone, he kicked them one by one, but now when he was fighting Scar Tiger, he kept retreating. It is conceivable how powerful this Scar Tiger is. Soon, Scar Tiger leaped up and delivered a series of flying kicks right at Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiuwu on the head, knocking both of them to the ground. After seeing this, Zhao Xian picked up the steel pipe on the ground and hit Scar Tiger with it. Scar Tiger felt a little pain, turned around and kicked Zhao Xian in the stomach. Zhao Xian instantly felt his stomach churning and his lower abdomen aching. This guy is too weak. Not only did he take the steel pipe, but he also killed himself. Gradually, with a side kick from Scar Tiger, Crow was knocked to the ground. 4-against-1, and the whole team was wiped out. Boss Xiao, are there any other people here? If not, I'm going to take action. Zhao Xian held his stomach and asked through gritted teeth. What do you want? The crow said calmly. I don't want to do anything, I just hope that Boss Zhao knows the rules. Of course Zhao Xian understood what he meant by understanding the rules. It just meant paying tribute to him. Zhao Xian had considered this before. If this nightclub belonged to him, he might choose to pay tribute and then run the business peacefully. But now I can only take 20% of the profits every year, and the rest has to be handed over to the international group. If I give this 20% to him, wouldn't that be just making a profit? If you take money from the public account, it will be considered embezzlement of public funds, which will result in imprisonment. So Zhao Xian would never give this money no matter what. Then Zhao Xian grinned. If you want money, go ask your mother. Your father doesn't have a penny. Scar Tiger nodded and said with a smile. You are really brave, kid. I'll give you a chance. Come and follow me. I'll keep your business safe. Zhao Xian smiled. I'll give you a chance, take your people and get out of here. Okay, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, you can't blame me. Then, Scar Tiger pointed at Zhao Xian's nightclub and said to the younger brother behind him. Go in and smash it for me. Zhao Xian's heart was in his throat at this time. If they want to cause trouble tonight, he will have to take out the thing that Chen Yuqing gave him. Although I don't know how to use it, at such a close distance, it won't be outlined. And with Wei.com taking care of the aftermath for him, he has nothing to be afraid of. But just when the other side was about to take action, a younger brother ran to Scar Tiger's ear and said a few words. Scar Tiger's face turned grim after hearing this, and then he waved his hand and said, "Collect the troops." Leaving now? Not smashing it anymore? After getting in the car, Scar Tiger stuck his head out of the window and said to Zhao Xin, "Kid, I have something urgent tonight, so I'll let you go for now. I'll give you another week. If you don't pay the tribute in a week, I guarantee you won't be able to continue running this place." After Scar Tiger's convoy left, Yang Ying hurried over to support Zhao Xin. "Why are they leaving in such a hurry?" Zhao Xin said thoughtfully. "Looking at this, I'm afraid there is something urgent. Or shall we follow and see?" Yang Ying looked at Zhao Xin covering his stomach and frowned. "Is your injury serious? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Zhao Xin shook his head and said, "No, this foot won't die yet." Damn, that kick was really hard. Afterwards, Zhao Xin, Yang Ying and Crow followed in a Volkswagen CC. Zhao Xin was really curious. Scar Tiger almost took over his place tonight. What was the urgent matter that made him leave in such a hurry? Soon, Yang Ying's Volkswagen CC caught up with the Scar Tiger Jetta team, and Zhao Xin asked her to keep a distance and not get close. After driving for some distance, the Jetta convoy stopped in front of a nightclub called Golden Sunshine. Yang Ying also found a secluded place to park the car, and then the three of them began to observe the situation. Before Scar Tiger arrived, a man and a team of people were already waiting for him at the scene. Thunder Tiger? Crow was surprised. Zhao Xin looked at the Crow and asked, "You know him?" The Crow nodded and said, "This man is called Ben Leihu. Like Dao Shahu, he is a subordinate of 4th Master Qiao." 4th Master Qiao? Zhao Xin frowned and asked, "Is this the 4th Master Qiao that I understand?" "No, we just have the same name. His last name is Qiao, and he is the 4th child in the family, so everyone calls him Mr. Qiao Si." Then Zhao Xin opened the window and put his ear close to the outside. "Brother Dao, why did you come just now? The brothers have been waiting for you for a long time." Ben Leihu looked at Scara with some dissatisfaction on his face. Scar Tiger waved his hand. "There's a bastard on my street who doesn't know the rules, so I went to settle the matter." "How is it, are all our brothers here?" Ben Leihu pointed behind him. "Everyone is here, just waiting for the 4th Master's order." 2A. Scar Tiger spat on the ground and cursed. "That bastard Ma San is getting more and more arrogant. He's even trying to steal our place. Damn it, I have to smash his nest tonight." After waiting for about 10 minutes, Scar Tiger flicked the cigarette in his hand and shouted, "Get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger, each holding a baseball bat, rushed into the Dihao nightclub. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xin opened the door, got out of the car, and moved forward. Yang Ying and Crow followed. Just as Zhao Xin reached the door, he heard some crackling sounds. When they looked inside again, Zhao Xin and the other two were stunned by the scene before them. This is simply a god of war. So tough? Even Crow, who was a mercenary, had a look of disbelief on his face. Chapter 42. Xiaolong was detained. Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger each held a baseball bat and started fighting from the downstairs to the upstairs, killing anyone who got in their way. Zhao Xin couldn't help but sigh. Master Qiao has really capable people under his command. Yang Ying saw Zhao Xin like this and asked, "What, do you like it?" Zhao Xin couldn't help but nodded and said, "I like him so much. If I can use such a person, it won't be a problem to open a business or even take over the entire Qingluo Bay." Then the Crow came up and asked, "By the way, what are you doing? Why are you beating so hard?" Zhao Xin shook his head and said, "I don't know, but Scar Tiger left in such a hurry just now, I guess he came here to mess things up." About 20 minutes later, the Dihao nightclub was smashed into pieces and the nightclub manager was pinned to the ground by Scar Tiger's men. "Listen carefully, go back and tell your boss that if Dihao doesn't close for one day, I will bring people to smash it up." After saying that, Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger walked out of Dihao with their men. Seeing this, Zhao Xin and the other two quickly hid aside. Afterwards, Zhao Xin heard the conversation between Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger. "Brother Dao, have you dealt with the new guy in your territory?" Scar Tiger shook his head. I came in such a hurry today that I didn't have time to deal with him. Then Lehu frowned and said, "Who is that kid? He is so arrogant. He not only refuses to give evidence, but also dares to beat our people. I'm not sure. I guess he's a small boss from someplace who wants to plant his flag here. I heard before that this guy beat up the son of a top leader, but he was released the next day. Could there be some background behind this?" Scar Tiger threw the cigar in his hand on the ground, his face full of viciousness. But no matter what his background is, in our Qingluo Bay, he is a dragon and must be coiled. If he doesn't follow the rules, the Wanbo group will come and smash him. Then Lehu blew out a smoke ring and said, "Okay, let's go back and report to the fourth master first." After Scar Tiger left, Zhao Xian looked at the smashed nightclub and fell into deep thought. He knew very well that before long, the end of Tianshan Renjian might be the same as that of Dihao nightclub. Then he said to the crow, "Crow, I have a mission for you. I'll give you 2 days off. Go and find out what happened tonight, as well as the distribution of forces in Qingluo Bay." The crow nodded and said, "Don't worry, this is easy." The next day. "Ah, be gentle. Oh, why is your place so big? Ouch, it hurts so much. Look at you, you're so good at what you do." Zhao Xian was lying on the bed while Yang Ying was applying medicine to the bruises on his back. "Scar Tiger kicked me pretty hard last night." Looking at Yang Ying's thighs faintly visible in her cheongsam, Zhao Xian couldn't help but clear his throat. "If I were in school, I would not even dare to think about such a beautiful woman applying medicine to me personally." Bang! Suddenly, Yang Ying slapped Zhao Xian on the back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yang Ying rolled her eyes at him. "Where are you looking?" Zhao Xian laughed awkwardly and looked away. Then, Yang Ying looked at him carefully and said, "I say, you won't feel inferior, will you?" Zhao Xian frowned slightly. "What are you feeling inferior about?" "That little turtle from last night." Zhao Xian looked disdainful. "TSK, what did I think it was? It's just that kind of stuff. I really don't take it seriously. Having said that, I still feel a little guilty. Not to mention that the little turtle is better than him in every aspect, just talk about wealth and status. That's a real chable. And he is a tycoon in the capital. For someone of this size, it would only take a word for him to deal with me. But even so, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. When I came here, I had already thought it through clearly. I would rather be torn into pieces than live a miserable life like this." Just as I was thinking about this, Tang Xiuwu suddenly pushed the door open from outside. "Boss, we're in trouble." But when he saw the scene in the room, he quickly covered his eyes with his hands. "I'm sorry, please continue, please continue." From his perspective, Zhao Xian was shirtless, lying on the sofa, while Yang Ying, wearing a high-slit cheongsam, was stroking his back. Even this fool knew what the two were doing. Zhao Xian looked at him speechlessly, then said, "I say, can you please learn from your brother and be more clever? Stop acting like a tiger all day long." Tang Xiaowu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Hee, that's why my name is Xiaowu." Then Zhao Xian put on his clothes, leaned back on the sofa and said, "What's the matter? I went to buy some alcohol this morning, but the boss Li refused to sell it to us and even beat up my brother." "You don't sell alcohol, but you beat people?" Zhao Xian frowned and said, "That's not right. We haven't offended him. Why are we suddenly not selling it?" Yang Ying on the side said, "Is there someone behind this doing something bad?" Then, Zhao Xian asked, "Why are you back alone? Where's your brother?" "He was held there." "Damn it!" Zhao Xian slammed the table and stood up, cursing. "That old Biden is tired of living." After that, he took Tang Xiuwu to the winery. On the way, Zhao Xian kept thinking that his business was very booming and he had to purchase goods from Boss Li's winery every now and then, and the order quantity each time was not low. In other words, I am also his big customer. Therefore, this old wall lamp must have received instructions from someone else, otherwise he would have nothing better to do than to leave such a big business unattended. But who is it? After arriving at the brewery, Zhao Xian kicked the door open. "Call out your boss." After a while, Mr. Li from the winery came out with a few employees. He looked at Zhao Xian with a fake smile and said to him, "Boss Xiao, my door is very expensive, how come you can't even knock on it?" Zhao Xian ignored him, picked up a beer from the shelf, took a sip, and then spat it on the ground. I say, Li Laoding, these fake wines are not gold ingots, you should keep them for having children. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Boss Li's face turned a little grim. Boss Xiao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. I have a business license. Zhao Xian waved his hand. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Tell me, we were working well together before, why do you suddenly stop selling? Boss Li shook his head and said. I own this place, I can sell to whomever I want, do I need to explain this to you? It's Scar Tiger, right? After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he took a closer look at Boss Li's face and found that his expression did not change. If it's not covered up well, then it means you guessed wrong. Boss Li said expressionlessly. Boss Xiao, I don't want to embarrass you. You just need to know that it is me, Li, who doesn't want to do business with you anymore. Zhao Xian nodded. Well, let my brother go. Boss Li turned around and shouted into the room. Bring the people out. Afterwards, Tang Xiaolong was dragged out from the nearby cubicle. When Zhao Xian saw Tang Xiaolong, a surge of anger instantly surged in his heart. Looking at Tang Xiaolong, whose body was covered with scars, Zhao Xian clenched his fists. Boss Li, what the hell do you mean? Chapter 43 Class Reunion. Brother, are you okay? Tang Xiaohu hurried forward to support Tang Xiaolong. Tang Xiaolong's body was covered in bruises, his face was bloody and he couldn't even open his left eye. Boss Li, even if the deal doesn't work out, we still have friendship. It doesn't matter if you sell the wine or not, but what does it mean that you hit my brother? Boss Li shrugged meaninglessly. I didn't want to do this, but this kid's mouth was so foul that I locked him up for more than 10 minutes and cursed my ancestors for generations. You bastard, I'm gonna fuck your grandma, I'm. Look, he's still cursing. Zhao Xian was silent for a while, then said calmly. Boss Li. Boss Li frowned when he saw Zhao Xian like this. What's the matter? Zhao Xian continued to remain silent, and the air seemed to be frozen. I fuck your grandmother, you maligo. Zhao Xian praised Boss Li and his whole family. No, why are you cursing too? Boss Li was completely stunned by Zhao Xian's scolding. Scolding your whole family is too light, I'm still going to beat you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xian picked up the half-drunk beer bottle and smashed it directly on Boss Li's head. Ouch! Boss Li squatted there holding his head and howling. Then, Zhao Xian and Tang Xiaohu raised their fists and started to attack Boss Li. Before his men could react, Boss Li was punched several times in the face. There was blood all over his nose and mouth, and even one of his eyes was broken. Tang Xiaolong looked at his funny appearance and laughed even louder. Fuck them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, several of Boss Li's men rushed towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian did not panic. He grabbed Boss Li's hair, then pulled out a butterfly knife from his waist and put it against Boss Li's neck. Come on, dare you take another step forward and try? Boss Zhao, don't be impulsive. If you hurt me, you won't be able to leave. Looking at the blade on his neck, Boss Li had lost his previous arrogance and his tone softened a lot. Shut up, I ask you, who ordered you to do that? No one told me to do it. I just don't want to sell it anymore. After hearing this, Zhao Xian slapped him in the face and cursed. Shut up, you stupid dog. Did your brain get kicked by a donkey? Why don't you make money? If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut a hole in your face. I said, it's Scar Tiger. Crack. Zhao Xian stabbed Boss Li in the thigh with a knife. Ouch. Boss Li screamed heartbreakingly. Didn't I tell you? Why are you still doing it? UF King think I'm easy to fool, don't you? Who is Scar Tiger? Does he have to resort to such despicable means to deal with me? Although Scar Tiger had just come to cause trouble for him last night, but with his power, if he wanted to deal with him, he could have someone directly destroy his place without having to resort to these little tricks. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll tear your head off. I don't know that man, but he brought people to threaten me and told me to stop drinking alcohol or he would stop giving my son medicine. Medicine? What medicine? Drugs for treating leukemia. My son has leukemia and he relies on drugs to survive. Otherwise, he would die. No, this is too immoral. Isn't this obviously destroying someone's livelihood? Can you describe to me what that person looks like? Boss Li thought for a moment, then said. I just remember that the man had a very large head. Especially big head? Zhao Xian thought about it carefully. Not to mention his enemies, even among the people he knew, there was no one as powerful as him. Then Zhao Xian nodded and said, "For the sake of your son, I won't make things difficult for you, but I'm also warning you, don't mess with us, Tianshang Renjian." After saying that, he took Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu away from the winery. After returning, Zhao Xian brought some medicine for bruises and injuries and applied it on Tang Xiaolong. "Boss, I can do it myself. Why would I trouble you?" Zhao Xian said as he applied the medicine. "Xiaolong, can you change your bad habit of nagging? You are in trouble now." Tang Xiaolong chuckled and said that he had been like this since he was a child. He was often beaten for his bad mouth, but he would forget about it after each beating. Then, Tang Xiaolong asked again, "Boss, what are we going to do with the drinks from now on?" Zhao Xian waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Without this butcher, would I still eat hairy pigs? There are so many wine factories in Shanghai, so this one is not a big deal. What's more, the wine he sells is fake." Several customers had complained to him before that there were problems with the wine, and Zhao Xian always sent them fruit plates to apologize. "Today I just took this opportunity to change a supplier." After applying the medicine, Zhao Xian returned to the lounge and saw Yang Ying waiting for him. "What's up? Are you going to the class reunion?" "Class reunion?" Zhao Xian looked puzzled. "What class reunion? Haven't we graduated for several years?" Yang Ying rolled her eyes at him and said, "You really don't read group messages." As she spoke, Yang Ying handed the phone to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian took the phone and found that it was a message in the class group. After graduating from university, Zhao Xian quit the class group. Except for the counselor and Yang Ying, other people were of no significance to Zhao Xian. After all, he still remembers clearly how those people looked down on him when he was in college. Everyone in the class group was discussing getting together, saying that they hadn't seen each other for many years. Everyone was talking one after another, and in the end, everyone was waiting for Yang Ying to make the decision. Yang Ying also pretended not to see it. She knew very well that this so-called class reunion was just some people trying to show off. As expected, a person named Han Chang in the group said, "Actually, the one who impressed me the most in our class was the one named Zhao Xian. What is that idiot doing now? Oh my god, he ended up eating the melon himself. Han Chang, I would recognize this man even if he turned into ashes. He is the son of the department head." Thinking back, his ex-girlfriend Lin Yiting followed him just for the chance to get admitted to graduate school. "I don't know. I think I saw him selling houses at Bully Group last time." Han Chang, wow, no way, isn't this destroying the reputation of our school? After seeing this, the others followed Han Chang in attacking Zhao Xian. After all, he is the son of the department head, so he does have some appeal. Zhao Xian didn't want to pay attention to them. His mind was now completely focused on the nightclub. But just as he was about to return the phone to Yang Ying, Lin Yiting started talking in the group. "Don't talk nonsense, I saw him driving a Porsche before." "Lin Yiting, did your previous relationship with him ruin your brain?" "That's right, if he drives a Porsche, I can drive a Lamborghini." "Lin Yiting, I really saw it. He works at the Wanguo Group and he sent me home." After Lin Yiting finished speaking, Zhao Xian was shocked, and he quickly withdrew the message using Yang Ying's group owner account. He came to Qingluo Bay with a mission, and he must not let others know that he is a member of the international group. Afterwards, Zhao Xian sent another message to Lin Yiting, "Stop talking." Chapter 44 Big Head Ghost. "Why? I just can't stand them talking bad about you. Xian Zhao, just ignore them. This little girl, please don't ruin your own plans." Then, everyone discussed the topic of the dinner location in the group. "How about we go to the International Hotel? The International Hotel is too expensive. The consumption is very high." "Yeah, it's too expensive. Why don't we go to Qingluo Bay? I heard there's a new one there, and it's quite popular." "Oh yeah, I remember now, you're talking about Heaven on Earth, right?" Yes, I heard that too. It seems they even have singing and dancing performances at their house." Flipping through the chat records, Zhao Xian couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect his place to be so famous. The next day, Zhao Xian and Yang Ying spent the whole morning shopping in the liquor market in Shanghai and finally found a good supplier. After signing the contract, Zhao Xian told Yang Ying what Boss Li said and asked him if he had ever heard of anyone with a particularly big head. Yang Ying said she didn't know him either. After they returned, the two asked Xiaoshi, and she said she hadn't heard of it either. Now this is strange. Who could it be? I haven't offended anyone. Just when Zhao Xian and Yang Ying were at a loss, Crow knocked on the door and came in. Didn't I give you a holiday? Why did you come back so soon? The crow panted and said. I asked around. Ha. I found out everything. Seeing him like this, Yang Ying quickly handed him a glass of water. Come on, don't be anxious, talk slowly. The crow took a sip of the water and said. The nightclub that Scar Tiger smashed that night was called Dihao. It was smashed because they had not paid tribute to Fourth Master Qiao. Zhao Xian looked at him speechlessly and said. No, you don't need to tell me that. Even I know that. I'm asking about the distribution of your power. The crow took another sip from the cup and said. There are two forces in Qingluo Bay, and our heaven on earth is the boundary. To the east is the territory of Fourth Master Qiao, who has Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger under his command. To the west is the territory of Master Ma San, who has Datu and Luer Meizi under his command. After Crow finished his introduction, Zhao Xian's face changed. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Big head? The crow nodded and said. Yes, that person seemed to have had hydrocephalus when he was a child. His head was very big, so everyone called him Big Head. What's the matter, do you know each other? Zhao Xian told Crow about the winery. Crow nodded and said. That should be him. He is Mr. Ma San's man. Our place is located at the intersection of two forces, so both sides want to get a piece of the pie. Zhao Xian frowned as he thought, his face full of worry. That is to say, I have to deal with two forces at the same time. You are wrong. As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, Yang Ying spoke up. Why do you have to make enemies on both sides? You mean, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Yang Ying laughed and said. That's quite some progress. You are stuck in the middle. It is both the worst situation and the best situation. It depends on whether you can handle it with ease. Bang! When a few people were chatting happily, the office door was kicked open. No, you idiot, can't you just knock on the door? Zhao Xian looked at Tang Xiaohu, who rushed in and cursed him angrily. Oh no! Oh no! What's going on? What are you doing here? Tang Xiaohu panted and said. There's a big-headed son outside. What big-headed son of a bitch, speak properly. Just outside, that monster. Tang Xiaohu couldn't say anything and kept gesturing with his hands. Then, Zhao Xian and Yang Ying turned to look at each other at the same time. Is it finally going to show up? When he arrived at the hall, although he had been mentally prepared, Zhao Xian was still stunned when he saw the big head. How can this be called a big-headed son? Isn't this just a big-headed ghost? Then the crow went up and asked. Boss, do you want to drive them away? Zhao Xian waved his hand and said. No need for now. They are guests. As long as they don't cause trouble, we can't chase them away. But I didn't expect that I would be slapped in the face the next second after I finished speaking. The front desk clerk came over and said that there were 15 of them, each occupying a private room, and they only ordered 1 bottle of wine in total. I knew it was no good. Afterwards, Zhao Xian and Yang Ying came to Datu's private room. You guys have been here for a while, why don't you order any food? Boss Xiao, your eyesight is not very good. Didn't we order it? After saying that, he pointed to the bottle of beer on the table. Then, Yang Ying picked up the beer and played with it for a while. You guys have too much, right? 15 people order 1 bottle of beer, you can't finish it, right? Oh, there's a beautiful lady here. Boss Xiao, you are so lucky. Yang Ying folded her hands over her chest, with a cold face, and ignored him. Big Head looked at Yang Ying with a lewd expression and said with a smile. Beauty, why are you so cold? How about you accompany us for a meal? Yang Ying nodded, opened the beer in her hand, and slowly walked towards Datu. Seeing this, Datu also raised his glass with a smile and said with a lewd look. You guys are the ones who know how to handle things, ha ha. But when Datu thought that Yang Ying was going to pour him some beer, Yang Ying poured all the beer in her hand onto Datu's crotch. As the beer slowly flowed down, Big Head felt a chill in his crotch and his face turned gloomy. Yang Ying's actions were so incredible that not only Data but even Zhao Xian found it incredible. He didn't expect that Yang Ying would dare to pour beer directly on him. It seemed that Big Head's words just now really offended Yang Ying. After pouring the beer, Yang Ying left the bag, her face full of disgust for Datu. After Yang Ying left, Big Head looked at Zhao Xian with a half smile. Boss Xiao, not only is your boss' eyesight bad, but your manager's eyesight is bad too? Is it because we spend less that you think your store is bullying us? Zhao Xian said lightly. You misunderstood. We are open for business and everyone who comes in is a customer. How can we bully our customers just because we are a big store? It's just that our manager here has a problem that he can't get rid of. Big Head frowned and asked. What's wrong? She just gets upset when she sees someone who is particularly ugly. Especially the ones with big heads and small bodies. Zhao Xian spoke seriously, and Datu was silenced directly. Facing Zhao Xian's close attack, Big Head's eyes were filled with viciousness, which made Zhao Xian shudder. I could feel the coldness from him even from more than a meter away. There is no way. Usually when a sentence makes someone angry, it is not because they said it wrong, but because they said it right. Chapter 45 Yang Ying reads The Art of War. Ha 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 ha. After being silent for a while, Big Head suddenly burst into laughter. This kid must be stupid. What is he laughing for? Then, the big-headed man said with a half smile. It's okay, Boss Xiao. I'm not just a big head, I'm also a big heart. I won't bother with you. Since the wine was spilled just now, please give us another bottle. My goodness, how can you tolerate this? Okay, whatever you want. After saying that, Zhao Xian left the private room. Then, Yang Ying found Zhao Xian and said, What should we do now? The customer flow is about to peak. If they keep occupying those private rooms, we will lose a lot tonight. Zhao Xian thought for a moment and said, This big guy only knows how to use such despicable means. Let's turn off the power first and talk about it later. Yang Ying sighed and said, This is only a temporary solution, we can't just turn off the power every day. Zhao Xian laughed and said, There's no other way. We have to send them away first, otherwise it will affect our business. About 5 minutes after the power was turned off, Big Head and his men came down from upstairs in a mighty procession. The younger brother next to me was still cursing. Data came to the front desk and found Zhao Xian, saying, Boss Xiao, is your place so bad? How come you can't even pay the electricity bill? No way, mainly. Just as Zhao Xian was about to speak, Yang Ying spoke first. The light bulb in our house has a bad temper. It goes on strike when it meets an ugly person. Well, it has to be Yang Ying. Facing Yang Ying's humiliation, Datu was not angry, but smiled and said, My beautiful lady, I will remember you. After saying that, he prepared to leave with a group of people. Stop. As Datu just walked to the door, he was stopped by Zhao Xian. Boss Xiao, is there anything else? Pay the bill. Big Head slapped his head and said, Oh, look at my memory. As he said that, he took out 1,000 yuan and threw it on the table. Keep the change, please. Big Head, you're sending away beggars, what can $1,000 do? So how much do you want? At this time, Yang Ying held up 3 fingers and said to Datu, 3,000. Big Head's expression changed. Boss Xiao, is your wine bottle made of gold, or is the bottle cap made of gold? A bottle of your wine costs 3,000? Yang Ying smiled and said, I can't help it. You guys came in droves and ruined my customers' appetite. You have to give me some compensation, right? Seeing that Data didn't want to pay, Zhao Xian said, Of course, if you don't have money, I can ask you brothers to work as security guards for me for a few days to pay off the debt. It just so happens that our big wolf dog died a few days ago, and you guys just happened to be on night duty for it. Big Head had a sullen face and took out another 2,000 yuan from his pocket and threw it on the bar. Why don't you ask around? I've been in Qingluo Bay for so many years, and when have I ever bought something on credit? How could I possibly owe you a small fortune? Zhao Xian laughed disdainfully and said, We have enough money to share a bottle of beer among 15 people? So if we go to Zinbake for coffee, don't we have to pay for it ourselves and take turns taking photos? After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Yang Ying and Xiaoshi beside him couldn't help but laugh. Big Head gritted his teeth, pointed at Zhao Xian and said, Zhao Xian, don't be complacent.
The mountains and rivers remain unchanged.
I wonder how long this place can last.
After saying that, he left with his younger brother. After Dada left, Xiaoshi pulled Zhao Xian's sleeve and said,
Brother Zhao Xian, when can we do business peacefully?
Zhao Xian stroked her head and said with a smile,
Don't worry, this day won't be far away.
Listening to the little girl's baby voice, Zhao Xian felt bitter. In fact, these words were also used to comfort Xiaoshi. He knew very well that from the first day he arrived here, there would be no peaceful days. At night, the nightclub's customer flow is still as popular as usual. Although it is near the end of the year and the weather is getting colder, it still can't stop everyone's enthusiasm for dancing.
Zhao Xian looked around the platform but didn't see Yang Ying.
It's strange, she usually comes out to greet guests at this time. Why is she gone today? When Zhao Xian arrived at Yang Ying's office, he saw her reading a book with great interest.
So you're reading a book?
You still love studying as much as you did in college?
Yang Ying did not look up.
She turned the pages of the book and said to Zhao Xian,
Sit anywhere you like. Seeing Yang Ying watching so intently, Zhao Xian couldn't help but walk over and said, What are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed?
Yang Ying did not answer him, but just lifted the cover of the book to show Zhao Xian.
Zhao Xian was stunned when he saw the cover of the book. The Art of War? No way, how can a girl like you like to read this kind of book? So what do you think I should watch?
Zhao Xian thought for a moment and said,
The overbearing president fell in love with me.
Yang Ying rolled her eyes at him, then said lightly, I don't need a boss, I can rely on myself. Zhao Xian carefully observed the book The Art of War in Yang Ying's hand and found that the cover was a bit old. So, she has been working on this book for some time. Then, Yang Ying handed her cell phone to Zhao Xian and said, Check the group messages. Zhao Xian opened the university class group and saw that everyone had already decided on the location for the reunion, which was Tianshang Renjian. Even the time has been confirmed, it's this Friday.
And not only classmates, but also counselors will participate. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was secretly delighted.
After all, there were 70 or 80 people, which was a considerable order.
After reading the message, Zhao Xian returned the phone to Yang Ying, and Yang Ying told him another piece of news.
Last time, Crow didn't have time to tell me that the Dihao nightclub that Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger smashed up that day is owned by the Bully Group.
What? That Dihao nightclub belongs to Zhangli? Yang Ying nodded and said, Dihao's situation is the same as ours.
He doesn't want to pay tribute to either side, so he was targeted.
Zhao Xian frowned and said, In other words, if we don't pay the tribute, our place will end up like the Dihao nightclub, turning into a ruin?
No wonder Zhang Li had never let me come to Qingluo Bay before. It seemed that she knew very well that the water here was very deep.
The Dihao nightclub will definitely not be able to continue operating now.
Both 4th Master Qiao and 3rd Master Ma are eyeing this piece of fat meat.
It depends on which side will get it.
Zhao Xian thought for a moment, then said,
What if I get the Emperor nightclub? Zhao Xian had seen the scale of the Dihao nightclub last time.
His own paradise was not even on the same level as it. If I could get Dihao, my income would increase several times. But at this time, Yang Ying reached out and touched Zhao Xian's forehead and said,
I don't even have a fever. What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 46, Honey Trap. Oh, go, go. Zhao Xian pushed Yang Ying's hand away and said, I'm not kidding, I really want Dihao. Yang Ying waved her hand and said, This is basically impossible. Both forces are eyeing the Dihao nightclub.
If you interfere, Ma San and Xiao Si will tear you to pieces.
Zhao Xian said thoughtfully. I'll find a way to do this. I already have a rough plan in mind. Friday. According to the news in the class group, today is the day for the class reunion.
But Zhao Xian received a message from Fong Meiting early in the morning.
My dear, have you missed your sister recently? Zhao Xian, what's the matter? Do you still want to experience my massage technique?
Fong Meiting, oh, my dear, you are getting bolder and bolder.
You even dare to tease me?
Smirk.
Zhao Xian, what's wrong with you? Are you really missing me?
Fong Meiting, my sister is bringing some friends to play tonight, please reserve a room for her.
Xian Zhao, okay. What is this young woman up to again?
Putting down his phone, Zhao Xian got up, washed up, and went to the office, where he found Yang Ying was already waiting for him. Not only Yang Ying, there was also a woman with long hair sitting on the sofa. After seeing Zhao Xian, the woman stood up and saluted him. "Hello, Boss Zhao." Zhao Xian looked at the woman carefully. "Wow, fun. This figure, this look." Not to mention her curvy figure, the key is her pair of affectionate eyes, which can capture the soul of anyone with just one look at them. "Who is this?" Zhao Xian looked at Yang Ying and asked. Yang Ying smiled. "Didn't you say before that if you could use Scar Tiger and Thunder Tiger, you could conquer the entire Qingluo Bay?" Zhao Xian nodded and said. "I did, but what does this have to do with her? This is how I win over Ben Leihu." Zhao Xian frowned slightly. "Honey trap?" "That's right." Zhao Xian looked at the woman in front of him with disdain and said. "Can she do this?" Zhao Xian didn't think that this woman was not good looking, but he felt that Ben Leihu was loyal to Mr. Qiao Si, and it might be difficult to win over such a woman. Yang Ying seemed to see Zhao Xian's doubts, so she said to the woman, "Xiaoying, play a song for Boss Zhao." After Yang Ying finished speaking, Xiaoying came to Zhao Xian and sat on his lap. Then, he put his hands on Zhao Xian's shoulders and looked at Zhao Xian with affectionate eyes. He slowly said, "Brother, if you think my sister is doing a good job, come and apply for a card next time. I will give you a 20% discount. Brother, don't come here anymore. It's not easy for you to make money. You should save some money. If you really miss me, next time just order half of the lowest meal plan and I'll cook it for you normally. You should marry a good wife in the future, not someone like me. If I don't do this job in my next life, I'll marry you." As she spoke, tears welled up in Xiaoying's eyes. Looking at her tender eyes, Zhao Xian's eyes also began to blur. Gradually, Zhao Xian felt as if his soul was drifting away and his mind was becoming more and more dazed. "Xian Zhao. Xian Zhao. Xian Zhao." Yang Ying called out to Zhao Xian several times, but he didn't come to his senses, so she simply picked up the cup of water on the table and splashed it on Zhao Xian's face. Zhao Xian finally came to his senses after being splashed with water in the face. He shook his head and looked at Xiaoying in disbelief. "Oh my god, where did you find this goblin?" Yang Ying said with a proud look on her face. "How's it going? Is it okay?" "Oh my god, who wouldn't be confused if this big treasure was in anyone's hands?" Yang Ying smiled and said. She was Ben Leihu's first love. The two were going to get married, but Ben Leihu couldn't raise enough money for the wedding gift, so Xiaoying's parents didn't agree to the marriage. Zhao Xian nodded and said, "The regrets of youth are hard to let go, and the white moonlight that I have been longing for but cannot get, this move is really vicious enough. It's not over yet." As she spoke, Yang Ying took out another black and white card and handed it to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian took the photo, which showed a woman. Upon closer inspection, he saw that her features were somewhat similar to Xiaoying in front of him, but she was older. "This is?" Yang Ying introduced. "This is Mr. Qiao Si's wife. She has been gone for several years. When she was alive, she and Mr. Qiao Si were very loving. It is because of her that Mr. Qiao Si has not remarried in all these years." After Yang Ying finished her introduction, Zhao Xian understood instantly. The Xiaoying in front of him is Ben Leihu's first love, and she looks like Mr. Qiao Si's deceased wife. Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh. Your trick is totally unsolvable. In the afternoon, Fang Meiting brought several of her close friends to Zhao Xian's paradise. After searching the crowd for a while, Zhao Xian looked outside the gate. Fang Meiting saw through his thoughts and walked forward and said, "Don't look at it, she really didn't come this time." Fang Meiting's words made Zhao Xian feel a little disappointed. "But the chairman asked me to bring you a message." "A message?" Zhao Xian frowned and asked. "What does Chen Haishan want to tell me?" "He said your progress was too slow and asked you to speed up." "No, this old man is trying to kill me." "It's only been less than half a year, what is the point of trying to kill me?" Zhao Xian nodded helplessly and said, "I see." Fang Meiting raised her eyebrows at him and said, "My dear, don't work here anymore. You are always worried. Come back to your sister. I will support you." Zhao Xian ignored her and pinched her butt. Then Fang Meiting showed a shy look on her face, and pointed to the bathroom at Zhao Xian when she left. "What does this mean? Are you still coming?" Looking at Fong Meiting twisting her waist and sticking out her chest, Zhao Xian couldn't help but recall the night he and Fong Meiting were in the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, there was a loud noise at the door of Tiancheng Renjian. Then a group of handsome men and beautiful women walked in one after another.
Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian also went over and greeted the classmates.
Although they have been separated for a while, they have not forgotten each other.
When Lin Yuting saw Zhao Xian, she greeted him warmly and asked Zhao Xian why he didn't drive his Porsche 911 over. Zhao Xian just said perfunctorily that it had been sent for maintenance.
I didn't expect that this woman still remembered the car. Then, Zhao Xian set his sights on a person. Han Chang, the son of the department head. Han Chang seemed to have seen Zhao Xian as well, and he looked at Zhao Xian with contempt.
However, he remained calm and shook hands with Zhao Xian with a smile.
Then, Han Chang said,
Zhao Xian, you came so quickly. Han Chang's tone was full of joking, because he looked down on Zhao Xian from the bottom of his heart. Zhao Xian nodded and said, it's okay. Zhao Xian didn't want to pay attention to him and just wanted to get rid of him quickly.
But at this time, Han Chang began to attack Zhao Xian.
Hey Zhao Xian, how did you get here? Chapter 47 The Porsche is not mine. I came here by bike. As he spoke, Zhao Xian pointed to the white electric donkey at the door. This electric car belongs to Tang Xiaohu. Zhao Xian didn't want people to know that he was the boss here, so he made up an excuse using the electric car.
When coming to Qingluo Bay, Chen Yuqing's father Chen Haishan repeatedly emphasized that no one should be allowed to know the relationship between Heaven on Earth and the Wanhua Group.
So Zhao Xian didn't want to cause any trouble.
Han Chang couldn't help laughing when he saw Emule. He turned to Lin Yuting and said,
Lin Yuting, is this the Porsche 911 you were talking about? I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha.
At this time, Zhou Yang next to him also echoed.
How come this Porsche 911 has 2 wheels? This is the first time I've heard of it.
Xiao Yang, Zhao Xian's college roommate, is said to be from a family that owns a company and has some money.
When I was in school, I often targeted Zhao Xian in the dormitory.
Then, Han Chang said to Lin Yuting.
Lin Yuting, you were with him in the first place, weren't you just after his car? Lin Yuting's face turned green with anger, and she said to Zhao Xian. Where's your car? Why don't you come over? Zhao Xian shook his head and said. That car was not mine. I was just a driver for someone else. Ah. Lin Yuting's face changed drastically. She said to Zhao Xian with anger on her face. So you were just driving for someone else before, you liar, I was so ashamed to. Lin Yuting wanted to say something but stopped herself, as she didn't want anyone to know that she had been slept with by Zhao Xian before. After hearing what the two said, Xiao Yan laughed even more happily. He said to Lin Yuting. Lin Yuting, why are you still as gullible as you were in college? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuting's expression became more and more ugly. She picked up her bag and sat on the seat next to her, away from Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled helplessly. This woman was still as vain as before. Afterwards, Han Chang began to ridicule Zhao Xian again. Zhao Xian, where do you work now? After saying this, Han Chang and Xiao Yang both had playful smiles on their faces. Zhao Xian smiled awkwardly and said, I am now. Before Zhao Xian could finish his words, Xiao Yang interrupted him. He looked at Zhao Xian and smiled. You're not still selling the house, are you? Xiao Yang, you are just looking down on others. Who is our Zhao Xian? He drives a Porsche 911 now. After hearing Han Chang's words, Xiao Yang laughed even harder. Oh, that's right, a Porsche 911 with 2 wheels, ha ha ha. No, these 2 guys are not done yet, are they? If I didn't want to cause any more trouble, I would have called the crow to give them some peace of mind. Zhao Xian, why are you still the same as you were in college? I really want to. The two wanted to continue to ridicule Zhao Xian, but there was a commotion behind them, and then someone in the crowd shouted. The counselor is here. When Zhao Xian turned around, he saw a very elegant woman wearing a brown windbreaker. This is the person Zhao Xian respects most at university, his counselor Sean Malin. When Zhao Xian was in college, the 2 people he respected most were the class monitor Yang Ying and the counselor Sean Malin. She slowly walked towards Zhao Xian and the others. Xiao Yang and Han Chang thought the counselor was looking for them and wanted to go up to her and say hello. But unexpectedly, the counselor ignored the 2 of them and walked to Zhao Xian.
Zhao Xian said politely.
Hello, teacher. The instructor looked at Zhao Xian and smiled. I didn't expect you were still in the Magic City. I thought you went back to your hometown, Spring City.
Xiao Yang and Han Cheng's faces turned ugly when they saw that the counselor ignored them, and they stared at Zhao Xian fiercely.
Then the instructor said, Don't stand anymore, sit down now that everyone is here.
The counselor was dressed beautifully today, with her hair tied into a bun and delicate makeup on her face. When sitting down, Zhao Xian wanted to stay away from those two guys, so he followed the counselor and sat at the last table.
But I didn't expect these two idiots to follow me and sit next to me.
Maybe the two of them were upset by the counselor's neglect just now, so they wanted to come over and continue to ridicule Zhao Xian. When he was in college, Han Chang relied on his father being the head of the department and bullied other students in school. He was also disrespectful to other teachers in class. It was strange that the counselor liked him.
Moreover, he saw how the two of them bullied Zhao Xian in daily life.
The meal was quite peaceful. With the counselor present, no one else dared to cause any trouble. Lin Yuting looked at Zhao Xian with disgust in her eyes. She felt that Zhao Xian had deceived her.
But Zhao Xian was just wishful thinking.
Zhao Xian never said that the car was his, nor did he say who was his boss. When Xiao Yang saw that he couldn't find an opportunity to ridicule Zhao Xian, he kept trying to trip him up.
Every time Zhao Xian talked to the counselor, he would deliberately interrupt the conversation between Zhao Xian and the counselor. Zhao Xian didn't bother with him and continued to eat his meal with his head down.
After a short silence, the girls at the dinner table started gossiping and talking about heaven on earth.
A few girls mentioned Yang Ying while chatting. Hey, have you heard that the monitor seems to be the manager of this nightclub? Really? Squad leader Yang is so awesome. Yes, I heard that too. I've seen her on the promotional poster of this nightclub before. Why doesn't the squad leader come to eat with us? I remember she was invited to this party, too? What are you thinking about? How could such a big manager eat at the same table with us? After all, we are not worthy. Zhao Xian didn't talk to them and kept chatting with the counselor.
Then, everyone extended the topic to the boss of Tianshang Renjian. Han Chang probably wanted to appear knowledgeable in front of other girls, so he started bragging to them.
Do you know that the owner of this nightclub has a powerful background? Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw everyone eating the melon and it ended up on him. He pretended to be ignorant and asked, What's the background?
Han Chang looked at Zhao Xian with a rustic look, then said to the other girls,
Have you heard that the son of the top leader of Qingluo Bay came here to cause trouble, but he was beaten up by the boss here? After the beating, he was fine and was released the next day.
The other girls were also surprised after hearing this.
Is it so exaggerated? It's okay to beat up the son of a top leader?
Han Chang saw the surprised expressions of the girls and felt superior.
He continued. That's not all. I think this boss has connections in the city. Puff. After hearing what Han Chang said, Zhao Xian couldn't help but spit out the drink in his mouth. Chapter 48 Yang Ying arrives.
Upon seeing this, the counselor quickly patted him on the back, picked up a tissue and wiped him while saying,
Look at you, kid, you're eating well, why are you so excited?
Han Chang saw Zhao Xian like this, and his eyes were full of mockery towards Zhao Xian.
I say, Zhao Xian, he's just a top leader, why are you so excited? You are so ignorant. At this time,
Xiao Yang also followed up with sarcasm.
Han Chang, how can you say Zhao Xian is ignorant? He's the one driving a two-wheeled Porsche 911. Have you ever seen a two-wheeled Porsche?
Han Chang shook his head pretentiously and said with a playful look.
No, I haven't seen any. I've only heard of four-wheeled ones. That's right. When it comes to knowledge, who can compare to our Zhao Xian? Ha 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 ha. I really have to admire these two bastards. They finally found the opportunity to ridicule me.
Zhao Xian picked up the drink and took a sip, then said with an unhappy look on his face.
You two are done playing, right? I have been putting up with these two bastards since I walked in. They always made things difficult for me when I was in school. Once, they even falsely accused me of falsifying my poverty scholarship materials. If the class monitor and counselor had not protected him everywhere, Zhao Xian would not only not have received the poverty scholarship, but would also have been punished. If it wasn't for coming to see my counselor, I wouldn't have shown up at this class reunion. Seeing Zhao Xian's outburst, Han Chang looked at him with a playful expression and said with a smile, Zhao Xian, I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? That's right, you're too stingy. You two like to joke around, right? Fine. As he spoke, Zhao Xian picked up the Coke, waved his hand at Han Chang, and poured the whole cup of Coke on him. In order to show off today, Han Chang specially put on a white Hermes jacket. Now he was splashed with black Coke and looked particularly embarrassed. All the students present were stunned by Zhao Xian's sudden outburst. Even the counselor looked at Zhao Xian with surprise. He probably didn't expect Zhao Xian to take direct action. After all, in the eyes of the counselors, Zhao Xian, like Yang Ying, has always been an image of a good child. Han Chang looked at Zhao Xian in confusion, probably unable to react immediately. Zhou Yang, who was standing by, saw this and stood up, pointing at Zhao Xian and said, Zhao Xian, what do you mean? I was just joking with you. You can turn hostile just like that. Hearing Zhou Yang's question, Zhao Xian sneered and said, Why, you want to try it too? As he spoke, Zhao Xian also picked up the cup of the counselor next to him. Seeing Zhao Xian's action, Zhou Yang didn't dare to say anything. He didn't want to be splashed with Coke like Han Chang. Seeing the murderous look in Zhao Xian's eyes, Han Chang didn't dare to say anything more. After glaring at Zhao Xian, he turned and looked at the counselor. It seems that he wants the counselor to give him justice. The instructor gently tugged at Zhao Xian's sleeve, motioning him to sit down, and then said, All right, we're all classmates. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Let's be happy. This matter is over. Let's continue eating. Just like that? Han Chang couldn't believe his ears at the counselor's words. Zhao Xian splashed Coke all over him, but he didn't say a word for him and just let it go. Isn't this obviously protecting one's own child? At this time, in order to ease the atmosphere, Lin Yuting deliberately changed the topic and talked to other girls about cosmetics, bags, and the like. But because of what happened just now, everyone's interest was not so high and the atmosphere was not very good. Although Han Chang did not continue to cause trouble, his eyes were always full of hatred when he looked at Zhao Xian. After eating for a while, everyone suggested going to a private room to sing. Forget it. I heard that the singing rooms here are very expensive. Yes, and I heard that you have to book in advance, so I guess they are out of stock at this time. Oh, what a pity. Seeing that everyone wanted to sing, Zhao Xian quietly picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Ying, asking her to prepare a karaoke room. Not long after, Yang Ying came down from the second floor. Hey, look, isn't that Yang Ying? Then, everyone turned their heads and looked in Yang Ying's direction. Yang Ying was wearing a bright red cheongsam, through which one could see her long white legs. She walked in a graceful and elegant manner. The whole person looks very elegant. Then, she slowly walked towards Zhao Xian. When Han Chang saw Yang Ying, he stood up and greeted her, but Yang Ying didn't even look at him and just walked past him. Yes, he was ignored again. Being ignored for the second time tonight, Han Chang's face became even uglier. Yang Ying first walked up to the counselor and said politely, Hello, Teacher Shan. The counselor looked at Yang Ying, nodded, and said with a smile, Yang Ying, I haven't seen you for such a long time. You are getting more and more beautiful. After chatting with the counselor for a while, Yang Ying turned around and looked at Zhao Xian. She placed her hands on her belly, bent down slightly, and said respectfully to Zhao Xian, Boss, the private room you requested is ready. Do you want to go over now? At this moment, the air froze. The dining table, which had been bustling just a moment ago, suddenly became quiet, and students at other tables also turned their heads to look at Zhao Xian's table. Then I saw Yang Ying, wearing a cheongsam, saluting Zhao Xian. The expressions on Han Chang and Zhou Yang's faces were even more wonderful, especially Han Chang, whose eyes were as big as cow eggs, looking at Zhao Xian in disbelief. The counselor's expression was also quite surprised. She knew that Yang Ying was the manager here, but she didn't expect that Zhao Xian was also the boss here. Needless to say, Lin Yuting is regretting her decision now. She should have trusted her own judgment from the beginning. Yang Ying, what did you call him? Is he really the boss here? Han Chang asked Yang Ying stumblingly. Yang Ying looked at Han Chang as if he were an idiot and said unhappily, He's not the boss here, are you? After rolling her eyes at Han Chang, Yang Ying spoke to the other students. Dear students, the singing room is ready, please follow me.
After Yang Ying finished speaking, the other students began to cheer and followed Yang Ying to the private room. Along the way, the other students' eyes on Zhao Xian changed, and several girls came up to him and wanted to add his green bubble.
Zhao Xian opened the QR code and let them scan it as he walked. But halfway through the journey, Zhao Xian seemed to find a familiar figure in the hall. Big Head. What is this guy doing here?
When Zhao Xian looked at Big Head also saw him. After the two exchanged glances, Big Head gave Zhao Xian a weird smile.